I've always preferred the company of animals over people. After my dog, Max, passed away last year, the silence at home became unbearable. You know that feeling of emptiness that consumes you when you lose something that was part of your daily routine? That was me. For months, I tried to move on, but the truth is, only those who've had a pet understand the space they take in your heart. One of those lonely nights, scrolling through my phone before bed, I came across an ad on Craigslist. It was for a puppy of a breed I had never heard of, a Tibetan Key Apso. The text said it was rare, intelligent, great with kids, and that the owner just wanted to find a loving home. No money required, just proof you could provide a good environment. It seemed perfect, you know? Like the universe was trying to fill that void. I replied to the ad immediately. The person who posted it, someone named Jake, replied the same day. He was polite, straightforward, said he loved animals, and just wanted the best for the puppy. But there was something that gave me pause. He insisted on meeting at a public park instead of letting me pick up the puppy at his house. It felt a little odd, but I convinced myself it was just caution on his part, you know? He mentioned how some people were untrustworthy and that he valued his privacy. A bit contradictory, but I didn't see any harm at the time. Besides, he sent me a picture of the puppy, and it melted my heart. The little guy was adorable, big brown eyes, floppy ears, and that clumsy charm only a puppy can have. On the agreed day, I arrived at the park a few minutes early. It was a quiet place, surrounded by tall trees with wooden benches scattered across a well-kept lawn. The weather was nice, the sun timidly peeking through the clouds, and the sound of leaves rustling in the wind gave a false sense of peace. I was excited, but also nervous. What if it was a scam? Or worse, what if the puppy was sick or something? While I waited, I watched the people around me. There was a couple walking with a stroller, a guy jogging with headphones, and farther away, a black car parked near the park entrance. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but it seemed like someone inside was watching me. Jake showed up shortly after. He looked just like the photo from the Craigslist profile. Messy hair, a scruffy beard, and a slightly awkward smile. He carried a crate with the puppy inside. The dog was even cuter in person, but he was eerily quiet. No barking, no whining, just staring at me with those big eyes, almost as if he was as wary as I was. After a few minutes of small talk about the puppy, things like his diet and vaccine schedule, Jake's tone began to shift. He said, unfortunately, he'd had unexpected expenses with the puppy and asked if I could cover a small fee. That's when I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't about the money itself, but the fact that his story didn't add up. Before I could respond, I noticed him pressing me for more personal details. Where I lived, if I lived alone, if I had neighbors. It felt like he was trying to fill out a profile on me. While he talked, a sense of dread crept over me. Something about his posture, the insistence in his questions, was off. I tried to deflect, saying I lived with my sister, which wasn't true, but seemed safer to say. He chuckled nervously, looked away for a second, and muttered something like, "It's always good to have someone around." That's when I started piecing things together. My eyes darted to the black car at the park's entrance, the same one I had noticed earlier. Someone was still sitting inside, motionless, as if watching us. The puppy, who had been quiet until now, started shifting in the crate, letting out a soft whine, almost like a warning. My instincts were screaming that something was seriously wrong. I tried to end the conversation as casually as I could, saying I needed more time to think and that I'd get back to him later. Jake, however, wasn't ready to let me leave so easily. He stepped closer, holding onto the side of the crate, and started speaking faster, almost desperate. "You don't understand. This dog needs a home now. I can't keep him. It's dangerous for me." The way he said it sent chills down my spine. It wasn't just about the puppy. He was glancing around, jittery, as if expecting something to happen any second. That's when I saw, out of the corner of my eye, the door of the black car slowly open. A tall figure stepped out, wearing a long coat, and began walking toward us. My heart pounded, and I knew I had to get out of there, but I couldn't make it obvious. With the figure approaching, each step slow and deliberate, I felt a surge of panic. My mind was racing. I thought about grabbing the puppy and running, but Jake was still holding the crate, and I knew he wouldn't just let me leave. The air felt heavier, as if the park itself had gone still. Even the birds had stopped chirping. "Look, I don't think this is going to work out," I said, trying to sound casual as I took a step back. But Jake leaned in closer, his awkward smile shifting into something more sinister. "Just answer the questions. It doesn't have to be difficult," he muttered, his voice low, almost a whisper. My head was spinning, searching for a way out. Suddenly the puppy began barking, a frantic, high-pitched sound that startled both of us. It was as if he sensed the same danger I did. Jake's face twitched with irritation as he slapped the side of the crate, trying to quiet the puppy. Meanwhile, the figure from the car was getting closer, and now I could see something in their hands. I couldn't tell what it was, but the sight of it sent alarm bells ringing in my head. I took a deep breath and said, as firmly as I could, "Just give me the dog. I'll take care of him. This ends here." Before Jake could respond, I yanked the crate out of his hands and turned to walk quickly in the opposite direction, my heart racing. The park, which had felt so peaceful earlier, now seemed endless. Every step I took felt heavier, and I could feel their eyes on me as I moved. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the figure in the long coat quicken their pace, their movements now deliberate and focused. My stomach dropped. I reached the parking lot, my car visible in the distance, but something felt off. The black car was gone. My mind raced. Had they moved it? Were they waiting somewhere else? My gut told me I wasn't alone. As I neared my car, I saw movement near the passenger side door, and my blood ran cold. Someone was crouched there, half hidden, as if waiting for me to get closer. Panic took over. I placed the crate on the ground, quickly opened it, and grabbed the puppy in my arms. His tiny body trembled against mine, his soft whimpers only making the moment more surreal. With my free hand, I fumbled with my keys, my fingers shaking so badly that I almost dropped them. I managed to unlock the door and throw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it. Just as I started the engine, a loud bang startled me. The figure in the long coat had reached my car, slamming their hand against the passenger window. They were wearing a smooth black mask with no features, and the sight of it froze me in place for a second. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the gas, jerking the car forward and nearly clipping another vehicle parked nearby. The masked figure didn't chase me but stood there watching, their head tilting slightly as I sped away. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. In the rearview mirror, I saw Jake running after me, shouting something I couldn't hear over the roar of the engine and my own panicked thoughts. But what really terrified me was the black car. Its headlights flared to life in the distance, and it started moving. They were following me. I drove aimlessly at first, taking random turns to try and lose them. The streets were nearly empty, and every set of headlights in my mirror felt like a threat. The puppy, still trembling in my lap, let out a soft whine. It was like he could sense my fear, or maybe he had been through this kind of chaos before. I finally spotted a construction site with a few abandoned buildings. Desperate, I veered into a side street, killed the headlights, and parked behind one of the structures. My chest was heaving, and I tried to listen for any sound of the black car. Minutes passed, and all I heard was the distant hum of crickets and the wind rustling through the empty lot. I thought I was safe, until I saw faint beams of light sweeping across the side of the building. I clutched the puppy tighter, holding my breath as the lights grew brighter. They were searching for me. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the lights moved away and the car drove off. I waited for what felt like an eternity before I dared to move. My hands were still trembling as I started the car and carefully drove back onto the main road. I took a roundabout route home, making sure I wasn't being followed. When I finally parked in front of my house, relief washed over me, but only briefly. The entire night replayed in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. I brought the puppy inside, locked every door and window, and sat on the floor with him in my lap. He had finally stopped trembling, his little body curled up against mine, as if he understood we were safe, for now. I spent the night staring out the window, my paranoia refusing to let me sleep. The black car, the masked figure, Jake's strange behavior, none of it made sense. The next day, I called the police, but without concrete evidence or a clear threat, they couldn't do much. Frustrated, I decided to take the puppy to a vet for a checkup. That's when things got even stranger. At the clinic, the vet scanned the puppy's microchip, a routine process, but her expression changed as she looked at the screen. "This chip isn't registered," she said, frowning. My stomach sank. I asked what that meant, and she explained that it was unusual as most chips are linked to breeders or shelters. This one wasn't. It was almost as if someone had implanted it outside the usual system. I left the clinic feeling uneasy, with more questions than answers. Later that day, I spent hours digging through online forums. I came across discussions about microchips being used for illegal purposes, and one story sent chills down my spine. Someone described adopting a puppy under strange circumstances, only to be tracked and harassed days later. Their situation sounded eerily similar to mine. Suddenly, it all clicked. The masked figure, Jake's persistence, the black car. What if they had been tracking me through the chip? I couldn't let it stay. I drove to another vet in a neighboring city and paid them to remove it. The vet hesitated but eventually agreed. When the chip was out, they noted something odd. This isn't just a regular ID chip. It's modified. There's something else inside it. I didn't stay to find out what. I took the chip, drove to a river, and tossed it in. Since that night, I haven't seen Jake or the black car. The puppy, who I named Lucky, has become my constant companion, bringing life and joy back into my home. But I still think about that night, about the strange events that unfolded, and the lingering questions I'll probably never answer. Who were those people? What did they really want? And why did it feel like Jake was just as much a victim as I was? I don't know, but one thing is clear. Lucky didn't just need saving that night. I think he might have saved me too. I've always been obsessed with old tools, especially those handmade vintage ones you just can't find anymore. So, when I saw that Craigslist ad, I was thrilled. The description was vague, something like vintage woodworking tools left by the previous owner, quick sale. But the pictures attached to the ad caught my attention. Saws with carved handles, hammers with brass details that looked like they belonged in a museum. The seller didn't give much information, just mentioned the tools were in a remote area outside of town and that I'd need to pick them up in person. It seemed odd, but not unusual. I'd dealt with people like that before. I messaged him, and he replied quickly, saying he could meet me at the address the next day. At the time, it didn't seem suspicious. I arrived in the late afternoon, driving down roads that felt like they led to nowhere, with open fields on one side and dense forests on the other. The place looked straight out of a movie, an old rural property, weathered by time. The main house leaned awkwardly, like the ground beneath it had given up, and there was a huge barn covered in moss, standing silent and empty. The seller was waiting near the barn. He seemed normal enough, but something about him made me uneasy. Maybe it was his smile, too wide and lacking warmth, like he was trying to be friendly but didn't quite know how. He greeted me and pointed toward the house. "The tools are in the attic," he said, sounding way too casual, like this was all perfectly normal. I hesitated for a moment, looking at the house. Every window was dark, and the peeling paint left the wood exposed, like scars. The roof sagged, and you could tell just by looking at it that the place was barely holding together. I tried to break the ice by asking if he lived there, but he just shook his head and laughed in a weird way. "No, I just handle the sales. The old owner, well, "He's not around anymore," he said, glancing toward the barn like it was some kind of inside joke I didn't understand. I can't explain it, but the way he said it put me on edge. Still, I pressed on. I'd driven hours to get there after all. When I stepped into the house, the smell hit me first. It was a mix of rotting wood, dust, and something I couldn't quite place, but that reminded me of spoiled meat. The floor creaked with every step, and the rooms felt emptier than they should have. There were bits of furniture scattered around, all covered with yellowed, moldy sheets. The seller followed me inside, stopping at the doorway and leaning against the frame. "The attic's upstairs. Be careful with the stairs. They're not too sturdy," he said. But the way he stood there, blocking the door, sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to ignore it, but the discomfort kept growing. I was alone with a complete stranger in a place that felt like it could collapse at any moment, and he didn't seem the least bit concerned about helping me carry those tools out. I climbed the first steps, and the wood creaked so loudly it felt like it might snap under my weight. The staircase was narrow, covered in thick dust and cobwebs. Every step felt like I was trespassing somewhere I wasn't meant to be. "Are you sure the tools are up here?" I asked, glancing back at him over my shoulder. He didn't answer right away. He just stood there with that empty smile and finally said, "They're up there. You'll see." The way he said it, slow and deliberate, like he was holding back a secret, made me stop in my tracks. I'd been in weird situations before, but nothing like this. There was something about the silence between us that made the air feel heavy, almost suffocating. At the top of the stairs, I opened the attic door, but the darkness inside was almost impenetrable. I used my phone to light up the space and saw it was full of old stuff. Trunks, wooden scraps, and tools that looked exactly like the ones in the photos. But they were scattered, like someone had dumped them there without a second thought. At the same time, I felt like I was being watched, like something or someone was there with me, hidden in the shadows. "Hey, can you help me carry this stuff down?" I shouted, but the seller didn't respond. When I looked down, he was still standing by the door, but now he was staring at me with something I can only describe as impatience. It was like he was waiting for something or someone. The tension was unbearable. Something about the situation didn't add up. I was up there alone, and he just stood there, refusing to move, like blocking the exit was part of some plan I didn't understand. I decided to grab a couple of tools just to have an excuse to leave. As I bent down to pick up a rusty saw, I heard a sound, quiet, almost imperceptible, coming from the darkest corner of the attic. It was a noise that made me freeze in place, like I'd just stepped into a trap. It sounded like a whisper, or maybe the sound of something dragging itself. My flashlight shook as I aimed it toward the corner, but I didn't see anything, just darkness, dense and empty. I started down the stairs, moving quickly, clutching the saw and a hammer. "I found some things. That's enough for me," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out weak, almost a whisper. He didn't move, not an inch. He just stood there for a few seconds. Then, as if he'd decided something in his mind, smiled again. Only this time, the smile was worse, more wrong, like he was enjoying my fear. Without thinking, I gripped the saw tightly and rushed past him, my heart pounding. He tried to grab me, but I dodged and somehow managed to escape out the front door, my heart racing like it would explode. When I got to my car, I jumped in and slammed the door, my hands shaking as I tried to start the engine. The sound of the ignition seemed too loud, almost like a beacon calling out to whatever might still be in that house. Finally, the engine roared to life, and I backed out so fast I almost hit the fence at the edge of the property. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The seller was still there, but now he wasn't alone. Standing next to him was a tall, indistinct figure, like it was made of the shadows themselves. They stood there watching me until they disappeared from view when I turned onto the main road. I drove for miles without stopping, trying to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see something chasing me. When I finally reached the main road, I started to feel a little safer. I pulled into a gas station to catch my breath and try to process what had just happened. While leaning against my car, trying to steady my breathing, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The saw I had taken from the house was still on the passenger seat, but now it looked different. The blade, which had been clean before, was now covered in rust and what looked like dried blood. My first instinct was to throw it far away, but something stopped me. I picked up the saw carefully and examined the markings. They formed patterns, almost like symbols, simple yet ancient, like something you'd see in a ritual. My heart started pounding again, and an overwhelming sense of unease washed over me. How had this happened? I hadn't noticed anything strange while I was in the house, and now this was here, like it had changed during the drive. That's when I heard the noise. A faint clicking sound, like a nail tapping on glass, coming from inside the car. I turned around slowly to look at the back seat, and in that moment, it felt like the entire world stopped. There was a mark on the back window, a single straight line, like something or someone had scratched the glass from the inside. My body froze. I knew I'd driven alone, that there was no one else in the car with me. And yet, the weight of an unseen presence filled the air. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But when I opened them again, another line slowly etched itself onto the glass, as if an invisible nail was carving it in real time. My heart raced, and I dropped the saw on the ground without caring if anyone saw. I jumped back into the driver's seat and twisted the ignition so hard I hurt my hand. As I sped away from the gas station, the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror again, but I could feel it. A heavy, oppressive presence sitting in the back seat. My mind scrambled for solutions. Should I stop the car and run? Should I throw the tools out and hope it would end? None of it seemed like it would work. The road ahead stretched endlessly, with darkness closing in around the car. Then the radio suddenly turned on by itself, static blasting loudly from the speakers. My mind was teetering on the edge when, through the static, I heard a voice, the seller's voice. "Did you think you could escape?" The voice made my stomach churn. It was low, almost a whisper, but clear enough to chill me to the bone. "You took something you shouldn't have." The words slid through the static, like the sound itself was alive, vibrating with malice. I twisted the radio's knob, trying to turn it off, but nothing worked. The sound kept going, growing louder and louder, until I had to cover my ears with my hands while still trying to drive. Then suddenly, everything went silent. The radio stopped, and the only sounds were the hum of the engine and my own ragged breathing. But the silence was worse. It was the kind of silence that makes you feel like something is about to happen. I glanced at the passenger seat where the saw had fallen, but it was gone. My chest tightened, and for a moment, I thought I might be losing my mind. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something in the back seat. A dark figure, indistinct, sitting there as if it had been waiting patiently all along. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt in the middle of the road. Whipping around to look, I expected to see something. But the back seat was empty. My heart thundered in my chest, and I could barely catch my breath. Whatever was happening wasn't over. Something was toying with me, or worse, testing me. I knew I had to end it. The oppressive feeling of being watched, even in an empty space, was unbearable. I drove to a wooded area off the road, pulled over, and stepped out of the car. I searched for the saw frantically, looking everywhere in the back seat and on the ground. But it wasn't there. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. My mind raced in circles, desperate for answers, but none came. Then I noticed something. Marks on the ground, faint scratches leading from the side of the car into the forest. They were small, irregular, like claw marks. I knew I shouldn't, but I followed them. The trail led to a clearing, bathed in pale moonlight. In the center was a pile of old tools, arranged almost like an altar. At the top was the saw, its blade glinting with those strange, ritualistic markings. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. The air was heavy, and I felt a presence behind me. Slowly, I turned around. It was him, the seller. He stood at the edge of the clearing, his smile now even more distorted, as if it didn't belong to a human face. "You should have left it where it was," he said, his voice echoing unnaturally, reverberating through the clearing. That's when I realized this wasn't about the tools. It was about me. I tried to speak, but no words came out. He stepped closer, but it didn't feel like walking, more like the ground was pulling him forward. "You opened a door that should have stayed shut," he said calmly, his words cutting deeper than any scream. My legs felt rooted to the ground, and I couldn't move even as the shadows around us began to stir. They moved quickly, darting between the trees, closing in on the clearing. Suddenly, one of them brushed past me like an icy wind, and I fell to my knees, feeling as though I'd lost something, some part of myself. When I looked back up, the seller was even closer, his face no longer human. "Last chance," he said, and this time it wasn't an offer. It was a sentence. Desperate, I crawled to the pile of tools, my hands trembling as I reached for the saw. I placed it back on the pile, hoping it would end whatever nightmare I'd stumbled into. "There, I returned it. Let me go," I shouted, my voice cracking. For a moment, the air shifted. The tension eased slightly, and the shadows paused. The seller stepped back, and I thought it was over. But then he spoke again, and his words froze me in place. "It's not that simple. You've seen too much." The tools began to collapse into themselves, the pile falling apart as if pulled by an invisible force. A gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the moonlight, and the shadows surged forward again. When they finally receded, the seller was gone, and I was alone. I ran back to my car without looking back, jumped inside, and sped away into the night. Even now, years later, I can't fully explain what happened that night. But one thing is clear. That saw never should have left that house. Sometimes, I still feel a presence, like something followed me home. My advice? If you ever see an ad like that, do yourself a favor and ignore it. Once you step into that world, there's no way out. I was 21 at the time, in my second-to-last semester of college. I had just moved to a bigger city for an internship, and since my budget was tight, a bicycle seemed like the perfect way to save on transportation. I spent a few weeks searching, but all the good options were out of my price range. Then one night, while scrolling through online classifieds, I stumbled upon what looked like the deal of the year, a high-end mountain bike for less than half the price. The listing had just one blurry photo and a short description, but it was exactly the model I wanted. It felt too good to be true, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I messaged the seller right away. The guy responded quickly, almost as if he had been waiting for someone. He said the bike was in perfect condition, that he needed to sell it fast because he was moving, and that he was open to negotiation. The catch? He insisted we meet after 10 p.m. in a parking lot at an industrial park on the outskirts of the city. I hesitated, of course. It was a strange location and a strange time, but he played the "there are other buyers" card and said he couldn't hold it for long. My eagerness to close the deal got the better of me. I agreed to meet him that same night. Before leaving, I shared the location with a friend and joked, "If I don't come back, the bike guy kidnapped me." I laughed at the time, but that uneasy feeling in my gut didn't go away. I arrived at the location about 15 minutes early, still trying to convince myself I was overreacting. The industrial park was massive, with several warehouses and poorly lit streets. During the day, it was probably bustling, but at that hour, it was completely deserted. The only sounds were the wind brushing against the metal structures and the echo of my footsteps on the asphalt. I parked my car near a flickering streetlight and waited. About 10 minutes later, a white van pulled into the lot. It stopped about 30 yards from me, idling for a moment before shutting off its engine. The guy got out. He looked normal, worn jeans, a dark jacket, and a baseball cap, but something about him put me on edge. Maybe it was the way he scanned the area before walking toward me, like he was making sure we were alone. He opened the back doors of the van, and that's when I noticed something that made the whole situation even stranger. Inside the vehicle were at least 5 or 6 bikes, all different models, stacked carelessly on top of each other. Some still had chains and locks attached, as if they'd been ripped right off their racks. "This one's yours," he said, pulling out a mountain bike that matched the listing. But I couldn't stop staring at the other bikes. Something didn't add up. I casually asked if he owned a shop or something, but he just gave a quick, dismissive smile and said he had a side hustle. My throat went dry, and the thought that these bikes might be stolen weighed on my mind. Still, I decided to act normal. I just wanted to pay, grab the bike, and get out of there as quickly as possible. As he pulled the bike out of the van, I noticed something that made my stomach churn. In the back of the van, partially covered by a black tarp, were heavy chains and several loose padlocks. Not something you'd expect from someone just selling bikes. He caught me staring and froze for a moment, then flashed a weird smile. "It's for security," he said, gesturing toward the chains. "Keeps things from rolling around back there." The way he said it didn't convince me. I started sweating, feeling an overwhelming urge to come up with an excuse to leave. But he was already holding the bike toward me, almost like he was blocking my path to the car. "Want to take it for a spin? Test it out?" he asked, sounding like a regular salesman. I shook my head, trying to keep my voice steady, and said I didn't need to test it, that I just wanted to pay and leave. He shrugged, but instead of taking the cash I had ready, he started talking about the bike's technical details. It felt like he was stalling. My heart started pounding. I tried to appear calm, but my mind was screaming that something was very wrong. Then I heard it. A faint sound behind me. A dry click, like a car door closing coming from the shadows. My body tensed. The man turned his head toward the noise, then back to me, his expression no longer friendly. My first instinct was to turn around and look, but something stopped me. It felt like I just knew that turning my back would be a mistake. "Did you bring someone with you?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out shaky. He just shook his head slowly, that strange smile still fixed on his face. "No, it's just me. Maybe someone's here grabbing something from one of the warehouses," he said, but his calm tone didn't match the tension I felt in the air. I tried to glance discreetly over my shoulder, but the darkness seemed thicker than before. The noise had definitely come from close by. I was sure of that. My mind raced, searching for explanations, but none of them made me feel safe. "You know what?" I said, trying to sound decisive. "I think I'll keep looking at other listings. This bike is great, but it's not quite what I'm looking for." I took a step back, hoping to create some distance. His smile faded. "You came all the way out here for this?" "You're wasting my time," he said, his voice colder now, almost irritated. The unease that had been building inside me exploded into full-blown panic. He took a step toward me, still holding the bike, and at that moment, I knew I had to leave, even if it meant running. That's when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow move between 2 warehouses. It wasn't just someone walking. It was low, fast, almost like it was slinking. My body went into autopilot. Without thinking, I turned and walked quickly back to my car. I didn't run. It felt like running would provoke him. But every step felt heavier, like the asphalt was pulling me down. Behind me, I heard footsteps. Not his. They were lighter, faster, like someone running barefoot. My blood froze. I couldn't bring myself to look back. I reached the car and fumbled with my keys, dropping them in my panic. "Damn it!" I whispered, crouching to pick them up. That's when I felt it, a presence, so close it was suffocating. I grabbed the keys, stood up, and glanced toward the van. The man was standing there, but he wasn't alone anymore. A hunched figure, low to the ground with unnaturally long limbs, was creeping along the side of the van like a shadow that didn't belong. I jumped into the car and locked the doors, my hands trembling so badly that it took 2 tries to start the engine. When it finally roared to life, the creature was close enough for me to hear its labored, uneven breathing. I didn't hesitate. I slammed the gas pedal, tires screeching as I sped out of the lot. In the rearview mirror, I saw the man standing there, calmly waving like he knew I'd come back. The creature crouched next to him, its long limbs dragging on the ground like it was sniffing for something. My vision blurred with tears of fear, but I kept driving until I reached a well-lit street with people around. I pulled over, my heart racing, and sat there for what felt like hours, trying to calm down. The unsettling feeling stayed with me for days. At night, I started hearing noises outside my apartment, soft footsteps or scratching at the walls. One night, when I finally worked up the courage to peek through the curtain, I swear I saw that same hunched figure standing across the street, motionless. I flipped on the lights, but when I looked again, it was gone. It was like whatever had been in that parking lot had followed me home. I barely slept, jumping at every sound, convinced I was being watched. Things escalated when I found deep scratch marks on my front door, like someone, or something, had clawed at the wood. I put on extra locks and checked the building's security cameras, but nothing ever showed up. I was losing my mind. The final straw came when I woke up to a loud crash in my kitchen. I grabbed a knife and went to check, finding the window open even though I was sure I had locked it. On the floor beneath the window was a small piece of chain, just like the ones I'd seen in the van. That was it. I packed my things and moved out the next day with help from friends. I vowed never to do anything so impulsive again. Since I moved, things have been quiet, but I've never truly felt safe. I still glance over my shoulder, especially at night. I never saw that man or the creature again, but they haunt my dreams. I'll never know what really happened that night or what their plan was. Sharing this story here is my way of warning others. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. I just hope no one else falls into the same trap, and that those who do are as lucky as I was to get away. I was 22 at the time, studying psychology in the mornings and working part-time as a barista. But with my college tuition piling up and my shifts at the cafe barely covering expenses, I started looking for another job. I came across a simple online ad. Babysitter needed, $20 per hour. It didn't give much detail, but it seemed perfect for me. The schedule was flexible, and the homeowner assured me I'd only need to help with light tasks while the baby slept. Her voice on the phone was calm, almost sweet, and she seemed desperate to find someone quickly. Since the address wasn't far, I accepted the job without a second thought. I arrived at the house on a Friday afternoon. It was a big, old house, the kind with peeling white paint and wooden-framed windows. The curtains were drawn, giving the place a stuffy, closed-off vibe, but I figured it was just poor upkeep. The homeowner opened the door with a smile. She looked about 60, with gray hair tied in a messy bun and round glasses that gave her a grandmotherly appearance. But something about her didn't sit right. The smile didn't reach her eyes, and her posture was too stiff. Still, I stepped inside. She called me sweetie and began showing me around. That's when I started noticing things that didn't add up. The first thing that unsettled me was the silence. The house was huge, but it was eerily quiet. No baby crying, no sound of toys, nothing. The walls were too clean, no photos or anything that made the place feel like a home. When she took me to the living room, I noticed something else. There weren't any baby items in sight. No crib, no toys, no bottles. I thought it was strange, but tried to brush it off. Maybe the baby was in another room, or maybe she was just super tidy and didn't like clutter. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woman kept talking nonstop, as if trying to distract me, but I was becoming more focused on the details. She led me to the kitchen and asked me to wash some dishes while she checked on the baby. That's when I realized something else strange. My bag, with my phone in it, was still near the front door. I asked if I could grab it, but she insisted, in a tone colder than before, that I finish what I was doing first. The uneasy feeling started to grow, but I didn't want to come across as rude, so I did as she asked. After a few minutes, she returned, but she didn't mention the baby. Instead, she started showing me other rooms one by one. Most of the bedrooms were empty, with furniture covered in sheets as if no one had lived there for years. Every door I opened felt like it was inviting my discomfort. And when we reached the hallway at the back, I noticed something that made my heart race. One of the doors was locked. I couldn't help myself. Curiosity made me ask, "What's in there?" The woman hesitated for a moment, but quickly forced a smile and said it was just a storage room with old junk, nothing interesting. She rushed me along, but something about that door left me suspicious. It was a heavy door, different from the others, with scratch marks near the bottom, as if something or someone had tried to get out. My stomach churned, but I kept following her, trying not to show my unease. The last thing I wanted was to seem paranoid or ungrateful, but deep down, I knew something was very wrong. When the tour ended, she left me alone in the living room, saying she'd be back in a few minutes. I took the chance to grab my bag and check my phone. That's when I noticed something even stranger. The signal was gone. No bars, nothing. No Wi-Fi, no service. I started walking around the house, trying to find a signal, but it was useless. When I looked out the front window, I noticed her car was no longer in the driveway. She had left without telling me. The discomfort turned into full-blown panic. My instincts told me to leave immediately, but something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the thought of not wanting to seem ungrateful. Maybe it was the curiosity growing stronger by the second. But mostly, it was that locked door. I needed to know what was inside. After a few minutes of pacing around and trying to stay calm, I decided I couldn't ignore that door anymore. I grabbed my bag and went back to the hallway. I didn't have any excuse to be snooping around, but my curiosity was stronger than my fear. I tested the doorknob just to confirm it was locked, and it was. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it in the silence of the house. That's when I noticed something. There was a key hanging on a hook near the door. I hadn't seen it before, or maybe I'd been too distracted trying to act normal in front of her. With trembling hands, I grabbed the key and inserted it into the lock. When the door finally opened, the smell hit me first. It was heavy, sour, and made my stomach churn. I flipped on the light, and to my horror, the storage room was nothing of the sort. It was a small, cramped space with old mattresses scattered on the floor and what looked like a steel cabinet in the corner, wrapped in chains. The walls were scratched, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. My body froze, but my mind was racing. What kind of place was this? And, more importantly, why had she lied about the baby? That's when I heard a noise. A soft click coming from the front of the house. The front door had been locked. The sound of the door locking made my throat go dry. I ran down the hallway back to the living room, trying not to make any noise. When I looked out the window, there she was, standing on the porch, staring inside. But now, that fake smile was gone. Instead, her eyes were cold and calculating. She raised her hand, showing me the key to the front door, and slipped it into her pocket, as if to make it clear that I wasn't going anywhere. My heart was racing, and I started thinking of every way I could escape, but nothing seemed possible. The house was old and full of locks, and my phone was useless with no signal. I tried to stay calm. I decided my only way out was to confront her directly. I opened the door to the living room that led to the hallway and asked, in the firmest voice I could muster, "What's going on here?" She stared at me for a few seconds, silent, before finally responding. "You shouldn't have gone where you weren't supposed to, sweetie." The way she said sweetie this time was almost venomous. A chill ran down my spine. Without another word, she stepped inside, locking the door behind her. I was trapped, with no idea what to do, but I knew one thing. I needed to get out before something worse happened. I backed away as she slowly advanced, her eyes fixed on me like she already knew I had no way out. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying not to let the panic seep into my voice. She stopped in the middle of the room, tilted her head slightly, and answered with an unsettling calm. "You ruined everything. Now we'll have to fix it another way." Her words echoed in my head, and that's when I saw what she was holding. A kitchen knife, small but sharp. My instincts screamed at me not to stick around to find out what she meant by "fix it." I bolted down the hallway, aiming for the back door, but the hallway seemed longer than before, like it was stretching. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. I finally reached the back door, but it was locked too. I yanked on the handle desperately, trying to force it open as I heard her footsteps coming closer. Each step was slow, deliberate, the sound of her shoes on the wooden floor hammering in my ears. I needed a plan, fast. Then I remembered the window in the kitchen. It might be my only shot. Without a second thought, I ran to the kitchen. My body was acting on pure instinct, as if my brain knew every second mattered. The window was small, but it looked wide enough for me to squeeze through. I pulled on the latch, but it was stuck. I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack when I heard her voice from the hallway. "It's no use. You're not getting out." The calm in her voice was even more terrifying than if she had shouted. It was like she already knew she had won. Ignoring her, I used all my strength to force the window. After a few tries, the latch finally gave, and I managed to push it open. As I was about to climb onto the sink and escape through the window, I heard a heavy noise behind me. When I turned, there she was, standing in the kitchen doorway, clutching the knife so tightly her knuckles were white. "You ruined everything," she said, her voice more frustrated than angry. A shiver ran down my spine, but adrenaline took over. Without thinking, I grabbed the first thing I could find on the counter, a cast iron pan, and held it in my trembling hands. "Stay away from me," I shouted, and for the first time, she hesitated. That was my chance. In one quick motion, I threw the pan at her and turned to climb out the window. The pan hit her on the side, making her stumble for a moment, but it was enough time for me to climb out of the window. My body was so full of adrenaline, I didn't even feel the glass scratching my leg as I crawled over the ledge and landed on the dirt outside. As soon as I hit the ground, I heard heavy footsteps coming from inside the house. She was coming after me. There was no time to think. I ran as fast as I could, not even looking back, darting across the dark yard and into the forest that surrounded the house. The trees were so close together it was hard to move, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I ran until my legs couldn't carry me anymore, tripping over roots and branches that seemed to grab at me. Finally, I saw something in the distance that looked like a road. My hope surged, and I pushed myself forward, feeling the cold wind sting my face. When I reached the road, I turned to look back, but I didn't see her. The house was no longer in sight, but I still felt like I was being watched. Without hesitation, I started walking along the road, hoping to find a car or a house. After about 10 minutes, I saw headlights in the distance. It was a truck. I jumped into the middle of the road, waving frantically. The driver slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and asked what was going on. My words came out shaky, but I managed to explain the basics. He helped me into the cab and took me to the nearest police station. At the station, the officers listened to my story with mixed expressions of disbelief and concern. I was shaking, my clothes torn and covered in dirt, but I managed to recount everything. When I mentioned the locked room and what I saw inside, one of the officers' faces grew more serious. They promised to investigate and drove me home after filing the report. I didn't sleep that night, replaying every detail in my mind, trying to make sense of what had happened. Who was that woman? Why had she lured me to that house? And most importantly, what was in that chained cabinet? 2 days later, I got a call from the sheriff. They had gone to the house, but the woman was gone. The house was completely empty, with no furniture or signs that anyone had lived there recently. What gave me chills was what he said next. "We found the room you mentioned, but the cabinet, it was empty. The chains were on the floor, broken." To this day, I don't know what really happened in that house, but I do know one thing. I'll never answer a job ad without thoroughly checking the details again. Sometimes, curiosity can lead you into dangers you can't even imagine.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The Kennecott copper mine in Alaska was hiring safety inspectors at double the usual rate, and nobody in town would tell me why. I'd just turned 26 that October of 2008, barely scraping by after mining school left me buried in debt, and my engineering degree wasn't worth much with the economy in free fall. The recruiter, Vernon, had this glass eye that wandered while his good one stayed locked on you, and he kept mentioning how remote the location was, repeating it like a warning dressed up as small talk. He pushed a contract across the desk with his fingertips, never quite touching the paper for more than a second, and told me I'd need to stay minimum 6 months. No exceptions, no matter what I heard or saw. The pay was enough to clear my loans and then some, enough to finally move out of my parents' basement, where I'd been camping out since graduation. Vernon's good eye twitched when I signed, and he muttered something about hoping I was different from the others. The mining town clung to the mountainside like something that didn't want to be there. All rust-stained buildings and crooked walkways that creaked under your weight. My first morning, I watched the work crews heading into the tunnels and noticed how they moved in tight formations, shoulders almost touching, nobody walking more than an arm's length from the next man. Craig, my assigned roommate, was this thick-armed drill operator who obsessively organized baseball cards by year and player stats, creating these elaborate spreadsheets that covered our kitchen table. He chewed tobacco constantly, spitting into old soup cans he lined up on the windowsill, and he had this habit of counting the miners as they entered the tunnels each morning, then counting again when they came out for lunch, and again at shift end. When I asked about the counting, he just said management didn't always keep accurate records, and somebody had to make sure everyone who went in came back out. On my third day, they assigned me to inspect Tunnel 7 with 2 veteran miners, Frank and Eduardo. Frank had been there 11 years, which apparently made him something of a miracle according to the others, and he had this peculiar way of tapping the tunnel walls every few feet with a ball-peen hammer he carried everywhere. Not for structural integrity, he explained, but to let anyone or anything in the deeper shafts know we were coming through. Eduardo, younger but still weathered from 5 years underground, kept adjusting the brightness on his headlamp obsessively, clicking it high to low to high again in patterns that seemed deliberate. They wouldn't let me walk between them, insisting I stay at the back where they could both see me. And every time we passed one of the older tunnel entrances that had been sealed with concrete, they'd go completely silent until we were at least 50 feet past it. The sealed tunnels were everywhere once you got deep enough into the mountain, these concrete slabs with dates stenciled on them going back to the 1960s. Some had official hazard signs, but others just had numbers and initials, no explanation for why they'd been closed off. I found a logbook in the safety office from 1987 that mentioned structural instabilities in sections that were nowhere near fault lines or weak rock formations. The pages for September through November of that year had been torn out, leaving just the ragged edges in the binding. When I brought it to my supervisor, a sweaty man named Briggs, who always wore the same flannel shirt, He took the book and said he'd look into it. I never saw that logbook again, but I started keeping my own notes in a personal journal I hid inside my mattress lining. The thing that really set everything in motion happened on a Wednesday morning, when the temperature dropped to -15. I was reviewing equipment manifests in the office when Craig burst through the door, his face the color of old newspaper, tobacco juice dribbling down his chin forgotten. He grabbed my shoulders hard enough to leave bruises and kept repeating that Tommy Fitzgerald's crew hadn't come up. They'd gone into Tunnel 4 at 6 that morning for routine copper vein assessment, just 3 guys with standard gear, and it was now past noon. The elevator operator, an old Vietnamese guy named Duck who wore his wife's rosary around his neck, swore he never brought them back up. But here's what made my skin prickle. Their names had been crossed off the morning roster like they'd already completed their shift, and the handwriting looked exactly like Tommy's, down to the way he curved his T's. We organized a search party immediately, though I noticed how the veteran miners kept finding excuses to delay. Someone's equipment wasn't working right. Another needed to file paperwork first. A third suddenly remembered an urgent medical appointment. Finally, it was just me, Craig, Frank, and 2 younger guys named Bradley and Kevin, who'd only been there 3 months. The elevator ride down felt like descending into a throat, the cables groaning in ways I'd never heard before. When we reached Tunnel 4, we found Tommy's crew's equipment scattered near the entrance, their helmets arranged in a perfect triangle on the ground, headlamps still on and burning, pointing inward at each other. Their tools were there too, but twisted into shapes that made no sense. Drill bits bent into spirals, pickaxes with handles wrapped around their own heads like metal snakes. Frank grabbed my arm before I could touch anything, his fingers digging in hard enough that I felt it through my jacket. He pointed at the ground where I was about to step. There were scratches in the rock, deep gouges that formed words. They make us dig ourselves out. The letters were jagged, desperate, carved by fingernails judging by the blood dried in the grooves. Bradley started hyperventilating, that gasping wheeze echoing off the tunnel walls, while Kevin backed toward the elevator saying he needed to report this to management immediately. But Craig blocked his path, explaining in this deadly calm voice that management already knew, had always known, and reporting it would just make us the next crew that didn't come back up. That's when we heard it, a rhythmic scraping from deeper in the tunnel, metal on stone, keeping perfect time like a metronome. The sound pulled at something primitive in my brain, every instinct screaming to run, but Frank was already moving toward it with that hammer of his raised. We followed because the alternative was splitting up, and even the 3-month rookies knew that was a death sentence in these tunnels. About 200 feet in, the main shaft opened into a cavity that wasn't on any map I'd studied. The walls were too smooth, too perfectly circular, like something had bored through the rock with incredible heat. And there, in the center, we found Tommy Fitzgerald. He was alone, standing with his back to us, making that scraping sound with what was left of a shovel. His clothes were shredded, hanging in strips, and his skin underneath was covered in what looked like chemical burns, these perfect circles the size of quarters all over his arms and neck. When Frank called his name, Tommy turned around and his eyes were gone. Not gouged out, but filled with this milky substance that had hardened like concrete. Tommy's mouth opened and closed like he was trying to speak, but only this wet clicking came out, like bones breaking underwater. He kept scraping that shovel against the wall in the same pattern, and I realized he was writing something, the same 5 numbers over and over, 31, 7, 85, 2, 19. Craig recognized it first, went pale as winter ash, and whispered that those were employee ID numbers of miners who'd disappeared back in 1994. Tommy's hands never stopped moving, even though the flesh was worn down to visible bone on his fingers. The shovel handle fused to his palms somehow, melted into the skin like plastic. Behind him, further in that impossible cavity, we could see the others from his crew, or what was left of them. They were partially embedded in the walls, their bodies twisted at angles that broke every law of anatomy, faces pressed into the rock but still breathing, their chests rising and falling in unison. Bradley lost it completely, started screaming about how this wasn't possible, how none of this could be real. and that's when the light started failing. Not all at once, but in sequence, like something was moving toward us from the deeper parts of the tunnel, extinguishing each light source as it approached. Frank shoved us all back toward the main shaft, practically carrying Bradley, who'd gone limp with terror. But Tommy followed us, still scraping that shovel, leaving a trail of blood and something else. This clear, viscous fluid that smelled like hot copper and antiseptic. Kevin slipped in it, went down hard, and when Craig pulled him up, we saw that the fluid had eaten through his pants, leaving these same perfect circular burns on his legs. The elevator was still there, thank God, but Duke was gone, just his rosary lying on the control panel. The beads partially melted into the metal. Frank knew how to operate the elevator from his years there, his hands steady even while the rest of us were falling apart. As we rose, that scraping sound followed us up the shaft, echoing from below, getting closer even though that should have been impossible with how fast we were ascending. The elevator suddenly lurched to a stop between levels, cables groaning like they were being pulled from below. Through the cage floor, we could see Tommy climbing up the shaft walls, his broken fingers somehow finding purchase on the smooth metal, that shovel still fused to one hand, and carving grooves as he climbed. The emergency phone in the elevator was dead, just this thick static that sounded almost like breathing. Craig started kicking at the emergency hatch, managed to get it open, and we climbed out onto the top of the elevator cage, then up the emergency ladder bolted to the shaft wall. My arms burned, muscles screaming. But the alternative was whatever Tommy had become reaching us. We made it to the surface just as the sun was setting, bursting out of the auxiliary exit like we were being born again. But the camp was empty, completely, utterly empty. Every building door stood open, papers blowing in the wind, vehicles still running with doors ajar. In the main office, we found the staff roster, and every single name had been crossed out in that same handwriting, including ours, with times of death listed as 14:33, 20 minutes before we'd even gone down to search. Craig grabbed the satellite phone to call for evacuation, but the only response was a recorded message from corporate saying the Kennecott facility had been permanently closed due to a catastrophic equipment failure, dated 3 days ago. We took the only working truck and drove 14 hours straight to Anchorage, nobody saying a word the entire time, afraid that acknowledging what happened would somehow make it follow us. The moment we reached Anchorage, Frank drove straight to the state police station, but when we tried to file a report, the officer pulled up the Kennecott mine on his computer and showed us a news article from a week earlier. According to the article, the mine had been closed for renovation since August. No workers on site, completely shut down for safety upgrades. Our names weren't in any employee database, our contracts didn't exist, and when Craig called his wife from the station phone, she said he'd been home all week recovering from the flu. But we still had Kevin's legs covered in those circular burns. We still had my journal with dates and entries, and we still had the dirt under our fingernails from climbing that shaft. The officer took one look at Kevin's wounds, made a phone call, and within an hour, men in suits arrived. Not FBI or police, but something else, no badges, just clipboards and medical equipment. They separated us for questioning, kept us in different rooms for 18 hours, asking the same questions about gas leaks and hallucinations, and whether we'd been exposed to any chemicals. Eventually, they had us sign papers, non-disclosure agreements, medical waivers, documents admitting we'd trespassed on private property and suffered from group psychosis brought on by carbon monoxide exposure. The alternative, they made clear without saying it directly, was disappearing like Tommy's crew. We took the settlement money, enough to keep us quiet and comfortable, and we scattered. Craig moved to Florida. Frank went to Montana. Bradley checked himself into psychiatric care, and Kevin just vanished one day, left everything behind. I ended up in Oregon, working construction, trying to pretend those 3 weeks at Kennecott never happened. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that rhythmic scraping sound in my walls, and I find myself checking my arms for circular burns that haven't appeared yet. I know the others hear it too because we have a group text, no words, just a check-in every Sunday at 14:33. So far, everyone still responds. so far. The storage room in our forensic lab basement has always given everyone the creeps. But last Saturday, I finally understood why. I'm 28, been working as a forensic anthropology grad student here in Juneau for about 6 months now, cataloging unidentified remains for the state medical examiner's office. Most days it's just measuring bones, entering data into spreadsheets, comparing dental records to missing persons reports that go back decades. The pay covers my rent in this cramped apartment complex downtown, gives me material for my dissertation, and usually doesn't involve anything more disturbing than skeletal fragments and faded paperwork. But that morning, I'd volunteered to organize the pre-1950 case files that had been shoved into corners and forgotten since a flood damaged half our archives in the 70s. Nobody wanted to deal with the water-stained pages and illegible handwriting, so the boxes just sat there, growing mold and collecting dust. Armed with latex gloves, a surgical mask, and enough coffee to fuel a small aircraft, I descended into that narrow, mildew-scented room where the overhead fluorescents buzz and flicker like dying insects. The plan was simple: photograph what I could salvage, transcribe the readable portions, and toss anything too damaged to preserve. Around noon, while moving a rusted filing cabinet to reach boxes wedged behind it, I discovered a manila folder that had fallen between the cabinet and the wall, probably decades ago. The cover had mouse droppings and a thick layer of dust, but I could still make out the faded ink label, M. Thill, 1930, unresolved. Inside were brittle photographs, typed witness statements on yellowing paper, and something that made me set down my coffee with trembling fingers. A hand-drawn map of hiking trails near Juneau, covered in X marks, each annotated with dates ranging from 1930 to 1978, and initials that didn't match any investigator I'd ever heard of in our department. The photographs showed a young woman with dark hair pinned in that distinct 1920s wave style, wearing a wool hiking skirt and boots, smiling at the camera with this genuine warmth that made her seem alive even through the aged paper. Mary Thill, according to the case notes, 22 years old, elementary school teacher, disappeared during a solo hike on a trail that locals still use today. The official report described how searchers found her belongings folded with almost obsessive precision beside the trail, her jacket arranged in a perfect square, her boots placed parallel with the laces tucked inside, her rucksack emptied, and its contents organized by size. No signs of struggle, no blood, no torn clothing. Just her things, arranged like some kind of meticulous display, and Mary herself vanished into the Alaskan wilderness. The investigating officer, a Lieutenant James Brennan, noted that the scene looked staged with deliberate care, and mentioned interviewing a trapper named Silas Holbrook, who claimed to have seen Mary talking to someone near the trailhead, though he couldn't describe the person beyond saying they wore city clothes. But it was the map that really got under my skin, because those X marks weren't random. They formed a pattern along specific elevations, all between 800 and 1,200 feet, all within a 3-mile radius of where Mary's belongings were found. Next to each X were initials and dates: EP 1933, LM 1941, DK 1955, and so on, the most recent being AJ 1978. I cross-referenced those dates with our missing persons database on my laptop, my fingers getting clumsy as I typed, and found something that made the basement suddenly feel 10 degrees colder. Every single date corresponded to a missing hiker in the Juneau area. Not just any hikers, but specifically women between the ages of 20 and 30, all described as hiking alone, all whose belongings were found neatly arranged, but whose bodies never surfaced. 48 years of disappearances, documented on a map hidden in Mary Thill's file, drawn by someone who knew about these cases before some of them were even reported to the police. I should have taken the file straight to my supervisor, should have logged it as evidence and let the proper channels handle it. But something made me dig deeper into that box behind the filing cabinet. Underneath layers of water-damaged reports, I found a leather journal, the kind with a strap closure that had rotted away years ago. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with neat handwriting and fountain pen ink. The first entry was dated May 1930, signed by Silas Holbrook, the same trapper who'd been interviewed about Mary Thill. My mouth went dry as I read his entries, each one describing in clinical detail his observations of female hikers on the trails. Their routines, their habits, which ones hiked alone, what time they typically started, where they rested. He wrote about Mary Thill for 3 weeks before her disappearance, noting that she hiked every Sunday after church, always took the same trail, always stopped at the same spot to eat lunch, a clearing with a view of the valley, approximately 1,000 feet elevation. The journal entries continued for decades, the handwriting changing slightly as Holbrook aged, but the obsessive documentation never stopped. He described his collection process in euphemistic terms that made bile rise in my throat, how he would preserve certain hikers who met his criteria, how he would arrange their belongings as a memorial to their beauty, how he would take them to his private sanctuary in the mountains. In 1978, the entries abruptly stopped mid-sentence, the pen apparently dropped while still writing. I flipped through the remaining blank pages and found a folded piece of newspaper tucked into the back cover, an obituary for Silas Holbrook, dated September 1978, describing him as a respected outdoorsman and guide who died of a heart attack at age 73, survived by his grandson Michael Holbrook, who had recently returned to Juneau after college to take over his grandfather's guide business. My laptop screen had gone dark from inactivity, and in the black reflection, I saw movement behind me. I spun around so fast I knocked over my thermos, coffee spreading across the concrete floor, but the doorway was empty. The fluorescent light above me flickered and hummed, casting shifting shadows in the corners of the room. I grabbed my phone to check the time, 3:47 p.m., and noticed I had no signal down in the basement, which wasn't unusual, but suddenly felt threatening. I started photographing the journal pages with shaking hands, the camera flash illuminating the cramped space in harsh bursts. Each flash seemed to make the shadows jump and dance, and I kept hearing sounds from the hallway, footsteps maybe, or just the old building settling. I told myself I was being paranoid, that reading about a serial killer's diary would make anyone jumpy. But then I heard the distinct sound of the stairwell door opening 1 floor above me. The footsteps were deliberate and measured, work boots on concrete descending toward the basement. We didn't have weekend security, and I hadn't seen any other cars in the parking lot when I'd arrived that morning. The steps paused at the basement door, and I heard the handle turn slowly, metal grinding against metal. I shoved the journal and map into my backpack, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The door opened, and a man stepped into the hallway. Tall, probably mid-50s, wearing a Forest Service uniform that looked authentic but somehow wrong, like it had been kept in storage for too long. He had pale gray eyes and the kind of weathered face you see on people who spend their lives outdoors. When he smiled, it was the practiced smile of someone who'd learned to mimic human warmth without feeling it. "You must be the new researcher," he said, his voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. "I'm Michael Holbrook. My company maintains the trails around here, and we work closely with the medical examiner's office on recovery operations. I heard someone was finally going through the old files." He walked into the storage room without invitation, his boots leaving wet prints on the floor even though it hadn't been raining. The smell hit me then, pine sap and something underneath it, something chemical and sharp like formaldehyde. He stood between me and the door, scanning the boxes and files I'd been sorting, his eyes lingering on the empty space behind the filing cabinet where I'd found the journal. "Found anything interesting?" he asked, moving closer, and I could see dirt under his fingernails, the kind that gets embedded so deep it becomes part of the skin. I managed to stammer something about water damage and illegible records, my backpack feeling impossibly heavy on my shoulder. He reached past me to pick up one of the photographs from Mary Thill's file that I'd left on the table, holding it with a reverence that made my stomach turn. "My grandfather knew her," he said quietly. "Told me stories about all the hikers from back then. Said the mountain takes who it wants, and we shouldn't question its choices." I tried to edge toward the door, but he shifted his weight subtly, still blocking the path. The thing about these old cases, he continued, setting down the photograph with deliberate care, is that people today don't understand how different things were back then. No GPS, no cell phones, no emergency beacons. A person could vanish and it wouldn't be anybody's fault, just nature taking its course. His fingers traced the edge of the table, leaving a faint streak of dirt. My grandfather taught me everything about these trails. Every hidden path, every cave, every place where the earth opens up and swallows what it's given. He had his special spots, places he'd take people who really wanted to understand the wilderness. The way he emphasized special spots made my skin prickle with goosebumps. He passed that knowledge to me before he died. Family legacy, you could say. Michael pulled out his phone and showed me a photo. Him standing with a group of young women in hiking gear, all smiling at the camera, dated just last month. I run guided tours now, very popular with tourists, especially solo female travelers looking for an authentic Alaskan experience. The storage room felt smaller, with each passing second, the walls pressing in, the fluorescent light casting his shadow across the doorway like a physical barrier. I forced myself to look at the photo on his phone, memorizing the faces of those women, wondering if they all made it home safely. "That's nice," I managed to say, my voice cracking. I should probably get going, though. Lost track of time down here. I started gathering random papers, shoving them into a box, trying to look busy and normal, while every instinct screamed at me to run. Michael didn't move. "You know what's funny?" he said, pulling out a worn leather wallet from his pocket. "My grandfather kept detailed records too. Guest logs, trail reports, that sort of thing. Very thorough man." He opened the wallet and pulled out a small folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. He even kept a list of researchers who showed too much interest in certain cases. Updated it right until the day he died. He unfolded the paper slowly, and I caught a glimpse of names written in that same fountain pen ink I'd seen in the journal. Before he could say anything else, we heard voices from upstairs, multiple people laughing and talking loudly. The weekend cleaning crew, I realized with overwhelming relief, their cartwheels squeaking as they rolled down the hallway above us. Michael's expression shifted, the mask of friendliness cracking for just a moment to reveal something cold and calculating underneath. He folded the paper and put it back in his wallet, then stepped aside from the doorway. "Looks like you have company," he said, his tone light but his eyes never leaving mine. "I should let you get back to work. But hey, if you ever want to see those trails Mary Thill hiked, I'd be happy to show you. I know exactly where they found her things. My grandfather showed me the spot when I was 12, said it was important to remember." He reached into his pocket and placed a business card on the table, his muddy fingers leaving a smear across the white cardstock. "Think about it. Some places in Alaska, you really need a guide who knows the family history." He walked out then, his footsteps echoing up the stairs, and I stood there clutching my backpack, the journal and map pressed against my ribs through the fabric. I waited until I heard the cleaning crew directly outside the basement door before I bolted up the stairs, nodding at them as casually as I could manage while my legs shook beneath me. In the parking lot, Michael's truck was gone, but fresh tire tracks in the mud showed he'd circled the building twice before leaving. I drove straight to the Juneau Police Department, my hands trembling on the steering wheel, checking my mirrors constantly for any sign of that truck. The detective on duty, a woman named Grace Navarro, listened to my story with increasing concern, especially when I showed her the photos I'd taken of the journal. Within an hour, they had a team at the storage facility collecting everything from that basement room. Grace told me they'd been investigating a series of missing hikers from the past 5 years. All women, all solo travelers who'd taken guided tours before disappearing on subsequent solo hikes. The guide company's name on the permits? Holbrook Wilderness Adventures. They'd never had enough evidence to get a warrant, but the journal changed everything. They arrested Michael Holbrook 3 days later at his cabin 40 miles outside Juneau, a place accessible only by helicopter or a hidden trail his grandfather had carved through the mountains in the 1940s. The search team found personal items from 17 women in an underground storage space beneath the cabin: jewelry, driver's licenses, hiking boots, all meticulously cataloged with dates and initials matching missing persons reports going back to 1979, the year after Silas died. They also found human remains preserved in industrial freezers, though I was told those details would be kept from the public during the trial. Michael had continued his grandfather's work for 46 years, selecting victims from his tours, studying their habits, then intercepting them on solo hikes months later when no one would connect him to their disappearances. The prosecutors said the journal was the key evidence that broke the case. Without it, they might never have understood the full scope of what the Holbrooks had done. As for Mary Thill and the others from Silas's era, search teams are still combing those mountain trails, using ground-penetrating radar around the elevations marked on that map. They found 4 burial sites so far, and they keep searching. I finished my work in Juneau and moved back to Washington last month, but I still wake up sometimes thinking about Michael's gray eyes and that practiced smile, wondering how many people saw it and trusted him right before they vanished into his grandfather's special places. The fall of '71 found me working for a small logging outfit about 40 miles outside of Haines, up where the spruce gets so thick you can barely see 10 feet ahead. I was 32 then, had been running chainsaws since I was 16, and thought I'd seen everything those woods had to offer. My crew consisted of just 4 guys: myself, old Walter who'd been cutting timber since before I was born, a kid named Danny fresh out of high school, and our foreman Steve, who mostly handled the equipment and paperwork. We'd set up camp at the mouth of this valley the locals called Silent Valley, though none of us paid much attention to the name at first. The job was supposed to be straightforward: clear about 20 acres of mature spruce for a new access road the state wanted to put through. Good money, decent weather for September, and we figured we'd be done in 3 weeks tops. The first few days went smooth as butter. Nothing out of the ordinary except maybe how quiet it was up there. Now I'd worked plenty of remote sites, but this valley had a peculiar quality to it, the kind of quiet that makes you notice your own breathing. Walter mentioned it on day 3, said in all his years he'd never heard a forest so empty of bird calls, so absent of the usual rustling and chittering you get from squirrels and such. But we had a job to do, and quiet woods meant less distraction, so we kept at it. Our routine was simple: up at 5, breakfast over the camp stove, then into the valley by 6 to start cutting. We'd work until about 4 in the afternoon, then head back to camp for dinner and cards. The company had given us a 2-way radio for emergencies, but the mountains blocked most signals, so we were pretty much on our own out there. It was on the 5th night that I first heard them, the voices. I'd turned in early, around 9, worn out from wrestling with a particularly stubborn old-growth spruce that had taken half the day to bring down. The others were still playing poker in Walter's tent, their laughter drifting through the thin canvas walls. I was just starting to drift off when I heard what sounded like someone talking, way off in the valley. Not shouting or calling out, just regular conversation, like 2 people walking and chatting. The weird part was how clear it sounded despite the distance. Every few seconds I'd catch a word or two, though never enough to make out what was being said. I lay there for maybe 20 minutes, straining to hear better, trying to convince myself it was just the wind playing tricks or maybe sounds carrying from another logging camp. But there weren't any other operations within 15 miles of us, and the wind had been dead still all day. The next morning at breakfast, I asked the others if they'd heard anything strange during the night. Danny just shrugged and shoveled more beans onto his plate, but Walter gave me this long look over his coffee cup. Steve said he thought he'd heard something around midnight when he'd stepped out to take a leak. Sounded like people having a conversation somewhere up the valley. He'd figured maybe some hunters had wandered through, though hunting season wasn't for another month, and we hadn't seen any tracks besides our own. Walter finally spoke up. Said he'd been hearing things for the past 2 nights but hadn't wanted to spook anyone. Voices, he said. Sometimes just one, sometimes several. Always coming from deeper in the valley where we hadn't cut yet. The strangest thing was how they seemed to echo off the mountains in ways that didn't make sense. like the sound was bouncing off walls that weren't there. We tried to joke about it that morning, Danny saying maybe it was Bigfoot having a family reunion, but nobody really laughed. When we headed into the valley for work, we all noticed how our chainsaws seemed louder than usual, like the sound had nothing to compete with. No birds, no insects, not even the usual rustle of small animals fleeing from our approach. Just our saws and the crash of falling timber. Around noon, I was working a section about 100 yards from the others when my saw died, just cut out completely. In the sudden silence, I heard them again, the voices. This time they were clearer, and I could swear they were speaking English, but the words kept slipping away from understanding, like trying to remember a dream right after waking. They seemed to be coming from 3 different directions at once, which made no damn sense given the shape of the valley. I yanked the pull cord, got my saw running again, and worked the rest of the day with my jaw clenched tight. That night, none of us wanted to admit we were spooked, but we all stayed up later than usual, sitting around the fire instead of heading to our tents. Steve had tried the radio earlier, hoping to reach the company office, but all we got was static with these weird pulses in it, almost rhythmic. Walter told us he'd worked this area back in '58 with a different crew, and they'd abandoned a job about 10 miles north after 2 weeks. Wouldn't say why exactly, just that the forest up here could play tricks on you, make you hear things that weren't there, or maybe were there but shouldn't be. He said one of the guys from that crew, a Tlingit fellow named Joseph, had told him the old-timers avoided these valleys, said the mountains held sounds from long ago, conversations from people who'd passed through decades or even centuries back. I wanted to call bullshit on that, but sitting there with the firelight barely pushing back the dark and those voices still echoing in my memory, I kept my mouth shut. The 7th night changed everything. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of my own name being called, not shouted, not whispered, just spoken plain as day, like someone standing right outside my tent was trying to get my attention. Tom, it said, then again, Tom. The voice was familiar but wrong somehow, like hearing a recording of yourself played at the wrong speed. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent flap, ready to give whoever was messing with me a piece of my mind. But there was nobody there. The beam of my flashlight cut through empty air, showing nothing but the other tents and the dark line of trees beyond our camp. Then I heard it from the opposite direction. My name again. Same voice, same calm tone. I spun around, and that's when I saw Walter standing outside his tent, flashlight in hand, looking just as confused as I felt. "You hear that?" he asked, and before I could answer, we both heard Danny's voice, clear as anything, coming from the valley. Except Danny was in his tent. We could see the shape of him through the canvas sitting up in his sleeping bag. Steve came stumbling out of his tent, asking what the hell was going on, and that's when things got truly weird. We heard Steve's voice too, coming from the tree line, asking the same question he'd just asked, but with this hollow quality to it, like an echo that came before the original sound. We stood there in our underwear and boots, 4 grown men scared stupid, listening to our own voices having conversations we weren't having, coming from places we weren't standing. The worst part was when we heard Walter's voice from deep in the valley say something none of us had said yet. We should leave. Pack up right now and leave. The real Walter just stood there, mouth hanging open, because those were the exact words he'd been about to say. I could see it in his face. We did pack up some of our gear that night, threw it in the truck ready to bolt at first light. But Danny, trying to be brave or maybe just stupid, convinced us to stay, said we'd never live it down if we ran from some weird echo phenomenon, probably caused by temperature inversions or some scientific thing we didn't understand. The next morning, day 8, Walter was gone. His tent was still zipped from the inside, sleeping bag laid out neat like he'd just stepped out for a minute, but his boots were missing, and so was he. We found his tracks heading into the valley, steady and purposeful, not like someone stumbling around in the dark. We followed them for about a quarter mile before they just stopped, not disappeared gradually or got confused with other tracks. They just ended mid-stride, in a patch of soft earth between two massive spruces. Steve tried the radio again, managed to get a crackling connection to report Walter missing, but the static was so bad he wasn't sure if anyone heard him. We spent the whole morning searching, calling Walter's name until our throats were raw, but the only answer we got was our own voices bouncing back from directions that made no geometric sense. Around noon, Danny found Walter's chainsaw about 300 yards from where the tracks ended, sitting upright against a tree like someone had carefully placed it there. The chain was clean, the gas tank full, no sign it had been used that day. We were packing up to leave, screw the job, screw the money, when we heard Walter's chainsaw start up somewhere deeper in the valley. That distinctive Husqvarna growl was unmistakable. Walter had modified the muffler himself to give it a particular sound. We stood there paralyzed, because we could see Walter's saw sitting right there in the back of Steve's truck where we'd just put it. But the sound kept going, steady and workmanlike, occasionally revving high like it was biting through wood. Steve grabbed his rifle from the truck and we headed toward the sound, though every instinct I had was screaming at me to run the opposite direction. The sound led us to a grove we hadn't cut yet, and when we got there, we found fresh-cut stumps, sawdust still settling in the air, the smell of pine pitch and bar oil heavy in the air. The cuts were clean, professional, exactly the way Walter would have done them. But there was no one there, and the sound of the chainsaw had stopped the moment we'd entered the grove. That's when Danny noticed that the trees had been cut from the inside out. The stumps were in the center of the grove, but there were no drag marks, no path cleared to get in there. It was like someone had started cutting from the middle of an untouched stand of timber. That was enough for us. We ran back to camp, threw everything in the trucks without even folding the tents properly. Just bundled everything up like our lives depended on getting out of there fast. As we were loading the last of the gear, I heard it one more time. Walter's voice, clear and close like he was standing right behind me. "The valley keeps what it wants," he said, and when I spun around, there was nobody there, just Danny and Steve already in their trucks, engines running, ready to leave. I didn't tell them what I'd heard. We drove out of there doing 40 on a logging road meant for maybe 15 miles per hour, tools bouncing in the truck beds, not caring if we wrecked the suspension. About 5 miles down, we passed a Forest Service truck heading up toward the valley. The ranger flagged us down, asked if we were the crew that had called in about a missing worker. Steve did the talking, told them about Walter, showed them on the map where we'd been camped. The ranger, an older guy with deep lines around his eyes, just nodded like he'd heard this story before. Said they'd send a search team up, but the way he said it, I could tell he didn't expect to find anything. They searched for 2 weeks, found Walter's body on day 12, sitting at the base of a tree about 2 miles from our camp, in an area we'd searched at least 3 times. The coroner said he'd been dead for at least 10 days, which made no sense given when he'd disappeared. No signs of injury, no animal predation, just sitting there with his eyes closed like he'd decided to take a nap and never woke up. His feet were bare and clean, no signs he'd walked 2 miles through the forest. The chainsaw sounds, the voices, the trees cut from inside out, none of that made it into the official report. The authorities blamed it on carbon monoxide from a faulty heater in his tent, said he'd wandered off disoriented and died of exposure. But his tent didn't have a heater, and it hadn't been cold enough for exposure. Steve and Danny never talked about it afterward, and I never went back to logging. I work construction now, nice and safe in town where the only sounds are the ones that make sense. But sometimes, on real quiet nights, I still hear Walter's voice saying those words, and I know that Valley is still up there, still keeping whatever it wants to keep. Last August, I was staying at my uncle's fishing lodge about 60 miles northwest of Fairbanks, Alaska. He'd owned the place since the 70s, this run-down cabin that sits maybe half a mile from where a tributary feeds into the Tanana River. I'd been going there since I was a kid, but that summer I went alone after my divorce finalized, needing somewhere quiet to clear my head. The nearest neighbor was 8 miles away, just how I wanted it. My Uncle Nathan always said the property had good bones but bad history. Some old-timer had sold it to him dirt cheap after his brother disappeared hunting in the 50s. I'd been there 4 days already, mostly just fishing and reading, when I decided to explore a section of the property I'd never really checked out before. This marshy area where the ground stays soft even in dry weather. The morning started normal enough. Coffee at sunrise, eggs and toast. The usual routine when you're living rough. Around 9, I grabbed my hiking pack and headed toward the marsh, thinking maybe I'd find some good spots for duck hunting come fall. The terrain out there is tricky. All these little pools of standing water hidden under moss and grass that looks solid until you step on it. About 40 minutes in, my boot caught on something metal sticking up from the boggy ground. First I figured it was just old farming equipment. You find that stuff all over Alaska from abandoned homesteads. But when I bent down to free my boot, I saw it was aluminum, not rusted iron like you'd expect from farm tools. The piece was maybe 2 feet long, twisted and partially buried, with what looked like rivet holes along one edge. The metal had this odd greenish patina, not quite corrosion but something that happens to aircraft aluminum when it's been in acidic soil for decades. I started digging around the piece with my hands, pulling away decades of moss and black mud that smelled like rotting vegetation and motor oil. The metal went deeper than I expected, connected to a larger section that was bent at an unnatural angle, like something had hit with tremendous force. There were numbers stamped into one section, AF, and then some digits I couldn't make out, all corroded, but definitely military designation style. I'd seen enough military surplus to recognize that. My grandfather had been Air Force, stationed at Eielson back in the early 50s, and he'd shown me old equipment with similar markings. The weird part was finding it here, in the middle of nowhere, on land that had been private property since before World War II according to the county records my uncle had shown me once. I kept excavating, using a fallen branch as a makeshift shovel, and about 3 feet down I hit something that made me stop breathing for a second. It was leather, preserved by the acidic bog water, still holding its shape after all these years. A boot, military issue by the look of it, the kind with the metal grommets and thick soles they used in the 40s and 50s. The leather had turned almost black, but you could still see the stitching pattern. Inside the boot, pushed deep into the toe area, was something wrapped in what might have been oilcloth once but had mostly deteriorated into a waxy gray material. My fingers were numb from the cold mud, but I managed to peel away the wrapping. Inside was a small field journal, the pages fused together by moisture and time, and a tarnished silver wristwatch that had stopped at 2:17. The smart thing would have been to call the authorities right then, but something made me keep digging. Maybe it was the way that boot had been deliberately placed, not scattered like crashed debris but positioned carefully, like someone had hidden those items on purpose. Another hour of digging revealed more aluminum fragments, all with that same green patina, and then I found something that made my chest tighten. A leather wallet, the kind with the chain attached, preserved like the boot, but split at the seams. Inside were plasticized cards, military identification mostly destroyed by time, but I could make out part of a name. Sergeant J. Something that started with M. The birth year was partially visible, 192. There was a photograph too, protected by plastic, showing a young woman holding a baby standing in front of a white clapboard house with a peaked roof. On the back, in faded blue ink, someone had written, Betty and... but the rest was gone. I sat back on my heels, mud up to my elbows, staring at these remnants of someone's life scattered in this bog. The sun had moved past noon, and the shadows were getting longer between the scraggly black spruce trees that bordered the marsh. That's when I noticed something else about the debris pattern. The metal pieces weren't random. They formed a rough line heading northeast, like something had come apart in the air and scattered along a trajectory. Following that line with my eyes, I could see slight depressions in the moss, decades old but still visible if you knew what to look for. I started walking that direction, finding more pieces every 20 or 30 feet. A twisted bracket here, a section of cable there, all that same weathered aluminum with military-grade fittings. About 200 yards from where I'd found the boot, the ground dipped into a natural hollow filled with standing water the color of weak tea. The water in that hollow was maybe knee-deep, and through it I could see the outline of something massive just below the surface. My heart was hammering as I waded in, the cold water flooding my boots instantly. It was part of a fuselage, about 15 feet of it, broken open like an eggshell, but still recognizable as aircraft structure. The metal skin had those distinctive riveted panels you see on old military transports. Inside, everything organic was long gone, but the aluminum frame members and seat brackets were still there, twisted and compressed from impact. On one intact section of the interior wall, I could make out stenciled letters, "No Step," and below that, partially obscured, USAF, followed by numbers I couldn't read. The cargo area had these heavy-duty tie-down points welded to the floor, way more robust than what you'd need for regular supplies or personnel transport. Whatever this plane had been carrying, it had been heavy and needed serious securing. What really got to me, though, was finding the jacket. It was wool, dark blue, caught on a jagged piece of metal near what would have been the rear of the fuselage section. Air Force issue from that era, with the sergeant stripes still visible on the sleeve. The name tape was there too, faded but readable. Morrison. In the chest pocket, wrapped in a rubber pouch that had somehow stayed watertight, was a folded set of orders. The paper was yellowed and fragile, but I could read the date clearly, January 15th, 1950. The text was mostly standard military language about transport duties, but one line jumped out at me. Classified cargo pursuant to operation, and then a black redaction bar that someone had applied with ink, not printed that way. Below that, coordinates that matched almost exactly where I was standing, except these weren't supposed to be a destination. They were marked as Checkpoint Alpha, with a final destination of Elmendorf Air Force Base. I was so focused on reading those orders that I didn't hear the helicopter until it was almost on top of me. The sound came fast, that distinctive thump-thump-thump echoing off the hills, and when I looked up, a white and blue civilian Bell was circling low, maybe 300 feet up. No markings I could see except for a registration number. It made two tight circles, and I could see someone in the passenger seat with what looked like a camera or binoculars pointed right at me. Then just as suddenly as it appeared, it banked hard and headed southeast toward Fairbanks. The whole thing lasted maybe 90 seconds, but every hair on my neck was standing up. In 20 years of coming to this property, I'd never seen aircraft fly that low over this area, except for the occasional bush plane heading to the villages up north, and those never circled like that. I grabbed everything I could carry, the journal, the watch, the wallet, the orders, and stuffed them in my pack, then started back toward the cabin fast. The sun was getting low, maybe 3 hours of light left, and I kept checking the sky every few seconds. My mind was racing through the implications. This crash site had been here for over 70 years, undiscovered on private land, and within hours of me finding it, someone was already surveying the area. By the time I made it back to the cabin, my shirt was soaked through with sweat despite the cool evening air. I locked the door, something I never did out there, and spread the items on the kitchen table. That's when I noticed something I'd missed before. The field journal's pages were fused, but the edges had writing and one partial sentence was visible. Cargo is reactive to, and then nothing. The next visible fragment said, men showing symptoms of, and the rest was destroyed by water damage. Around 8 that evening, I heard vehicles coming up the access road, multiple engines, heavy ones. Through the window, I saw 3 black SUVs pull up. No government plates, but that unmistakable federal look. 6 people got out, all in outdoor gear like they were just hikers or hunters. But the way they moved was too coordinated, too purposeful. The man who knocked on my door was probably 50. Gray hair and a military cut. Friendly smile that didn't reach his eyes. He introduced himself as Mr. Carlson from the Environmental Protection Agency. Said they'd received reports of possible contamination in the area. Old military waste from Cold War operations. Did I know anything about that? Had I noticed any unusual debris, any metal fragments, anything that seemed out of place? His tone was casual, but two of his colleagues were already walking the perimeter of the cabin, and I could see one talking into a radio, eyes scanning the tree line. I played dumb, said I'd just been fishing, hadn't seen anything unusual. Carlson nodded, handed me a business card with just a phone number, no agency logo, no address. He said if I remembered anything or found anything unusual, I should call immediately, that some old military materials could be hazardous even after all these years. Then he asked, almost like an afterthought, if I'd taken any photos that day, maybe for social media, anything that might help them identify contamination areas. When I said no, he smiled again and said they'd be conducting a survey of the area over the next few days, suggested it might be safer if I headed back to town until they completed their assessment. It wasn't technically an order, but the way he said it, the way those other 5 people stood around my cabin, I knew I didn't have a choice. I packed up that night, and as I drove out, I saw lights through the trees heading toward the marsh, lots of them, like a whole operation mobilizing. I kept the items, still have them, drove straight through to Anchorage that night and put them in a safety deposit box before checking into a motel. The next morning, I called my Uncle Nathan to tell him about the EPA inspection at his property. He went quiet for a long time, then said something that made my blood chill. His brother, the one who disappeared hunting in the 50s, he'd been found 3 weeks after going missing, dead from what they called exposure, but Nathan's father never believed it. The body had strange burns on the hands and face, hair falling out, symptoms the local doctor couldn't explain but told the family not to discuss. The death certificate just said exposure and dehydration. Nathan's father had spent years trying to get answers, writing to the Air Force, to congressmen, to anyone who would listen, always asking about what had happened in January 1950, about what fell from the sky that winter. He'd never gotten a single response, just visits from federal agents telling him to stop asking questions for his family's safety. 2 weeks later, I went back to check the site. The whole marsh area had been excavated down to bedrock, maybe 3 acres completely stripped. Fresh gravel had been trucked in, the ground leveled and compacted like they were preparing for construction. New "no trespassing," environmental remediation area signs were posted every 50 feet, official looking with EPA logos and warning symbols. But here's the thing. I looked up the EPA's contamination database when I got home. There's no record of any cleanup operation at those coordinates. No environmental assessment, no hazardous waste site designation. Nothing. I called the number on Carlson's card once using a payphone at a truck stop. It rang twice, then a voice just said, "Yes?" When I asked for Mr. Carlson, the line went dead. The number was disconnected when I tried again an hour later. I still check online sometimes, searching for any mention of that 1950 flight, cross-referencing the names Morrison and Betty with missing aircraft reports. Every few months, a link I've bookmarked goes dead, a database entry disappears, another piece of the puzzle gets scrubbed away. But I kept those items, and sometimes I pull them out and look at that photograph of Betty and her baby, wondering if they ever knew what really happened, if they're still out there somewhere, getting old now, still waiting for answers about why their father never came home. In January of 1978, I was part of the search team that went looking for old Bill Carver out near the Yukon River Basin. I'd been doing wilderness rescue work for about 6 years by then, mostly pulling lost hunters out of the woods or helping stranded motorists on remote roads. Bill was different, though. He was one of those old-timers who knew the land better than most of us knew our own backyards. When his sister called from Fairbanks saying he hadn't checked in since early November, everyone figured his radio had just crapped out. The guy was pushing 63, but tough as boot leather, been trapping that same stretch of wilderness since before I was born. We gave it another few weeks, thinking he'd show up at the trading post in Circle City, like he always did around Christmas. When he didn't, that's when they called us in. The flight out there took 3 hours in a tiny bush plane, fighting crosswinds the whole way. Bill's cabin sat about 40 miles from the nearest anything you could call civilization, tucked into a bend where Birch Creek feeds into a larger tributary. From the air, the place looked wrong immediately. The roof was caved in on one side under the weight of snow, and there were no tracks leading to or from the cabin. No smoke from the chimney either. The pilot, a guy named Roger who'd been flying these routes since the 50s, kept circling lower and lower, both of us scanning for any sign of movement. The strangest thing was the dogs. Bill always kept 3 or 4 sled dogs, but there was no sign of them. No paw prints, no chain lines in the snow, nothing. Roger set us down on the frozen creek about a quarter mile away, and I remember the silence when he cut the engine. Not even wind. Just that heavy, pressing quiet you only get in deep winter when it's 40 below, and everything living has either left or gone to ground. We had to break trail through about 3 feet of powder to reach the cabin, and it was exhausting work even with snowshoes. The door was partially open, frozen that way, with a drift of snow built up inside the entrance like a miniature glacier. I called out Bill's name several times, but my voice just seemed to get swallowed up by all that white emptiness. Roger stayed back while I squeezed through the doorway, and the first thing that hit me was how organized everything looked. His supplies were stacked neat as you please along the walls. Bags of flour, beans, salt pork, coffee, enough to last him through March easy. The wood stove was cold, had been for weeks judging by the layer of frost coating the iron. His bunk was made up tight with military corners, the wool blankets pulled smooth. Even his tools were laid out on the workbench like he'd just finished cleaning them. The only thing out of place was a chair pulled up to the small table by the window, and on that table was his journal, still open. The journal was one of those thick leather-bound books, the kind they used to sell at the trading posts specifically for trappers to keep records in. Bill's handwriting was small and precise, the cursive loops of someone who'd learned penmanship back when they still taught it proper in schools. Most of the entries were what you'd expect: trap yields, weather observations, notes about animal movements. But starting around mid-November, things got strange. He wrote about wolves, lots of them, more than he'd ever seen in 40 years of working that territory. At first it was just observations. 7 wolves passed the cabin heading north at dawn, or fresh tracks by the woodpile, big male, probably 140 pounds. Then the entries started getting longer, more detailed. He described how they'd circle the cabin at night, not howling, just walking round and round in the snow. He'd counted them by their eyes reflecting his lantern light through the window, sometimes 12, sometimes 15. Once he wrote 23, though he added a question mark like he didn't quite believe it himself. By late November, Bill's entries took on a different tone entirely. He wrote about how the wolves had stopped hunting, stopped moving on like they should. They just stayed, always within sight of the cabin during the day, sitting in the tree line like they were waiting for something. He'd tried firing his rifle over their heads to scare them off, but they didn't even flinch. One entry from November 28th stuck with me because of how he'd pressed the pencil so hard into the paper it nearly tore through. They know I'm alone. Somehow they know. He started rationing his ammunition after that, stopped going out to check his trap lines. The last few entries described how he'd hear them on the roof at night, their claws scraping against the tin as they walked back and forth above his bunk. He'd reinforced the door with extra boards, moved all his food into metal containers. On December 3rd, he wrote that his dogs had gone silent in their shed out back. Not barking, not whining, just quiet. When he looked out the window the next morning, the shed door was open and the dogs were gone. No blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. The final entry was dated December 7th, and it was only 3 lines long. No more firewood inside, have to go to the pile. They're sitting in a perfect circle around the cabin now, about 30 feet out. We'll make the run at noon when the sun's highest. That was it. Nothing after that. I stood there in that freezing cabin reading those words over and over, trying to make sense of it. Roger had come in by then, and he was looking through Bill's supplies, checking dates on canned goods, examining everything with that methodical way he had. Neither of us wanted to say what we were both thinking. That a man like Bill Carver doesn't just walk away from a fully stocked cabin in the middle of an Alaskan winter. We searched the immediate area until dark, found the woodpile he'd mentioned about 50 yards from the cabin, but no tracks, no blood, no sign of Bill. The snow around it was smooth and undisturbed, like it had been falling steady for weeks without anything breaking through. That night we made camp in the cabin, though neither of us slept much. Roger kept the fire going while I went through Bill's things more carefully, looking for anything that might explain what happened. In a wooden crate under his bunk, I found something that made my chest tighten up. Letters he'd been writing to his sister but never sent, dated all through November. In them he talked about the isolation getting to him, how the darkness was lasting longer each day, how he'd catch himself talking out loud just to hear a human voice. In one letter, he admitted he'd been seeing things in his peripheral vision, shadows that shouldn't be there, movement where there was none. He blamed it on the lack of sleep, said the wolves kept him up all night with their pacing. But then he'd crossed out whole paragraphs like he was second-guessing himself, not trusting his own perception anymore. The last letter, dated December 2nd, was just one paragraph. Martha, if something happens to me, know it wasn't the cold or carelessness. This place does things to a man's mind. The wolves aren't acting like wolves anymore. Or maybe I'm not acting like a man. Hard to tell the difference after a while. Around 3 in the morning, Roger shook me awake. He was standing by the window, and when I joined him, I understood why he'd woken me. There were wolves out there, maybe 6 or 7 of them, sitting in the snow just at the edge of where our lamplight reached. They weren't doing anything, just sitting there facing the cabin, their eyes reflecting green in the darkness. We watched them for maybe an hour, neither of us speaking, and they never moved, never made a sound. Then just before dawn, they all stood up at the exact same moment and walked away in single file, disappearing into the trees. Roger turned to me and said the first words either of us had spoken in hours. We're leaving. Now. We packed up Bill's journal and his personal effects for his sister, left everything else. As the plane lifted off, I looked back and saw them. Had to be 20 or 30 wolves, coming out of the forest and moving toward the cabin. They weren't running or hunting, just walking steady and purposeful, like they were reclaiming something that belonged to them. The official report we filed said Bill Carver likely suffered from cabin fever and wandered off into the wilderness, becoming disoriented and succumbing to the elements. That's what goes on paper when you don't have a body or any evidence of foul play. His sister accepted it, said she'd worried about him being out there alone at his age. But Roger and I, we knew different. Over the next few months, I did some digging, talked to other trappers who'd worked that area over the years. Turns out Bill wasn't the first to disappear from that particular stretch of land. An old Athabascan man in Circle City told me his grandfather used to trap there in the 1920s, but abandoned it after one winter. Said the wolves in that region weren't right, that they remembered things, held grudges maybe. He wouldn't elaborate, just shook his head and changed the subject. I found records of 3 other trappers who'd gone missing in that same area between 1951 and 1969. All of them experienced outdoorsmen. All of them vanished without a trace during winter months. I went back once the following summer with a small team to do a more thorough search. The cabin had completely collapsed by then, just a pile of rotting logs and rusted metal. We found bones scattered around the area, too old to be Bill's, and when we sent them to the university for analysis, they came back as a mix of caribou, moose, and dog remains. But there was one set that the lab couldn't identify, said they were similar to human but not quite right, like the proportions were off somehow. They wanted to do more tests, but the samples got lost in shipping back to Anchorage, if you can believe that. What really stayed with me, though, was what we found carved into a tree about 100 yards from where the cabin had been. It was old. The bark had grown over it partially, but you could still make out the words. They learn. They wait. They remember. No date, no initials, just those 7 words cut deep into the wood. After that summer search, I never went back to that part of the Yukon Basin, and neither did Roger. He quit flying bush routes altogether about a year later. moved down to Ketchikan to fly tourists around instead. We never talked about what we saw that morning, but I know it changed something in both of us. I still do search and rescue work, but now when someone goes missing in that particular region, I'm always somehow booked up with other assignments. Call it cowardice if you want, but there are places in Alaska that don't belong to us. Never have. The old-timers knew it. The indigenous peoples knew it long before that. Bill Carver forgot it, or maybe the isolation made him stop believing it. Every winter when I hear about wolves on the news, regular wolf stuff like livestock attacks or sightings near towns, I think about those ones near Bill's cabin, sitting so still in the snow, waiting with a patience that didn't seem animal at all. The strangest thing happened about 5 years after Bill disappeared. His sister called me out of the blue, said she'd received a package with no return address postmarked from Dawson City. Inside was Bill's wallet, the leather worn smooth, his driver's license and a photo of his sister still tucked inside, along with $17 in cash. Nothing else, no note, no explanation. The wallet hadn't been weather damaged, looked like it had been stored somewhere dry all those years. She asked me what I thought it meant, and I told her I didn't know, which was the truth. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if maybe Bill's still out there somewhere, living by different rules now, running with things that used to be wolves but learned how to be something else. Or maybe the wallet was just some trapper's idea of a kindness, returning what they'd found in the wilderness. I prefer not to think about it too hard. Some questions are better left unasked, and some places are better left alone. That's what I learned that winter of 1978, and it's a lesson I've never forgotten. The research station on San Nicolas Island only had running water for 2 hours each morning, and I'd just finished my cold shower when Dr. Harrison knocked on my door with the news that would change everything. I was 26 that summer in 2001, fresh out of my marine biology PhD program at UC San Diego, working my first real field assignment studying pinniped behavior off the California coast. The island stretched barely 3 miles long, all volcanic rock and stubborn coastal scrub, with a small facility that housed 6 researchers during peak breeding season. We monitored different sea lion colonies scattered around the rocky shores, documenting mating patterns, pup survival rates, and territorial battles between the massive bulls. The work was exhausting but exhilarating, exactly what I'd dreamed about during all those years in windowless labs. Nobody really talked about Dr. Jennifer Lawson, who disappeared the previous year during a routine observation, but her untouched field notebook still sat on the common room shelf like some kind of warning. The official report blamed rough seas and aggressive wildlife, though the details remained frustratingly vague. That particular morning in early July started with an equipment malfunction that should have been my first warning to stay away from Boulder Point. My radio had been crackling with static all night, and when I tried to check in with base camp at 5 a.m., all I got was this weird interference pattern that sounded almost rhythmic, like breathing through a broken speaker. The Western Rookery was my assigned observation post that day. About 300 sea lions packed onto a series of flat rocks that jutted out into the Pacific like broken teeth. Getting there required a 40-minute hike along narrow cliff paths that turned treacherous when wet from the morning fog. I'd made the trek dozens of times already that season, but something felt different as I loaded my gear into my backpack. The bulls had been unusually aggressive lately, with several researchers reporting close calls when the animals had charged much farther inland than typical. One massive bull in particular, tagged as M47, had developed this unnerving habit of following our movements from the water, his scarred head breaking the surface wherever we set up our blinds. He had this damaged left eye, clouded white from some old injury, and the way he'd track us with his good eye while that dead one stared blindly ahead made everyone uncomfortable. Dr. Harrison had asked me to collect tissue samples from any deceased pups I found, a grim but necessary part of understanding mortality patterns in the colony. The preservation kit weighed an extra 15 pounds in my pack, and I remember adjusting the straps repeatedly as I made my way down the volcanic rock trail. The fog was thicker than usual, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet, and the sound of the colony grew louder with each switchback turn. You could hear them before you saw them. This cacophony of deep bellows, high-pitched barks, and the occasional splash as a bull launched himself into the surf. The smell hit next, that distinctive mix of fish, ammonia, and wet fur that seasoned researchers barely noticed anymore but still made newcomers gag. I'd learned to breathe through my mouth on approach, though the taste wasn't much better. As I reached the observation blind, essentially a small wooden structure we'd built behind some larger rocks, I noticed immediately that someone had been there recently. Fresh boot prints in the sand led from the blind down toward the water's edge, which was strange since I had the only scheduled observation that day. The prints were small, maybe a women's size 7, and they had this distinctive wear pattern on the heel that looked familiar. I followed them carefully, staying well clear of the bull's territory markers. Invisible boundaries that, if crossed, would trigger an 800-pound charge you couldn't outrun. The tracks led to a flat section of beach where we sometimes found dead pups washed up after storms, but what I found there made me stop breathing for several seconds. Dr. Lawson's equipment bag, the one that had supposedly been lost with her 10 months ago, was wedged between two rocks just above the tide line. The canvas was bleached from sun exposure and stiff with salt, but her initials JL were still visible in faded black marker. Inside, her waterproof field notebook had survived remarkably intact, though something had torn deep gouges through the cover, leaving parallel scratches that went clean through 30 pages. The final entry, dated the day she disappeared, contained measurements and behavioral notes that seemed routine until the last paragraph, where her usually neat handwriting became increasingly erratic. M47 displaying unprecedented territorial expansion, she'd written, the letters getting larger and more jagged with each word. Followed me 200+ meters inland. Coordination with other bulls? They're moving in patterns that don't match any documented behavior. Christine saw it too, but Harrison dismisses concerns. The juveniles won't enter the water when M47 is near. They know something. The entry cut off mid-sentence, with a long ink streak trailing off the page like she'd been interrupted while writing. I photographed each page with shaking fingers, trying to document everything before deciding what to do next. The rational part of my brain said to pack up immediately, hike back to base, and show Harrison what I'd found. But those fresh boot prints bothered me. Someone had been here within the last few hours, maybe even this morning, and left without taking this evidence. As I stood there puzzling over the timeline, a sudden silence fell over the colony. If you've never experienced 300 sea lions going completely quiet simultaneously, it's the kind of wrong that makes your primitive brain scream warnings. I turned slowly toward the rookery and saw something that shouldn't have been possible according to everything I'd learned about pinniped behavior. The bulls had formed a semicircle at the water's edge, all facing the same direction, inland, toward where I stood. M47 was in the center, that milky eye catching the morning sun through the fog, and his massive head was lowered in what looked like a hunting posture. The females and pups had retreated to the furthest rocks, pressed together in tight groups, their usual barking replaced by low, anxious rumbles. In 15 years of studying marine mammals, I'd never seen anything remotely similar to this coordinated positioning. My hand moved instinctively to the radio clipped to my belt, but all I got was that same rhythmic static when I tried to call base. The bulls began moving then, not the typical aggressive rushing you'd expect, but this slow, deliberate advance up the beach, maintaining their formation. They covered ground with surprising coordination, using their front flippers to haul their bulk forward while their back flippers provided stability. The preservation kit in my backpack contained a flare gun for emergencies, and I fumbled for it while backing slowly toward the cliff path. Rule number 1 in wildlife research: never run from a predator. But these weren't acting like predators. They moved with the patient inevitability of something that knew its prey had nowhere to go. 30 meters separated us when I fired the flare into the air, the bright red burst momentarily visible through the fog. The sound should have startled them, sent them scrambling back to the water in typical pinniped fashion. Instead, they paused for maybe 3 seconds, then resumed their advance. M47 made this sound I'd never heard from a sea lion before, something between a growl and a clicking that the others seemed to respond to, adjusting their positions slightly. My grandfather had fought in Korea, and he once told me about how the enemy would use psychological tactics, coordinated movements designed to break morale before physical contact. Watching those bulls advance with such unnatural precision reminded me of his stories, except these were animals that shouldn't have been capable of that level of strategic thinking. The cliff path was only 10 meters behind me when I heard the splash. Not the chaotic splashing of animals entering water, but something deliberate and measured. I risked a glance back toward the ocean and saw more bulls emerging from the surf, cutting off any escape route along the beach. They moved to flank the first group, creating what any military tactician would recognize as a pincer movement. That's when I noticed the bones scattered among the rocks near the water's edge, too large to be from fish, too weathered to identify clearly, but arranged in small piles that looked deliberately placed. The fog was lifting slightly, and in the improved visibility, I could see scratch marks on the volcanic rocks leading up from the beach, deep gouges that followed the same paths the bulls were now taking. These weren't random territorial markings. They formed clear routes worn down by repeated use. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing when I heard human footsteps on the path above me. Relief flooded through me until I saw who it was. Christine Garrett, another researcher who'd supposedly left for the mainland 2 days ago due to a family emergency. Her clothes were filthy, covered in what looked like dried algae and sand, and her hair hung in salt-stiffened clumps around her face. But it was her expression that made my stomach clench, completely blank, like she was sleepwalking with her eyes open. She moved down the path toward me with mechanical precision, her bare feet seemingly unbothered by the sharp volcanic rocks. Behind her, I could hear more footsteps, and within moments, I saw 2 more figures emerging from the fog, Dr. Phillips and Mark Reeves, both researchers who'd been reported missing from other monitoring stations along the California coast over the past 18 months. They all had that same vacant stare, their movements synchronized in a way that matched the bull's formation below. Christine's mouth opened, and she made a sound that wasn't quite human. It was that same clicking growl M47 had produced, except coming from human vocal cords it sounded broken, wrong. The bulls responded immediately, shifting their formation to create an opening, a clear path that led directly to the water's edge where the bone piles waited. The realization hit me with brutal clarity. Jennifer Lawson hadn't drowned or been killed by aggressive wildlife. She was probably out there somewhere, just like Christine and the others, living in some nightmare existence between human and something else. The preserved tissue samples in my pack suddenly took on a different meaning. Maybe Harrison knew exactly what was happening here and needed proof before anyone would believe it. I scrambled up a steep section of rocks, ignoring how the volcanic surface tore through my pants and left bloody scratches on my palms. The 3 researchers followed with inhuman persistence, never speeding up or slowing down, maintaining that steady, purposeful pace. Above them, I could hear a helicopter approaching. The supply run wasn't scheduled for another week, which meant someone at base had received my flare signal after all. The bulls below began retreating toward the water, their formation dissolving as quickly as it had formed, returning to typical sea lion behavior as if a switch had been flipped. Christine and the others stopped their pursuit, standing perfectly still on the trail, their heads tilted at identical angles as they listened to the approaching aircraft. The helicopter landed on the emergency pad near Boulder Point, and 2 Coast Guard officers jumped out along with Dr. Harrison himself. I ran toward them, waving frantically, trying to form coherent words about what I'd witnessed. But when I turned back to point at Christine and the others, they were gone. No trace of them on the trail, no footprints in the sand, nothing. The bulls had dispersed across the rocks in normal resting positions, looking like any other sea lion colony on any other day. Harrison grabbed my shoulders, his face tight with an expression I couldn't read. "Did you get the samples?" he asked, his voice urgent but controlled. When I nodded, still gasping for breath, he immediately took my backpack and handed it to one of the officers. "We need to evacuate now," he said, guiding me firmly toward the helicopter. "There's been an incident at the mainland facility. Contamination from the lab. We're shutting down all field stations." As the helicopter lifted off, I pressed my face to the window, watching the island shrink below us. For just a moment, I swear I saw them. At least a dozen figures standing waist-deep in the surf, completely still, all facing our departing aircraft. Harrison never let me file an official report about what happened that day. The program was suspended indefinitely, officially due to budgetary constraints following a laboratory contamination event. The tissue samples I'd collected disappeared into some bureaucratic void, and my questions were met with increasingly stern warnings about the NDAs I'd signed. 6 months later, I found a different career path, teaching high school biology in Ohio, about as far from the ocean as I could get. But I kept Dr. Lawson's notebook. I'd hidden it in my personal gear before Harrison could confiscate it. Every few years, I checked the marine biology journals, looking for any mention of unusual pinniped behavior or missing researchers along the Pacific coast. There are patterns if you know what to look for. Stations that close suddenly, researchers who transfer without notice, and always reports of unusually aggressive bull sea lions that witnesses describe as moving with almost human intelligence. The island is still off limits, designated as a protected wildlife sanctuary with no human access allowed. Sometimes I wonder if Christine and the others are still out there, standing in the surf, waiting for the next research team to arrive. The last entry in Lawson's notebook, the one I never showed Harrison, was just 2 words written over and over down an entire page: "They learn." The job on the North Slope was never glamorous, but it paid enough to keep me coming back season after season. In the early 80s, life up there was stripped down to the basics: long stretches of frozen road, modular trailers that rattled with every gust of wind, and a rotating cast of men who tried to stay sane by swapping stories over weak coffee. I'd been assigned to one of the smaller camps, a cluster of metal-sided buildings sitting in the middle of endless white. The work was grueling, but routine. That winter, though, things shifted in a way I still struggle to put into words. It started when 2 guys, Mark Ellison and Dave Rourke, failed to return from a supply run between camps. They weren't strangers to the route. Both had driven it plenty of times. The path was mostly a flat line across ice and snow, with a handful of markers and the occasional pipeline shadow to keep you oriented. When they didn't show up, no one panicked at first. Weather delays weren't unusual. Radios cut out all the time. But after hours stretched into a full day, whispers began curling through the mess hall. The truck was found 2 days later, sunk halfway into a drift not far from the flagged route. What unsettled everyone was what was still inside: packed crates of food, full thermoses, a heater, extra fuel cans stacked neatly in the back. It looked less like men who got stranded, and more like men who had stepped away for just a minute and never came back. No footprints, no scattered gear, nothing leading away from the vehicle. Just silence, broken only by the constant bite of the wind. The official line spread quickly: exposure, harsh weather, human error, 2 men who underestimated the cold. But none of us bought it. We knew how careful Mark and Dave were. Dave in particular was meticulous, the kind of guy who labeled every wrench in his kit and double-checked tire chains before anyone else even glanced at them. And Mark had a way of navigating those frozen stretches like he had a compass buried in his gut. Men like that don't just wander into the snow and disappear. Private security had started making its presence known around that time. They weren't company men like us. They had no grease under their nails, no tired eyes from endless shifts. They wore dark parkas without patches and drove spotless trucks that always seemed to be idling near the airstrips. Most of us avoided them. They didn't talk much, and when they did, it wasn't the kind of small talk you could laugh off. It was curt, clipped, like every word was measured. After Mark and Dave vanished, those security guys seemed to multiply overnight. One evening, a mechanic named Joel told me he'd seen Mark and Dave arguing with two of the security men near the fuel depot the week before they disappeared. Joel swore he heard raised voices, something about routes not being safe, and you weren't supposed to see that. He said Dave looked furious while Mark kept glancing toward the Snowcat garage like he wanted to bolt. Joel didn't repeat that story to anyone else, at least not openly. Word had a way of getting twisted, and nobody wanted to be the next to draw attention. The search parties went through the motions, snowmobiles combing the flats, helicopters sweeping low, dogs brought in and quickly withdrawn when they kept circling the same patch of frozen ground. Weeks passed and all we got was silence. No bodies, no scraps of clothing, no signal that Mark or Dave had tried to survive out there. The official reports were neat and tidy, stamped and filed away as if the men had been misplaced like paperwork, not swallowed whole by the ice. Still, every night in the rec room, someone would circle back to it. Cigarettes burned down to nubs as the same questions hung in the air. Where could they have gone? And why was security suddenly everywhere? I remember the unease more than anything, the sense that we weren't supposed to ask, that the cold wasn't the only thing pressing down on us. Every time I caught one of those guards staring across the room, it felt like a silent warning to shut my mouth and keep my head down. One night near the end of the season, I walked out behind the generator shack to get a moment of quiet. The sky was clear, the stars sharp and unblinking, and the cold snapped against my face like glass. From there, I could see the long flat where Mark and Dave's truck had been found. For the first time in weeks, I noticed tire tracks that didn't belong to company vehicles. Narrower, fresher than they should have been in that weather. By morning, those tracks were gone, buried under a suspiciously uniform layer of plowed snow. No one mentioned it, but I knew I hadn't imagined what I saw. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense why security never looked worried. They weren't searching for two missing men. They were making sure the rest of us stopped asking questions. I never confronted them, but I learned quickly to avoid certain eyes, to lower my voice when the topic came up. The worst part was the realization that Mark and Dave probably hadn't wandered off at all. Whatever they stumbled onto, someone decided they weren't coming back to camp. When I finally rotated out weeks later, I carried their absence with me like extra weight in my duffel. No memorials, no closure, just two names scrubbed from the roster, and a cold note in the logbook. Incident resolved. Exposure. I remember standing at the small airstrip, watching the security trucks parked in a neat line, engines idling in the dark. None of the guards looked at us, but they didn't have to. The message was already clear. Forget it, move on. Even now, decades later, I can still picture their truck half buried in snow, doors shut, supplies untouched. I don't know what Mark and Dave saw that day, but I know it wasn't the storm that took them. And whenever I think about those weeks on the North Slope, it's not the cold or the endless dark that unsettles me. It's the silence that followed, the way two men could vanish in plain sight, and everyone else was forced to pretend it was just the weather. I never imagined a quick walk across campus could turn into the kind of memory that still claws at me decades later. At the time, I was a 19-year-old student at a state college in Alaska, living in one of the older dorm buildings. My life was simple: classes during the day, late nights in the library, and the occasional party to break the monotony of long, freezing semesters. The campus wasn't large, just a cluster of brick buildings surrounded by patches of dark spruce trees that always seemed to lean too close to the paths. Nights were especially quiet, and walking alone was something most of us did without thinking twice. That night I had been at a small gathering in an off-campus house where students usually went after midterms. The place was crowded, hot from too many bodies, and the windows fogged over from breath and spilled beer. I remember laughing with a girl from my sociology class while holding a cup of warm soda, when I noticed how late it had gotten. My dorm was less than a 10-minute walk, and the idea of getting some sleep in my own bed sounded better than forcing more conversations. I slipped my coat on, said a quick goodbye, and stepped out into the brittle Alaskan cold. The streets were empty, with snow packed down into uneven ridges by passing cars earlier that evening. The air burned when I breathed, and the sound of my boots crunching against ice was the only rhythm keeping me company. I tried to keep my hands deep in my pockets, shoulders hunched against the wind that carried the smell of wood smoke from nearby houses. Even though it was late, the dorm lights were faintly visible through the skeletal outlines of the trees. It felt like the kind of walk I had done countless times before, brief, uneventful, nothing to be cautious about. But about halfway there, I noticed something strange lying along the edge of the road. A pair of women's shoes. Not boots, not sneakers, but simple black flats, their surface dusted with snow as if they had been sitting there for a while. They were pointed toward the trees rather than the path, and for some reason, that detail made my breath catch. Nobody would choose to take them off in that kind of cold, not when the ground itself could bite through skin. I stood there staring, the silence around me suddenly stretching too long, like the night itself was waiting for me to react. I tried to convince myself that maybe someone had been drinking too much at the party and ditched them on the way home, but that explanation didn't sit right. The longer I stood there, the more I realized how quiet it had become. No cars, no distant laughter, not even the usual hum from the heating vents on the nearby dorms. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't the only one out there. My eyes kept drifting toward the tree line, where the snow looked darker, like the shadows themselves were shifting. I started walking faster, my breath puffing in short clouds that floated past my face. Every few steps I'd glance back, but the road behind me stretched empty, untouched. Still, there was this nagging certainty that someone was pacing themselves with me, just far enough to stay out of sight. The sound wasn't clear, more like the faint crunch of ice delayed half a second after mine. At one point, I even paused mid-step, and I swear I heard a single echo of snow giving way where I hadn't moved. By the time the dorm came into full view, lit dimly by a buzzing yellow lamp above the entrance, I felt torn between sprinting the last stretch or forcing myself to act normal. My pulse thudded in my ears, and I could almost imagine the warmth of the building wrapping around me if I could just reach the door. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure at the far end of the path. Whoever it was stood still, partly obscured by the trees as if they had been waiting for me to notice. The shape didn't move, didn't wave, didn't step closer, just watched. I told myself not to stop. I fixed my gaze on the dorm entrance and pushed forward, but every step felt like it dragged, like the ground itself wanted to keep me there. My shoulders prickled as though I was under a spotlight, even though the path was swallowed in near darkness. When I finally reached the door and pulled it open, I let the heavy wood slam behind me with a force I hadn't intended. Only then did I risk one last glance through the glass window. The figure was gone, and the shoes by the road remained the only proof that anything had been there at all. The next morning, word spread that campus security had found those same black flats still sitting by the road. Students whispered about them in the cafeteria, speculating about who might have left them there. A girl swore she had seen a tall man hanging around the library that week, always pretending to read but never checking out books. Another mentioned someone had been spotted near the women's dorms late at night, just standing by the lampposts until the lights buzzed out. No one could point to a name, and no one seemed brave enough to report more than rumors. For days after, I avoided walking anywhere alone. Even daylight felt different, like the shadows stretched a little too far, and every door I passed could hide someone waiting. I remember clutching my textbooks against my chest in a way that made my arms ache, as if that extra layer would somehow protect me. The sight of boots, sneakers, any kind of footwear abandoned in the snow would make me shiver. The smallest details, like a car idling too long in the parking lot, suddenly meant something darker. The campus gossip only fueled it, but deep down I knew what I had seen wasn't just imagination. Eventually, police became involved, though they said little publicly. No one was arrested, and no official explanation was ever given about the shoes. Time dulled the sharp edge of fear, but every so often the memory crept back, especially whenever I walked that same stretch of road and glanced toward the tree line. There was always that quiet question in the back of my mind. Did someone follow me that night, waiting for me to make the same mistake someone else had? Or had I narrowly escaped whatever had already happened to another girl? I graduated and left the state, but whenever I hear about unsolved cases from that campus, the image returns. Black flats half buried in snow, and a figure standing too still among the trees. It's been years, and I've built a life far from that dorm, but the fear never really left. I never told anyone in detail what I saw that night, not the way I'm telling it now. Maybe putting it into words is the only way to explain why I still can't walk alone at night without feeling the weight of someone's eyes. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. It was my third month working as a cabin steward on the Celestial Voyager, one of those massive cruise ships that carries about 4,000 passengers across the Caribbean. I was 22, fresh out of hospitality school in Miami, eager to see the world while making decent money. The job wasn't glamorous, mostly cleaning rooms, replacing towels, arranging those little towel animals that guests love to photograph. But the pay was good. I got to travel, and my coworkers from the Philippines, Indonesia, and Eastern Europe had become like family. We'd spend our few free hours playing cards in the crew mess, or watching movies on someone's laptop, all of us thousands of miles from home, bound together by the strange reality of life at sea. That particular Thursday in late September started like any other day, with me pushing my cleaning cart down the narrow corridors of Deck 7, humming along to whatever song was stuck in my head from the crew bar the night before. Around 11 in the morning, I knocked on cabin 7234, waited the standard 10 seconds, then announced myself, and knocked again. No response. I checked my list. The Thompsons, an elderly couple from Nebraska, hadn't put out the Do Not Disturb sign. I used my master key card and stepped inside, immediately noticing the strange stillness in the air. Mr. Thompson was lying on the bed, fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, his face an unnatural shade of gray. Mrs. Thompson was nowhere to be seen, probably at the breakfast buffet, I thought. I approached slowly, calling his name softly at first, then louder. When I touched his shoulder to give him a gentle shake, his skin was cold, and I knew instantly. The way his eyes stared at nothing, the complete absence of chest movement, the stiffness in his limbs. My training kicked in and I reached for my radio to call medical. But before I could press the button, my supervisor Carlos appeared in the doorway, as if he'd been waiting nearby. Carlos stepped into the cabin and closed the door behind him with a quiet click that seemed too deliberate. He didn't even look at Mr. Thompson's body at first. His eyes were fixed on me, studying my reaction. "Put the radio down, Miguel," he said in that calm voice he used when dealing with difficult passengers. I started to protest, to explain that we needed to call medical immediately, that protocol was clear about these situations. But Carlos moved past me to the body, checking for a pulse he obviously wouldn't find, then pulled out his own phone and typed something quickly. "Medical can't come right now," he said, which made no sense because medical was always on standby. "We need to handle this quietly. Mrs. Thompson is at the spa until 2. We have time." He went to the closet and pulled out the large laundry bag we used for dirty linens, one of those industrial ones that could fit a whole room's worth of sheets. My mouth went dry as I realized what he was suggesting. "Help me get him in," Carlos said, already positioning the bag next to the bed. I stood there, unable to move, watching him work with an efficiency that told me he'd done this before. He looked up at me and his expression changed. Not angry, but something worse. Disappointed, like I was failing some unspoken test. "Miguel, you want to keep this job? You want to keep sending money home to your mother in Orlando? Then you help me now, and you forget what you saw." The mention of my mother made my chest tighten. Carlos knew things about all of us, knew our situations, our debts, our reasons for being here. He grabbed Mr. Thompson's shoulders while I stood frozen. And that's when he said something that made everything click into place. Deck 2, storage room C47. We'll use the service elevator during lunch rush when everyone's distracted. Security won't check the cameras if I tell them not to. The casual way he said it, like he was explaining how to fold towels properly, made me realize this was procedure for him. My legs moved before my brain could process what I was doing. Together we maneuvered Mr. Thompson's stiff body into the laundry bag. He was heavier than he looked, and rigor mortis had already started to set in, making his limbs difficult to bend. The sound of his wedding ring scraping against the bag's zipper will stay with me forever. Carlos worked methodically, checking his watch every few minutes, wiping down surfaces we'd touched with a cloth from his pocket. He straightened the bed sheets, fluffed the pillows, even placed Mr. Thompson's reading glasses neatly on the nightstand next to a half-finished crossword puzzle. "Mrs. Thompson will think he went to the casino," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "She always complains he disappears there for hours." When we were done, the cabin looked exactly as it should, except for the industrial laundry bag sitting in the middle of the floor, holding the body of a man who'd probably saved his whole life for this anniversary cruise. We waited until 12:30, when Carlos knew the lunch buffet would be at its peak. He made me push the regular cleaning cart while he handled the laundry bag on a separate cart, covered with fresh towels. The service elevator was empty, just as he'd predicted. As we descended to Deck 2, Carlos spoke quietly, never looking at me directly. "You think this is cruel, but imagine the panic if passengers knew. Imagine Mrs. Thompson finding out in front of everyone, the whole ship talking about it, taking photos, posting on social media while she's trying to grieve. This way she gets the news privately, with dignity, when we dock tomorrow." His logic was twisted but almost made sense in that suffocating elevator. Storage room C47 was at the end of a corridor I'd never seen before, behind the crew laundry. The door had a special lock that required Carlos's supervisor keycard. Inside, the temperature was freezing, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The room wasn't empty. Along the back wall, 5 other industrial laundry bags were lined up, each with a small tag attached to the zipper. Carlos added Mr. Thompson to the row, pulling out a marker to write 7234 9-26 on a fresh tag. The other tags had similar markings, cabin numbers and dates going back 2 weeks. "Natural causes," Carlos said, noticing me staring at the bags. "Heart attacks, strokes, old age. Happens more than you'd think with the demographics on these cruises. Average age of our passengers is 67. He said it like he was reciting statistics from a training manual. I wanted to ask why they weren't in the ship's morgue. I knew we had one. It was mentioned in our orientation. But the answer was obvious now. The official morgue probably had a capacity of 2, maybe 3 bodies. This hidden freezer was the overflow system, the dirty secret that kept the cruise running smoothly, while people died quietly in their cabins, their families none the wiser until we reached port. Carlos locked the door and turned to face me. "Tomorrow morning, when we dock in Fort Lauderdale, a special medical team will come aboard before any passengers disembark. They'll handle everything discreetly. Death certificates will show the correct date and cause. The families will get the bodies for burial. Insurance claims will process normally. But the cruise line avoids the headlines, the bad publicity, the empty cabins for the rest of the season." He pulled out an envelope from his jacket pocket, $500 in cash. "This is yours, not a bribe, just a bonus for handling a difficult situation professionally. You'll get one every time you help with this. Every time." He expected this to happen again. He expected me to be part of this system, this conspiracy of silence that turned human beings into logistics problems to be solved. I took the money because refusing would have meant something worse than compliance. It would have meant I couldn't be trusted. That afternoon, I watched Mrs. Thompson return from the spa, relaxed and smiling, holding a shopping bag from the gift shop. She knocked on her cabin door, calling out, "Harold, I bought you that shirt you liked." When he didn't answer, she used her key and went inside. 5 minutes later, she came to the guest services desk, worried but not panicked, reporting that her husband was missing. The staff followed protocol perfectly. They made announcements, they searched public areas, they reviewed security footage that Carlos had already ensured would show nothing useful. Mrs. Thompson spent the rest of the day increasingly distraught, surrounded by other passengers who tried to comfort her, sharing their own stories of husbands who wandered off on ships. At dinner, I saw her sitting alone at their table for two, his chair empty, still hoping he'd walk through the door with some silly explanation about losing track of time at the poker tables. The weight of what I knew sat in my stomach like a stone. That night, I couldn't eat. I kept thinking about Mr. Thompson in that freezer, in that bag with only a cabin number to identify who he'd been. I thought about his wife sleeping alone, not knowing she was already a widow. Around midnight, I found myself back on deck 2, standing outside C-47. I could hear the cooling system humming through the door. Using my regular keycard, I tried to open it. Access denied, of course. Only supervisors could enter. But I noticed something else. There were other storage rooms along that corridor, C-45, C-46, C-48, C-49. When I pressed my ear against C-46, I heard the same mechanical humming. I tried to do the math. If each room could hold 6 or 7 bodies, and there were at least 5 cold storage rooms, and cruises ran year-round, how many deaths were they hiding? How many families were lied to? How many crew members like me had been pulled into this system, paid off, sworn to silence through fear and cash? The next morning, just as Carlos had promised, we docked in Fort Lauderdale. I watched from a crew deck as unmarked white vans pulled up to a service entrance I'd never noticed before. Men in medical uniforms, but no company logos, wheeled gurneys up a ramp, moving with the same practiced efficiency I'd seen in Carlos. They were gone within an hour, before most passengers had even finished breakfast. Later that day, Mrs. Thompson was called to the medical center. The ship's doctor, a pleasant woman from South Africa named Dr. Kruger, told her they'd found her husband collapsed in a maintenance area where passengers weren't supposed to go, that he'd apparently suffered a massive heart attack, that everything possible had been done, but it was too late. I know because I was cleaning the corridor outside and heard every word through the thin walls. Mrs. Thompson's sobs were quiet, dignified, muffled by the doctor's shoulder. She thanked them for trying to save him. She actually thanked them. I quit 3 days later, after we'd returned to sea with a fresh load of passengers. I told Carlos I had a family emergency, and he didn't argue. He just looked at me with those knowing eyes and said, "Not everyone's cut out for the realities of this industry." He handed me my final pay envelope. It had an extra $1,000 inside. Blood money, or silence money, I'm not sure which. I never reported what I saw. Who would believe me? What proof did I have? The cruise line would deny everything. Carlos would disappear into another ship, and I'd be just another disgruntled employee making wild accusations. But I know what I saw in that freezer. I know Mr. Thompson died alone in his cabin and spent his last day on Earth in a laundry bag with a number tag instead of his name. Sometimes I check cruise message boards, looking for posts from people whose loved ones died at sea, wondering if they ever questioned the official story. The industry processes over 30 million passengers a year. If even 0.5% die on board, that's 150,000 bodies that need to be handled quietly, efficiently, without disturbing the paradise illusion. I still have nightmares about those storage rooms, about what's behind all those locked doors on ships floating in international waters where laws become suggestions and death becomes an inconvenience to be managed. I spent 6 years as a communications officer on various cruise ships before that night in 2022 changed everything. Most people picture cruise work as glamorous, tropical destinations, endless buffets, meeting people from all over the world. The reality is, 12-hour shifts in a windowless room filled with monitors, radio equipment, and the constant hum of electronics. I was stationed on the Meridian Pearl, one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers through the Mediterranean. My job was simple enough: monitor all radio frequencies, log communications, coordinate with other vessels, and relay important information to the bridge. That particular night in early August, we were somewhere between Sicily and Malta, cruising through calm waters under a moonless sky. I'd just finished my dinner, lukewarm pasta from the crew mess, and settled in for what I expected would be another routine graveyard shift. The communications room was tucked away on deck 3, far from passenger areas. Just me, my colleague Brandon, who was catching some sleep in the corner, and walls lined with equipment that looked like it belonged in a submarine movie. Around 2 a.m., I picked up something on Channel 16, the international distress frequency. At first, it was just static mixed with what sounded like voices, barely audible through the interference. I fine-tuned the frequency, adjusting the squelch and gain controls until the transmission became clearer. It was another cruise ship, the Ocean Harmony, operating about 40 nautical miles from our position. Their communications officer sounded panicked, his voice cracking as he repeated the same message. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ocean Harmony. We have 17 passengers unaccounted for. Repeat, 17 souls missing. Conducted 3 full searches of the vessel, requesting immediate assistance from any ships in vicinity." The timestamp on my equipment showed 02:13 when I logged the first transmission. I immediately reached for the direct line to our bridge, but before I could dial, more transmissions flooded in. The Ocean Harmony's officer was now communicating with what sounded like the Italian Coast Guard, though their responses were breaking up badly. Through the static, I heard fragments. "Searched all public areas. Cameras show nothing. Between 23 and 1 hours. No signs of struggle. Personal belongings still in cabins." Each detail made my chest tighten. 17 people don't just vanish from a cruise ship. I'd been doing this job long enough to know that when someone goes overboard, there's usually witnesses, security footage, something. But 17 people disappearing within a 2-hour window with no trace? I started recording everything on our backup system while simultaneously transcribing the key points by hand. Brandon stirred in his chair but didn't wake up. He'd been pulling double shifts all week and could sleep through anything. The transmissions continued for another 20 minutes, growing increasingly desperate. The Ocean Harmony's captain had taken over the radio now, his deep voice cutting through the static with practiced authority that couldn't quite mask his concern. He was requesting helicopter support, asking nearby vessels to adjust course for search patterns, coordinating with maritime authorities from at least 3 different countries. I plotted their position on my navigation screen. They were close enough that we could reach them in 2 hours at full speed. Protocol demanded that I report this immediately to our bridge officer. I grabbed the phone again, dialed extension 501, and waited. Lieutenant Morrison answered on the 3rd ring, sounding irritated at being disturbed. When I explained the situation, there was a long pause. Then he said something that made my entire body go rigid. "Keep monitoring. Don't log anything officially yet. I'm coming down." 5 minutes later, Morrison walked in, but he wasn't alone. Our hotel director, a thin man named Garrison who always wore perfectly pressed suits even at 3 in the morning, followed him into the room. They both looked wide awake, like they'd been expecting something like this. Garrison went straight to my station, leaning over to look at my handwritten notes while Morrison stood by the door, arms crossed. "Play back everything you've recorded," Garrison ordered. His cologne was overwhelming in the small space, something expensive that made my nose itch. I hit playback, and we listened to the Ocean Harmony's distress calls again. Garrison's expression never changed, just that blank corporate stare I'd seen during staff meetings. When the recording ended, he pulled out his phone and stepped into the hallway. I could hear him speaking in hushed tones, though I couldn't make out the words through the heavy door. Morrison moved closer to my station, scanning through the digital logs on my screen. "How many other vessels have acknowledged these transmissions?" he asked. I pulled up the frequency log. 2 cargo ships had responded, along with an Italian patrol boat, all confirming they'd received the distress calls and were adjusting course to assist. Morrison nodded slowly, then did something I'd never seen in my 6 years at sea. He reached over and started deleting entries from our communication log, not just archiving or marking them classified, actually removing them from our system entirely. "Sir, those are official maritime records," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're required by international law to maintain those." He didn't even look at me, just kept clicking delete. "No, what we're required to do is protect our passengers from unnecessary panic. News about a competitor's crisis could cause chaos on our ship. Imagine if 4,000 people suddenly decided they wanted off." Garrison returned, slipping his phone into his jacket pocket. "The situation is being handled through proper channels," he announced, though his tone suggested those channels had nothing to do with maritime safety. "From this moment forward, we received no distress calls tonight. Our logs will show routine commercial traffic only. The Ocean Harmony situation doesn't concern us." He turned to Brandon, who was now awake and looking confused. "That goes for you too. You were asleep. You heard nothing." Brandon glanced at me, then back at Garrison and simply nodded. Smart kid. He had a family back in the States and needed this job. Garrison pulled out a tablet and had us both sign something labeled as a communications protocol review, corporate speak for a gag order. The document was pages long, filled with legal language about proprietary information and competitive intelligence. Nowhere did it mention the 17 missing people who were somewhere out there in the dark Mediterranean waters. For the next 2 hours, I sat at my station listening to the ongoing search and rescue operations while pretending to monitor routine channels. The Ocean Harmony's transmissions grew more frantic. They'd found personal items floating in the water: shoes, a handbag, what looked like pieces of clothing. The Italian Coast Guard had deployed helicopters with searchlights, sweeping the dark waters in expanding grid patterns. A Norwegian cargo vessel reported possible debris about 2 miles from the Ocean Harmony's position. Through it all, I maintained our fake log, entering fictional routine communications while the real crisis unfolded in my headphones. Around 4:30 a.m., Garrison finally left, but not before reminding me that my contract included substantial financial penalties for violating confidentiality agreements. Morrison stayed until his shift ended at 6 a.m., sitting in the corner where Brandon had been, occasionally glancing at me to make sure I was following orders. When my replacement arrived at 8 a.m., a cheerful woman named Janet who had no idea what had transpired during the night, I handed over the falsified log without a word. Walking back to my cabin, I passed hundreds of passengers heading to breakfast, laughing, taking selfies, completely unaware that just 40 miles away, families were receiving the worst news of their lives. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those 17 people. Were they traveling together? Were they strangers who'd met the same fate? The Ocean Harmony's manifest would list them as missing, their cabins would be sealed, and somewhere, 17 families would be destroyed. I lay in my narrow bunk, staring at the ceiling, listening to the constant rumble of our engines. Every cruise ship has cameras covering almost every inch of public space. For 17 people to disappear without being caught on a single camera meant either a massive technical failure or something far more orchestrated. That evening, I made a decision that probably ended my maritime career. Before my shift, I stopped by an internet cafe in port. We docked in Valletta, Malta for the day. Using a prepaid connection that couldn't be traced back to me, I searched for news about the Ocean Harmony. Nothing. Not a single article, blog post, or social media mention about missing passengers. I checked maritime incident databases, Coast Guard reports, even shipping industry forums where sailors gossip about everything. The rescue operation I'd listened to for hours, involving multiple vessels and helicopters, had left no digital footprint whatsoever. The Ocean Harmony was listed as operating normally, currently docked in Marseille according to the Port Authority website. Either everyone involved had agreed to bury this story, or something even stranger was happening. I spent €30 printing out everything I could find about the ship's recent movements, passenger reviews from previous cruises, anything that might explain what I'd heard. When I returned to the ship for my evening shift, Garrison was waiting in the communications room. He wasn't alone. 2 security officers flanked him, and there were boxes stacked near my station. "We're upgrading the equipment," he said, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You'll be transferred to the Celestial Dream, departing from Barcelona next week. Promotion to Senior Communications Officer, 20% pay increase." It wasn't a promotion. It was exile. They were separating me from Brandon, from anyone who knew about that night. The security officers watched as I packed my personal items from the desk drawers, photos, my coffee mug, the notebook where I'd transcribed those desperate calls. Garrison held out his hand for the notebook. When I hesitated, one of the security officers stepped forward. I handed it over. Garrison flipped through it, tore out the pages with my handwriting from that night, and fed them into a shredder that had mysteriously appeared in our usually equipment-only room. The next 6 days before my transfer were surreal. I worked my shifts, maintained the logs, acted normal. But every night I'd lie awake wondering how many other communications officers had heard similar calls and been silenced. How many missing passenger cases were being erased from existence. On my last night aboard the Meridian Pearl, Brandon found me during dinner. He slipped me a USB drive hidden inside a napkin, whispered, "Backup from that night," and walked away. I never saw him again. I quit 3 months later. Couldn't handle the weight of what I knew. The USB drive contained 4 hours of recordings. Every transmission from the Ocean Harmony, every coordinate, every desperate plea for help. I've shared it with journalists, maritime safety organizations, even law enforcement. They all say the same thing. Without official logs or corroborating evidence, it's just audio that could be fabricated. 17 people vanished that night, and the only proof sits in a safety deposit box in Geneva, waiting for someone to believe it's real. The galley kitchens on cruise ships become your entire world after a while, and I'd been running them for 12 years when everything went to hell that April morning in 2023. I was 43, divorced, and honestly preferred the constant motion of the sea to any apartment back in Boston. Most people don't realize that executive chefs on these massive vessels oversee operations that feed 4,000 passengers and 1,500 crew members every single day. We're talking about 21 restaurants, 800 pounds of lobster per voyage, and a supply chain that would make most hotel managers weep. I'd worked my way up from a line cook on smaller boats to managing the entire food operation on one of the industry's flagship vessels. The money was excellent, the team respected me, and I genuinely loved watching sunrise through the porthole windows while inspecting the morning bread production. That particular Monday started like any other, with me arriving at the main galley at 4:30 a.m., my clipboard ready for inventory checks, completely unaware that within 6 hours I'd be facing the kind of decision that destroys careers and maybe lives. The first complaint came through at 10:15, just as breakfast service was winding down and we were prepping for the lunch rush. Nancy, one of our guest services coordinators, appeared at my office door with that particular expression that meant trouble, her usually bright face pulled tight with concern, her fingers drumming against her radio. A family of 5 from Deck 7 had reported severe stomach problems after eating at the Sunrise Buffet, and they weren't the only ones. Within 20 minutes, my phone was ringing nonstop, and the medical bay started sending urgent messages about passengers flooding in with violent symptoms, vomiting, severe cramping, some people collapsing in hallways. Dr. Brennan, our chief medical officer, a former Navy surgeon who never panicked about anything, called me directly and said we might be looking at over 60 cases already, with more coming every minute. The pattern was clear. Everyone affected had eaten breakfast between 7 and 9 that morning, mostly from the main buffet, but some from our specialty restaurants too. I immediately initiated our containment protocol, shutting down all food service except for sealed beverages and prepackaged items, then assembled my senior staff in the main prep kitchen to figure out what the hell had gone wrong. We pulled every single item that had been served that morning, Eggs, bacon, sausages, fruit salads, pastries, yogurt parfaits, everything. My sous chef Kevin and I personally inspected each batch, checking temperatures, examining prep logs, even tasting small samples ourselves despite the risk. The scrambled eggs looked perfect, fluffy and yellow like always. The bacon was crispy. The hollandaise sauce had been made fresh at 6 a.m. exactly according to protocol. Every temperature log showed proper readings. All the HACCP charts were filled out correctly. Timestamps matched. Signatures were in place. But something was catastrophically wrong, and the numbers kept climbing. Dr. Brennan's latest update put us at 143 passengers affected, with 12 in critical condition. The captain had already notified corporate headquarters and the nearest port authority, and I knew that within hours we'd have health inspectors crawling through every inch of my kitchens. The weird thing was that my staff seemed unusually quiet during our emergency meeting, avoiding eye contact in a way that made the hair on my neck stand up. Kevin pulled me aside near the walk-in freezers while the others were gathering samples for testing, his face pale and sweaty, in a way that had nothing to do with the kitchen heat. He'd been with me for 3 years, a solid professional who'd never given me any reason to doubt him. But now, he kept glancing at the security cameras like he was checking their positions. "Chef, we need to talk, but not here," he whispered, gesturing toward the loading dock area where deliveries came in during port days. I followed him through the maze of storage rooms, past the blast chillers and the dry goods storage, until we reached a corner where the camera coverage had a known blind spot. Something I'd reported to management months ago, but they'd never fixed. Kevin rubbed his face hard with both hands before speaking, and when he finally looked at me, I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "The delivery last Friday in Port Canaveral," he started, his voice barely audible over the distant hum of refrigeration units. "Corporate made us take a shipment that wasn't on our manifest. 3 pallets of frozen proteins, no proper documentation, just a verbal order from someone way above our pay grade." I stared at him, trying to process what he was telling me while my phone buzzed incessantly with updates from the crisis. Kevin continued, explaining how the night shift had been instructed to use these unmarked packages for the breakfast sausages and meat preparations, mixing them with our regular stock to stretch the inventory through the next 2 weeks at sea. The packages had arrived partially thawed, he said, with ice crystals melting and refreezing in patterns that suggested multiple temperature breaks during transport. But here's where it got worse. Our night supervisor, Robert, had been specifically told by someone in corporate procurement to bypass the usual receiving protocols, skip the temperature checks, and just get everything into the freezers before the morning shift arrived. Kevin showed me photos on his phone that he'd taken secretly. Boxes with labels that had been peeled off and replaced, dates that looked altered with different ink, and most disturbing of all, a faint stamp on one box that appeared to be from a supplier we'd blacklisted 2 years ago for repeated safety violations. The more he talked, the clearer it became that this wasn't just negligence or a mistake. This was deliberate, systematic corner cutting to save money, and now people were seriously ill because of it. The head of guest services burst through the dock door before I could respond to Kevin, her face flushed and panicked. "Chef, we have 3 passengers being airlifted to shore right now," she gasped, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. 2 elderly women and a 7-year-old boy, all in critical condition with severe dehydration and organ stress. The Coast Guard is 30 minutes out. The weight of those words hit me like a physical blow. A child was fighting for his life because of food that came from my kitchens. Food that I was responsible for, even if I hadn't known about the contaminated shipment. I thought about my own nephew, just about that age, and felt bile rise in my throat. Behind her, I could see other department heads gathering in the main galley, including our hotel director, Mr. Fitzgerald, a company man through and through who'd been with the cruise line for 25 years. He caught my eye through the doorway and made a subtle cutting motion across his throat, a clear message to keep quiet about whatever I might have discovered. The ship's internet had already been throttled to prevent passengers from posting on social media, and I knew from experience that corporate's crisis management team was probably already crafting a story about an isolated norovirus outbreak completely unrelated to food handling. I walked back into the main galley, my mind racing through the implications of what I knew versus what I was expected to do. Mr. Pahu. Fitzgerald immediately cornered me near the pass where we usually plated desserts, speaking in that smooth, practiced tone that company executives perfect after years of handling disasters. "Chef, the testing lab will be here within the hour," he said, straightening his tie with manicured fingers that had never touched a hot pan. "They'll find nothing because there's nothing to find. Our supplies are all properly sourced, properly stored, and properly prepared. Whatever made these people sick came from somewhere else. Perhaps they ate at port yesterday. Perhaps it's viral. Your kitchens are spotless. Your procedures are impeccable. And that's exactly what you'll tell the investigators." He placed a hand on my shoulder, squeezing just hard enough to convey threat rather than comfort. "You've got 14 years until full pension, if I remember correctly. Your son's at Northwestern University studying medicine, expensive school. It would be unfortunate if budget cuts forced us to restructure the galley management." The message was crystal clear. Play along or lose everything I'd worked for, everything my family depended on. My phone rang with another call from Dr. Brennan, and this time his voice had lost all professional composure. "We're at 208 cases now, and I need to know what they ate because standard food poisoning treatment isn't working," he said urgently. "Some passengers are showing unusual symptoms. Their white blood cell counts are through the roof. Liver enzymes are spiking in ways I've never seen from typical bacteria. Whatever this is, it's not Salmonella or E. coli or any of the usual suspects." I could hear chaos in the background of his call, alarms beeping, people retching, someone crying hysterically. Meanwhile, Fitzgerald stood 3 feet away from me, arms crossed, watching my every expression. I told Dr. Brennan I'd get back to him and hung up, my mind churning through the horrible calculus of this situation. If I stayed quiet, more people might get sick from the remaining contaminated stock still in our freezers. But if I spoke up, corporate would destroy me financially and professionally, blacklisting me from every cruise line and major hotel chain they had connections with, which was basically all of them. They'd paint me as a negligent chef who'd failed to maintain standards, making me the scapegoat while the executives who'd actually ordered the corrupt shipment remained untouched in their shoreside offices. The health inspectors arrived faster than expected, a team of 3 officials in Navy windbreakers who immediately commandeered my office and started demanding documentation. I handed over everything they asked for, the filtered version, the official logs that showed perfect compliance, while the real evidence Kevin had shown me burned like acid in my consciousness. They took samples from every station, swabbed surfaces, checked temperatures, interviewed my staff who all stuck to the script with practiced efficiency. During a brief break, I excused myself and went to the crew bathroom, where I found Kevin's assistant, Maria, crying in one of the stalls. She'd been working the night shift when the contaminated meat came in, and through her tears, she told me that Robert had made them repackage everything, transferring the suspicious proteins into our standard containers with our regular labels. He said it was a special arrangement to help the company during supply chain problems, she sobbed, mascara streaming down her cheeks. But chef, some of those packages, they smelled wrong even while frozen, like ammonia mixed with something sweet and rotten. We tried to refuse, but Robert said we'd all be fired and put off at the next port without our wages. She showed me videos on her phone that she'd secretly recorded, timestamp showing 3:47 a.m. last Saturday, of Robert and 2 other supervisors literally peeling labels off boxes and replacing them with fresh ones from our standard supplier. I made a decision in that bathroom that would change everything. I told Maria to send me those videos immediately, then walked back to my office where the inspectors were still working. Mr. Fitzgerald had positioned himself in the corner, supposedly reviewing paperwork but really monitoring every word I said. I pulled out my personal laptop, not the company one, and started compiling everything. Kevin's photos, Maria's videos, screenshots of the altered delivery manifests, even recordings I'd made of previous conversations where corporate had pushed us to cut costs. The lead inspector, a woman named Diane with 30 years of experience and eyes that missed nothing, noticed my agitation. "Chef, is there something you'd like to share with us?" she asked quietly, and I saw Fitzgerald tense up, his hand moving to his phone, probably to alert legal. I looked at Diane, then at Fitzgerald, then thought about that 7-year-old boy fighting for his life in a helicopter somewhere over the ocean. "Yes," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "But I need protection from retaliation, and I need it in writing before I show you what really happened here." The room went completely silent, except for the distant sound of the ship's engines, and I could practically hear my career crumbling like overbaked pastry. What happened next was like watching a dam burst in slow motion. Diane immediately called for federal marshals who were apparently already on standby at the nearest port, then began documenting everything while Fitzgerald tried desperately to reach corporate legal on his phone. Within an hour, they'd seized all the remaining contaminated products, locked down the entire kitchen operation, and started interviewing every single member of my staff separately. The truth came pouring out. Apparently, this wasn't the first time, just the first time people had gotten this sick. Robert, when faced with federal charges, cracked completely and admitted that corporate had been doing this for 18 months across their entire fleet, saving approximately $12 million by purchasing rejected and expired proteins through shell companies and relabeling them. The ammonia smell Maria had noticed was from chemicals used to mask decomposition, a practice that's literally criminal in food service. Dr. Brennan later confirmed that the unusual symptoms were from a rare bacteria that only develops in meat that's been thawed and refrozen multiple times in contaminated conditions. By evening, FBI agents had boarded the ship, and Fitzgerald was in custody along with 3 other executives who'd tried to destroy evidence. The 7-year-old boy survived after intensive treatment, though his family would deal with complications for months. The cruise line tried to fire me the next day, but the whistleblower protection Diane had arranged held firm, and the story exploded across international news within 72 hours. I testified in federal court 6 months later, providing evidence that led to criminal charges against 14 corporate executives and a complete restructuring of the company's food safety protocols. The cruise line paid out $300 million in settlements and criminal fines, and new federal regulations were passed requiring independent food safety audits for all cruise operations. I never worked on a ship again. No cruise line would touch me after I'd exposed the industry's dirty secret, but I found something better. Now I run a food safety consulting firm that trains kitchen staff to recognize and report exactly these kinds of violations, and Maria works with me as my lead inspector. Kevin took over as executive chef on a competitor's ship, where he implemented the strictest food safety standards in the fleet. Sometimes I miss the sunrise through those porthole windows and the rhythm of life at sea, but then I remember that little boy's family sending me a photo of him on his 8th birthday, healthy and grinning with cake all over his face. That photo sits on my desk now, reminding me every day that some things matter more than careers or corporate loyalty. The galley might have been my whole world once, but saving lives by speaking truth became my purpose, even if it meant I'd never sail again. February 2016 was when everything went sideways for me. I was 34, recently divorced, and desperately needed the money when I took that job as a night watchman on the Oceanic Pearl, one of those massive cruise ships that holds about 4,000 passengers. The pay was decent, better than anything I could find on land at the time, and they were offering 6-month contracts with overtime guaranteed. I'd worked security at a mall in Phoenix before, nothing fancy, just checking doors and walking around empty corridors at night. The cruise line job seemed like the same deal, except floating. My buddy Frank had done it for 2 years and said it was easy money. Just patrol the decks, make sure drunk passengers got back to their rooms safely, and keep an eye on restricted areas. Simple enough, right? The first 3 weeks were exactly what I expected. I'd start my shift at 11 p.m., do my rounds through the passenger decks, check the pool areas, Make sure nobody was climbing on railings or doing anything stupid after too many drinks at the bars. Most nights I'd help maybe 2 or 3 people who couldn't find their cabin, guide them back while they rambled about how amazing their vacation was. The ship had this whole city inside it: restaurants, theaters, casinos, shopping areas. And at night, when most passengers were asleep, it became this quiet, humming maze of corridors and stairwells. I actually enjoyed those first weeks, walking through the empty spaces, listening to the ocean through the walls, feeling the slight sway under my feet. It was peaceful in a way that my life hadn't been for a while. It was a Wednesday night in my 4th week when I first noticed something weird. I was doing my usual patrol near the aft section of Deck 5 when I saw 2 crew members I recognized from the entertainment staff, a guy named Victor from Romania and a woman called Sophia from Greece. They were practically carrying this passenger, a middle-aged woman in a sparkly dress who could barely stand. Now I'd seen plenty of drunk passengers, but this was different. Her head was completely limp, rolling back and forth with each step, and her feet were dragging on the carpet. I started walking toward them to help, figured they were taking her to the medical center on Deck 2, but then they turned left instead of right. Left led to a service elevator that went down to the crew quarters and storage areas. Definitely not where passengers belonged. When I called out to them, Victor just looked at me, put his finger to his lips, and shook his head. Sophia mouthed something that looked like special arrangement, and they disappeared into the elevator. The next morning, I mentioned it to Gary, the security supervisor who worked days. He'd been with the cruise line for 15 years, knew everything about everything. Gary just laughed it off, told me sometimes VIP passengers get special recovery services when they party too hard. Private medical attention in better-equipped rooms away from the regular medical bay. He said the cruise line didn't advertise it, but wealthy passengers paid extra for discretion when they got too wasted. Made sense at the time, I guess. Rich people always got different treatment, and the cruise industry was all about keeping high rollers happy. But something about the way Victor had looked at me stuck in my mind. It wasn't conspiratorial, like we were in on some secret together. It was more like a warning, like I should mind my own business and forget what I saw. 2 nights later, it happened again. Different crew members this time. Guys from the restaurant staff I'd seen around but didn't know by name. They had a young man, maybe 25, wearing an expensive-looking suit that was all disheveled. This time I was closer, could see his face clearly under the corridor lights. His eyes were open but completely unfocused, pupils dilated so wide they looked black. Drool was running down his chin. The weird part was how systematic they were about it. One guy had him under the arms, the other had his legs, and they were moving fast, efficient, like they'd done this many times before. They took the same service elevator, going down to the restricted areas. I followed them this time, took the stairs down to Deck 1, but when I got there, the corridor was empty. Just the hum of the engines and the smell of industrial cleaning products. There were dozens of doors down there, storage rooms, crew quarters, mechanical areas. They could have gone anywhere. I started paying more attention after that, changing my patrol routes to spend more time near those service elevators. Over the next week, I saw it happen 4 more times. Always late, always between 2 and 4 a.m. when the ship was quietest. Always crew members from different departments: entertainment, food service, housekeeping, carrying passengers who were beyond drunk, practically unconscious. And always down to the restricted areas below the passenger decks. I started keeping notes in my phone, writing down dates, times, descriptions of the passengers. There was a pattern forming that I couldn't ignore. The passengers were always alone, always wearing expensive clothes or jewelry, always so intoxicated they couldn't speak or walk. And here's what really got me. I never saw any of them again during the rest of the cruise. Now, it's a big ship, sure, but I had a good memory for faces, especially ones I'd seen in such strange circumstances. The breaking point came on a Saturday night, almost 6 weeks into my contract. I was near the casino on Deck 8 when I saw them carrying a woman who looked exactly like someone I'd helped earlier that same night. Around midnight, she'd been tipsy but coherent, asking me for directions to her cabin. She'd shown me her key card, cabin 742, and I'd walked her there myself. She was traveling alone, she told me, a recent widow spending some of her husband's life insurance on a trip she'd always dreamed about. Now, at 3:30 a.m., here she was being carried by 2 crew members, completely unconscious, wearing the same silver dress. This time, I didn't hesitate. I stepped right in front of them, badge out, and demanded to know where they were taking her. The taller one, a Lithuanian guy from maintenance, just stared at me. The other one, someone from the spa staff, actually smiled. Not a friendly smile, but the kind that made your spine go rigid. "Step aside," the Lithuanian said, his accent thick. "This is authorized." When I asked for what authorization, whose authorization, he pulled out a radio and spoke rapidly in a language I didn't understand. Within 2 minutes, Gary appeared, which was strange because Gary never worked nights. He was wearing regular clothes, not his uniform, and his face was all business. He pulled me aside, gripped tight on my arm, and walked me away from the crew members who continued on with the woman. "Listen to me very carefully," he said, and his voice was different, harder than I'd ever heard it. "You're going to forget what you saw. You're going to go back to your normal patrol route, and you're going to stop making notes about things that don't concern you." When I protested that this was my job, that something illegal was happening, he leaned in close. "Your job is whatever we say it is. You've got 4 months left on your contract. You can finish it quietly and get your bonus, or you can be terminated at the next port for insubordination. No references, no final pay, and good luck explaining to your next employer why you got fired from a cruise ship." Then he said something that really chilled me. "That ex-wife of yours back in Phoenix, she's getting those alimony payments on time, right? Be a shame if you couldn't keep up with them." I went back to my cabin that morning and sat on my narrow bunk, trying to process what was happening. The threat was clear, but the reality of it was hitting me hard. I needed this job. The divorce had cleaned me out, and those alimony payments were court-ordered. If I lost this gig, I'd be in contempt of court within 2 months. But those passengers, something was happening to them. I couldn't just ignore it. I decided to be smarter about it. Instead of confronting anyone directly, I'd gather evidence quietly. I started using my phone to record videos during my patrols, keeping it in my chest pocket with the camera slightly exposed. I'd walk by those service elevators, hoping to catch something on film. For 3 nights, nothing. Then on night 4, I got lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. I captured clear footage of 3 crew members carrying an unconscious man into the service elevator. His wallet had fallen out of his pocket, and one of them picked it up, pulled out the cash, and tossed the wallet into a trash bin. That was straight-up theft. No way to explain that away as VIP service. The next morning, we docked at Nassau. I had 6 hours of shore leave and used it to find an internet cafe away from the ship's Wi-Fi. I uploaded the video to my cloud storage and emailed copies to myself at 3 different email addresses. Then I did something else. I searched for news about missing cruise passengers. What I found made me sick. Over the past 2 years, 17 passengers had gone missing from various ships operated by our cruise line. The official reports always said the same thing. Passenger disembarked at port and failed to return. Or voluntary disembarkation documented. But family members were quoted saying their loved ones would never just leave, that their belongings were still in their cabins, that something was wrong. One woman's daughter said her mother had called her the night before she supposedly disembarked voluntarily in Jamaica, excited about the formal dinner that evening. She never made it to dinner, and according to the cruise line, she'd left the ship at 6 a.m. the next morning. No security footage, no witnesses, just a notation in the ship's log. I knew I had to do something, but I also knew I was trapped on that ship for another 4 months. Going to the authorities at port seemed like the obvious choice, but I needed more evidence, something undeniable. That night I did something stupid but necessary. I waited until 3 a.m., then used my security override to access the passenger manifest system. I looked up the woman from cabin 7412, the widow I'd tried to help. According to the system, She had disembarked that morning in Nassau. Voluntary departure, no forwarding address, no contact with the cruise line needed. But I'd seen her being carried unconscious just hours before we docked. Her cabin had already been cleaned and prepared for a new passenger arriving that day. I checked the others I'd made notes about. All of them showed the same thing. Voluntary disembarkation at various ports, always within 24 hours of when I'd seen them being carried away. The pattern was clear and horrifying. They were taking passengers who were alone, getting them severely intoxicated somehow, and then making them disappear at port, probably dumping them somewhere or selling them to human traffickers. The cruise line was covering it up with false records. My last night on the ship came sooner than expected. 3 days after Nassau, Gary came to my cabin with 2 other security officers. They searched everything, found my backup phone hidden in my mattress with all the videos and notes. Gary deleted everything while the others held me against the wall. "You're done," he said. "Next port is Cozumel. You're getting off there. Your final pay is forfeit due to breach of contract. We found evidence you've been stealing from passenger cabins." I started to protest, but he cut me off. "That's the story if you try to make trouble. We have your fingerprints on items from 3 different cabins where valuables went missing. You think anyone will believe a disgruntled fired security guard over a multi-billion-dollar cruise line?" They escorted me to a storage room in the crew area and locked me in. No phone, no way to contact anyone. They brought me food twice a day and let me use the bathroom under guard. When we docked at Cozumel, they marched me off the ship with just my passport and the clothes I was wearing, handed me $200 cash, and told me if I ever tried to contact the authorities or the media, they'd make sure I was arrested for theft. It took me 3 days to get back to Phoenix using the $200 for bus tickets and gas station food. When I got home, I found an email waiting in one of my backup accounts. The cloud storage links I'd sent from Nassau were still active. They'd deleted everything on my phones but hadn't known about the uploads. I had the video of them stealing from the unconscious passenger, plus all my notes with dates and times. I spent weeks trying to figure out what to do with it. Went to the FBI field office in Phoenix, but they said maritime crimes were complicated, especially in international waters. Tried calling journalists, but nobody wanted to touch a story about a major cruise line without more proof. The few who showed interest backed off quickly, said their editors wouldn't run it. I even contacted a maritime lawyer who told me bluntly that suing would be pointless. The cruise line would bury me in legal fees, and those employment contracts have arbitration clauses that basically sign away your right to sue anyway. Eventually, I gave up trying to go through official channels. But I couldn't just let it go completely. I started posting on cruise forums and travel warning sites, using anonymous accounts and VPNs, sharing what I'd witnessed without naming the specific cruise line. My lawyer had warned me about defamation suits. Some people believed me, others called me a conspiracy theorist, but every few months I'd see another news story about a missing cruise passenger, another voluntary disembarkation that didn't make sense. I know what's happening on those ships. Crew members are drugging solitary passengers, probably with something slipped into their drinks at the bars, then robbing them and getting rid of them at ports. Maybe they're selling them to traffickers. Maybe they're just dumping them unconscious in dangerous areas where they become robbery victims or worse. The cruise line covers it up, doctors the records, and threatens anyone who tries to speak up. I still have that video saved in a dozen different places, waiting for the day someone with real power decides to investigate. Until then, I tell anyone who will listen, if you're traveling alone on a cruise, never accept a drink you didn't see poured, never get severely intoxicated, and always make sure someone on land knows where you are. Because once you disappear at sea, you're just another voluntary disembarkation in the ship's log, and nobody's coming to look for you. I need everyone here to understand that what I'm about to share cost me my career, my reputation, and probably my sanity. 10 months ago, I was working security on the Atlantic Empress. one of those massive floating cities that carries 4,000 passengers plus crew. I'd been doing maritime security for 12 years before that. Started in the Coast Guard, then moved to commercial vessels. The pay was decent. The work was usually straightforward. Drunk passengers getting rowdy, occasional theft from staterooms, maybe a fight at the casino. Nothing could have prepared me for what happened during that voyage from New York to Bermuda. I still wake up at night thinking about Cabin 8247, about the Anderson family, and about how 4 people can simply stop existing while surrounded by thousands of others. The call came in around 10:30 p.m. on our second night at sea. I was doing my rounds on Deck 9 when my radio crackled. Housekeeping was reporting an issue with a stateroom on Deck 8. The night supervisor, a woman named Yolanda who'd been with the cruise line for 20 years, said something was wrong with one of the family suites. She wouldn't elaborate over the radio, just kept insisting I needed to come down immediately. Her voice had this edge to it that I'd never heard before. When I got there, she was standing outside 8247 with 2 of her staff members. They all had the same expression, confused and genuinely disturbed. Yolanda handed me the master keycard without saying a word and just pointed at the door. When I opened that cabin, I expected maybe vandalism, a medical emergency, or even a crime scene. What I found was nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing. The suite was pristine, like it had just been prepared for new passengers. The beds were made with fresh linens, corners tucked military style. The bathroom had wrapped soaps, folded towel arrangements, those little shampoo bottles lined up perfectly. The closets were empty, hangers evenly spaced. Even the welcome basket with the champagne bottle sat untouched on the coffee table. The promotional cruise materials fanned out like a deck of cards. But here's what made everyone uncomfortable. The manifest showed the Andersons had checked in 36 hours ago. A family of 4 from Michigan. Parents in their 40s, 2 teenage kids. I pulled up their records on my tablet right there in the doorway. Everything looked normal at first glance. They'd completed online check-in 2 weeks prior, uploaded their passport photos, selected their dinner seating. The embarkation system showed them boarding at 2:47 p.m. on departure day. Their keycards had been activated. Their safety drill attendance was marked complete. The dining system even showed they'd eaten dinner the first night. Table 42 in the main dining room. Orders placed at 7:23 p.m. The father had the salmon, the mother chose pasta primavera, the kids both got burgers. Their server, a guy named Antonio from Portugal, had even noted that they'd mentioned celebrating their daughter's acceptance to college. But standing in that empty cabin, none of it made sense. I immediately called the bridge and requested a full security protocol. Within minutes, I had 3 more officers with me, and we began a systematic search. We pulled the keycard logs for cabin 8247. The last entry was at 9:14 p.m. the previous night, right after dinner. The hallway cameras? Here's where things got weird. The footage showed the Andersons returning to their cabin at 9:14 p.m., exactly matching the keycard data. 4 people walked down that corridor. I watched it myself at least a dozen times. They were laughing about something. The father had his arm around his son's shoulder. They entered the cabin, the door closed, and that was it. No one left that room according to the cameras. But the next footage, from Yolanda's team arriving at 10:15 p.m. tonight to do turn-down service, showed them entering an already empty cabin. We reviewed every single camera on the ship, every elevator, every stairwell, every public area. The Andersons appeared in multiple locations throughout the first day and a half. The pool deck, the buffet for breakfast, walking through the promenade. The son played basketball with other teens at the sports court. The mother got a coffee at the cafe on deck 6 around 3 p.m. on day 2. But after they entered their cabin at 9:14 p.m., they never appeared on another camera. I had my team check everything. The medical center in case they'd had an emergency. The brig in case something had happened that wasn't logged. Even the crew areas in case they'd somehow wandered where passengers shouldn't go. We discreetly checked other passenger cabins near 8247, thinking maybe there'd been a mix-up with room numbers. Nothing. 4 people had simply vanished from a locked metal box floating in the middle of the ocean. The chief security officer, a former Navy man named Douglas Crawford, took over the investigation around midnight. He brought in the hotel director, the staff captain, and eventually even woke up the captain himself. The entire senior leadership was now in the security office, watching the same footage, reviewing the same records, coming to the same impossible conclusion. Crawford made the call to begin interviewing staff members who'd had any interaction with the Andersons. That's when the inconsistencies started piling up. Antonio, the waiter from dinner, swore he'd served them both nights. He described their conversations in detail, mentioned the father was from Detroit, worked in automotive manufacturing. But the dining room manager showed us the system. Only one dinner was logged. When we checked Antonio's other tables from the second night, table 42 was marked as vacant, never seated. The pool attendant, a kid named Jeremy from California, remembered the son because they'd talked about surfing. He insisted he'd seen him at the pool that very afternoon, around 2 p.m. But when we checked the towel checkout system, the Andersons' cards had only registered on day 1. The spa had a booking for Mrs. Anderson for a massage at 4 p.m. on day 2. The therapist, Helen, said she'd waited 45 minutes, but the woman never showed. Yet Helen's colleague, working the next station, swore she'd seen Mrs. Anderson leaving the spa around 5 p.m., looking relaxed and thanking the staff. The boutique clerk had a receipt showing Mr. Anderson bought a watch that afternoon, paid with his key card, signature on file. But inventory showed that exact watch still in the display case, and the transaction wasn't in the point-of-sale system anymore, just the paper receipt that shouldn't have existed. By 3 a.m., Crawford pulled me aside into his private office. His face was gray and he looked older than I'd ever seen him. He told me that in 30 years of maritime security, he'd encountered 3 similar situations. Never 4 people at once, but passengers who just stopped existing. The cruise line had a protocol for this, he said, though it wasn't in any manual I'd ever read. We were to document everything, secure all evidence, and then wait for instructions from corporate. He made me sign something right there, a document I'd never seen before, with legal language about proprietary information and national maritime security. The way his hands trembled when he handed me the pen told me this was bigger than just our ship. He said corporate would handle the family notifications, that there would be a cover story about a medical evacuation by helicopter that happened while most passengers were asleep. The next morning came too fast. At 6 a.m., 2 men in suits boarded via the pilot boat. They weren't introduced to anyone, just went straight to the security office with Crawford. By 7 a.m., the Andersons' cabin was being occupied by a different family, the Washingtons from Oregon, who'd supposedly won a last-minute upgrade in a contest nobody remembered running. The crew members who'd reported inconsistencies were all called in for individual meetings. When they came out, they wouldn't talk about what was discussed, just went back to work like nothing had happened. Antonio suddenly remembered he'd been confused. That table 42 had been empty the second night after all. Jeremy admitted he must have mixed up the days. Helen's colleague realized she'd been mistaken about seeing Mrs. Anderson. The receipt from the boutique had disappeared, and the clerk insisted he'd never made that sale. I was given 2 choices that afternoon in Crawford's office, with those 2 suits standing behind him like gargoyles. Option 1, accept a promotion to a shoreside position with a 50% pay increase, full relocation package, and a glowing recommendation. Option 2, refuse and face immediate termination for security protocol violations they'd already documented against me. Violations that hadn't existed an hour earlier. The catch with option 1? I had to sign another document, this one stating that the Anderson family had never boarded the Atlantic Empress. That cabin 8247 had been vacant due to a booking error, and that any suggestion otherwise would result in criminal prosecution for fraud and defamation. They had a psychiatrist ready to declare me unfit for duty if I chose wrong. Crawford wouldn't even look at me while they explained this. He just stared at his desk, jaw clenched so tight I could hear his teeth grinding. I took the promotion, God help me. Moved to a desk job in Seattle, never set foot on another ship. But I kept copies of everything. The original passenger manifest, the security footage on a drive I smuggled off the ship, the keycard logs, even photos of that impossible receipt. The Andersons were real. They boarded that ship. They ate in that dining room. They walked those corridors. And then somewhere between 9:14 p.m. when they entered their cabin and 10:15 p.m. when housekeeping found it empty, they ceased to exist in our reality. The cruise line knows this happens. They have a system for it. People who come aboard to clean it up, documents ready to silence anyone who asks questions. I've spent months trying to find the Andersons' family, friends, anyone who knew them. But every lead goes cold. It's like they never existed anywhere except on that ship for those 36 hours. Whatever took them, whatever happened in cabin 8247, the Atlantic Empress is still sailing, still carrying thousands of passengers who have no idea that some of them might simply disappear between one heartbeat and the next. I've worked on ships most of my adult life, and at the time of this story, I was serving as the chief engineer on a mid-sized cruise liner. The job wasn't glamorous. Most of my days were buried in noise, heat, and the constant vibration of the engine room. I lived for the routine, though. The checklist every morning, the hum of the machinery when everything was running right, the sense of responsibility that came with keeping the ship moving. It was during one of those routine maintenance checks, the kind you could almost do with your eyes closed, that things went very wrong. That day I remember stepping into the engine room with a mug of coffee that had already gone cold. The air was heavy, thick with oil and the faint metallic tang of heated steel. I was going over the generator's auxiliary system, something that should have been simple, but the pressure readings didn't match the logbooks. At first I thought it was just my eyes. Maybe I hadn't slept enough, but the numbers were way out of range. I leaned closer, listening to the uneven rattle of the machinery, and before I had the chance to shut things down, there was a snap so loud it felt like a gunshot. The sound was followed by a rush of steam and a jolt that knocked me back against the wall. When the emergency lock kicked in, sealing off the compartment, I realized I was trapped inside. My radio had slipped from my belt during the impact, skidding across the grated floor into a shallow pool of coolant. I could still hear the engines hammering away, steady as ever, but the room was filling with a thin mist that stung my throat every time I inhaled. My first thought was that someone would be on their way fast. Engine failures don't go unnoticed for long. But minutes kept passing. The lights above flickered, turning the room into a strange strobe of shadows and glints of metal. My watch ticked loud in the silence between the hums, and it hit me that nobody was coming right away. That's when I began noticing the little things. Gauges taped over, inspection tags with handwriting that didn't look like the usual signatures, dates that didn't line up. It wasn't just one oversight, it was deliberate. The logs had been padded, checks signed off without anyone actually doing them. Sitting there with my back against the trembling steel wall, it sank in that my accident wasn't just bad luck. It was the byproduct of someone cutting corners. I tried forcing the hatch open, but the emergency seal held tight, locking with a mechanical finality that told me I wasn't going anywhere until someone up top decided it was safe. My throat burned from the residue in the air, and every breath felt heavier than the last. I started pounding on the steel with a wrench, hoping the noise would carry, but all it did was echo back at me. It gave me too much time to think, and the more I thought, the clearer it became. Those logs hadn't just been fudged, they were falsified intentionally, probably to keep the ship on schedule. I'd heard rumors before. Engineers grumbling that inspections were rushed, or that management pressured crews to sign off on maintenance without shutting systems down, because downtime meant lost money. I always thought those stories were exaggerated, the kind of complaints guys made after long shifts. But sitting there, staring at the sloppy ink marks on tags that should have been official records, I couldn't deny it anymore. It was right in front of me, and now I was paying for it with every wheeze of my lungs. What really scared me was imagining how many other systems had been cleared the same way. If the auxiliary generator had been neglected, what about the emergency pumps, the lifeboat winches? The thought that passengers upstairs were trusting a ship being held together by forged paperwork was worse than my own situation. I couldn't stop picturing a full blackout in the middle of open water, alarms blaring while families lined up at lifeboats that might not even lower properly. Eventually, I heard voices faintly through the walls, muffled at first, then closer. They weren't rushing, though. It was almost casual, like they were debating what to do instead of scrambling to pull me out. That chilled me more than the steam. If they'd cut corners before, maybe rescuing me too quickly would raise questions they didn't want asked. I sat there gripping the wrench, not to defend myself, but because it was the only thing grounding me as I realized my accident wasn't just a fluke. It was a symptom of something bigger, and the people in charge might not be in any hurry to expose it. When they finally unsealed the hatch, 2 crewmen stood there, faces pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. They didn't look relieved to see me alive. More uneasy, like my survival complicated things. One of them, a younger guy named Ellis, muttered something about a malfunction as he helped me out, avoiding my eyes the whole time. The other scribbled notes on a clipboard without even glancing at the wrecked equipment. It felt rehearsed, like they already had a story prepared before opening that door. I expected to be rushed straight to medical, but instead they led me down a service corridor that bypassed most of the passenger areas. The doctor only showed up after a long delay, gave me a quick check and told me to rest. No real questions, no thorough examination, just a pat on the shoulder and a promise everything was handled. Lying there, my chest still raw from breathing in the fumes, I couldn't shake the thought that what they wanted most was for me to shut up and move on. The next morning, I went back to the engine room on my own. The section that nearly killed me had already been cleaned up, the tags replaced with fresh ones, dates neatly aligned this time. It looked like nothing had ever happened, but I knew the truth. I'd seen the altered logs, the fake signatures, the sloppy ink smears. Someone had buried the evidence overnight, and I realized if I spoke up too loudly, I might not have a career to return to, or worse, I might disappear into the sea like plenty of other problem ships conveniently lose. I never told the passengers. I couldn't. But after we docked, I turned in my resignation and walked away from that ship for good. To this day, I don't know how far up the chain the cover-up went, but I know what I saw down there wasn't a mistake. It was systematic. Every time I hear about another accident at sea, I wonder if the same shortcuts are still being taken, hidden behind polished brochures and promises of safety. I survived that night, but I'll never step foot in an engine room again. Back then, I worked as a safety officer on a passenger ship. It wasn't glamorous like people imagine. Most of my days were spent buried in manuals, making sure procedures were followed, and checking that drills didn't turn into chaos. I'd been on that particular contract for 3 months, and by then I had memorized every corner of the vessel, the narrow stairwells, the smell of oil near the engine access, even the echo of the PA system when announcements crackled late at night. Life at sea felt repetitive, but that repetition was supposed to mean safety. That was my job. Predictability, order, and control. Or at least that's what I thought. The incident happened during a mandatory lifeboat drill. These drills were routine, nothing the crew or passengers ever got excited about. My role was to oversee the release system, make sure each boat lowered smoothly into the water and came back up without a hitch. I remember standing near the launch mechanism, clipboard in hand, trying to ignore the grumbling of passengers who didn't understand why the process took so long. Everything was supposed to run by the book that day, except it didn't. The first jolt was so sudden that people screamed before they even realized what had happened. One of the lifeboats slammed down against the side of the ship, the cable grinding as if it had snapped halfway. The boat didn't detach completely, but it hung at an angle so sharp I could see 2 passengers gripping the rails with white knuckles. Another lifeboat, moments later, dropped so violently, it nearly crushed a deckhand who had been signaling with his flashlight. The sound was deafening, metal scraping against metal, followed by panicked shouts that rolled down the deck like a wave. I rushed toward the panel, my mind racing, but the override controls lagged as though the system had been neglected far too long. We managed to stop the drill before anyone was physically hurt, but the air was thick with fear and confusion. Passengers were escorted back inside while officers tried to reassure them it was only a mechanical error, but I knew better. The equipment didn't just fail out of nowhere. I had flagged those very cables in previous notes, pointing out the wear, the rust, the stiffness that meant inspections were overdue. And yet, the official logbook, the one I wasn't allowed to access directly, always showed every inspection as complete and passed. That was the first moment I realized something wasn't adding up. After the drill, a meeting was called in one of the small conference rooms reserved for crew briefings. The captain tried to keep the tone calm, but his jaw was tight the entire time. I sat near the back, listening as the chief engineer blamed unexpected stress on the system. That explanation didn't sit right with me. I had seen the frayed cables, the faded labels, the kind of small details you only notice when you actually spend hours inspecting equipment. When I spoke up and said those lifeboats should have been serviced weeks ago, the room went silent. Few officers glanced at me, then quickly looked away, like I had broken some unspoken rule. Later that evening, I decided to check the maintenance logs myself. Normally, those records were kept in a locked cabinet in the safety office, but I had a key as part of my role. When I pulled out the binder, the pages looked too perfect. Every inspection marked passed, every box ticked with the same neat handwriting. But here's the thing. I knew the officer whose signature was on the forms, and his handwriting had always been sloppy, barely legible. These entries looked like they had been copied straight from a template. I remember staring at the pages, realizing someone had gone to the trouble of forging entire months of inspections. The following day, I was summoned by my direct superior, a man named Captain Lewis. He wasn't unkind, but he had a way of speaking that left no room for questions. He closed the office door behind me and slid a stack of new paperwork across the desk. "We'll need you to sign this, confirming that yesterday's drill was successful and that no safety hazards were present." His tone was casual, almost rehearsed. I stared at the paper, then at him. The form essentially erased everything that had just happened. The near miss, the terrified passengers, the obvious equipment failure. It was as if the whole event was being rewritten before it had even settled in people's memories. I pushed the papers back toward him and said I couldn't sign something that wasn't true. His expression hardened instantly. He leaned forward, lowering his voice, telling me that if I refused, it would create unnecessary trouble for the company and for me. That phrase stuck with me. Unnecessary trouble. In his eyes, a lifeboat nearly crushing people wasn't the issue. The issue was me putting it on record. I left his office with my chest tight, caught between the duty I had sworn to uphold and the unspoken expectation to stay quiet. It was the first time I truly questioned whether integrity had a place on that ship. That night I couldn't sleep. I walked the length of the deck, the ship cutting through the dark water, and I kept thinking about how close we had come to a disaster. Passengers were laughing in the lounge, drinking cocktails, completely unaware of the fact that the very boats meant to save their lives might not even hold together in an emergency. The contrast between their carefree faces and the weight pressing on me made me feel isolated, like I was carrying a secret no one wanted to admit existed. Every creak of the ship, every vibration from the engines made me wonder what else had been ignored or covered up. 2 days later, I was approached by another officer, Mark Holloway, someone I'd known since training. He caught me in the corridor and quietly warned me to drop it. His eyes darted to the security camera above us before he walked away. That shook me more than anything because Mark wasn't the type to get involved in politics. If he was telling me to stay quiet, it meant the problem was bigger than I had realized. I started to notice how conversations stopped when I walked into a room, how certain crew members avoided eye contact. It was like the entire ship had agreed that silence was safer than truth. I held my ground until the end of that contract, refusing to sign any false documents. When I finally disembarked, I filed an anonymous report with the Maritime Safety Board. I never heard back directly, but months later I read a small news piece about a fleet-wide audit for the company and several senior staff members being retired early. There was no mention of forged logs, no details about lifeboats, but I knew what had triggered it. The ship I had worked on was reassigned, and the next time I looked, its name had disappeared from the company's official brochures. Even now, years later, I think about those passengers clinging to the rails of that lifeboat, their faces pale under the emergency lights. It still bothers me that the official story erased what they went through, that their fear was rewritten as a successful drill. I sometimes wonder if anyone else on board remembers it the way I do, or if they've all convinced themselves it never happened. What I do know is this: I'll never forget standing there, holding a clipboard, realizing that the very systems built to save lives had been turned into props for a lie. And that silence, not the sea, was the real danger on that ship. I'd been working as a bartender on cruise ships for a few years when this particular trip happened. At that point in my life, I was 26, single, and mostly living out of a suitcase. I liked the routine of setting up the bar, hearing where people were from and catching little glimpses of their vacations. I knew regular passengers came and went, but crew members like me stayed long enough to notice patterns: who drank too much, who tipped well, and who made others uncomfortable. That night started like many others, with music in the background, laughter echoing from the pool deck, and the smell of salt drifting in whenever the doors opened. There were a few men who always stood out. They weren't the type of people who blended into the crowd. They dressed sharp, but it wasn't just the clothes. It was the way they carried themselves, too sure of their place, always leaning on the bar like they owned it. They were pushy with their orders, tossing bills onto the counter without even making eye contact. What really caught my attention was how security treated them. Normally, security checked IDs for anyone who looked even slightly underage or suspicious. But with these guys, it was as if they were invisible. No questions, no hesitation. Drinks passed straight into their hands. I started paying closer attention when I saw how they targeted younger women. Most of the girls were clearly college age, traveling in groups of friends, soaking up the freedom of being away from home. The men would buy rounds without asking, sliding drinks into hands like it was part of some unspoken agreement. I noticed a girl one evening. Her name was Emma, if I remember correctly. She had auburn hair tied up in a messy bun and wore this oversized hoodie that made her look even younger than she probably was. One of the men kept circling her group, offering cocktails and trying to separate her from her friends. Later that same night, I saw Emma again, this time walking toward one of the side exits with that same man trailing beside her. Something about the way he held his hand just barely on her arm made me uneasy, like he was guiding her somewhere she hadn't fully agreed to go. I thought about stepping in, but there's this unspoken pressure when you're crew. You don't cross certain lines unless you're ready for a storm of trouble. Still, I made a mental note of it, promising myself I'd keep an eye out for her the next day. The following afternoon, her friends came up to the bar asking if anyone had seen Emma. They were laughing nervously at first, assuming she'd stayed out late and crashed in another cabin, but as the hours passed, the joking tone faded. I checked the usual spots: the pool deck, the casino, even the lounge where passengers sometimes napped, but she was nowhere. When her friends circled back again, they looked different, more restless. That's when I mentioned I'd last seen her walking with one of the men. Their faces tightened, like they suddenly realized something they didn't want to say out loud. I brought it up discreetly to one of the security guards I knew, a guy named Ryan, who'd been on several contracts with me. His reaction was strange. He didn't ask for details, didn't even look surprised. Instead, he told me to let it go, and that passengers wandered off all the time. But Emma wasn't the type to just vanish. Her hoodie had still been hanging on the back of a chair near the bar that morning, the same one she'd worn the night before. It felt like a breadcrumb left behind, proof she hadn't just wandered off the way Ryan tried to explain. Following night, I decided to check the security office myself. Crew aren't supposed to just walk in there, but I'd built a rapport with some of the guards, and I used that to get inside. The screens showed feeds from every corner of the ship. I asked to review the footage from the side exit where I'd seen Emma leave with that man. The room fell quiet. One guard clicked through the system, and the feed jumped strangely, like time had been cut away. Hours of recordings were gone, replaced with blank gaps. The guard avoided my eyes and muttered something about technical errors, but I'd worked long enough on ships to know what that really meant. By then, the whispers among the crew had started. Other bartenders and cleaners told me stories of women who had gone missing before, brushed aside with official statements about seasickness or choosing to disembark early. The pattern lined up too neatly. The same men, the same avoidance by security, the same erasures in the surveillance logs. I realized then that this wasn't some isolated incident. It was something bigger, something the cruise line itself was willing to bury as long as it kept the money flowing and the passengers entertained. I filed a written report anyway, even knowing how things usually ended. The following day, I went back to check whether any progress had been made, but the supervisor acted like the report had never existed. My words had vanished, just like the footage. Emma's friends were told she must have decided to cut her trip short, even though her belongings were still in her cabin. I overheard one officer saying she'd probably just slipped away at port, but that didn't explain why her room key hadn't been used again after that night. A few days later, I confronted one of the men at the bar. He smirked when I mentioned Emma, leaning in close enough for me to smell the cologne heavy on his jacket. "Careful what you ask," he said, before sliding a wad of bills across the counter and walking away. It wasn't a threat in words, but it was enough to keep me awake for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling in my tiny cabin, wondering just how much the company knew and how much they were willing to cover up. When the cruise ended, I tried reaching out to authorities on land. I explained what I had seen, who the men were, and how the footage had been wiped. The officer on the phone listened politely, but stopped me as soon as I mentioned the missing video. "If the ship's logs don't show it," he said, "then it didn't happen." That was the line. Without proof, Emma was just another passenger who supposedly chose to disappear. I realized then that the system wasn't built to help someone like her. It was built to protect the company. I still think about Emma more than I'd like to admit. Her friends never got answers, and I never got closure. I eventually left that job, not because of the long hours or the endless nights, but because I couldn't keep pouring drinks for men like that knowing what might happen after. Even now, whenever I hear stories of people vanishing at sea, I picture her hoodie draped over that chair and the gap in the security footage where she should have been. It's the silence around it that haunts me most. The kind that tells you the truth was buried long before anyone ever asked the questions. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The cruise was supposed to be our fresh start. Just me and my 6-year-old son Noah, sailing away from the messy divorce that had consumed the last 18 months of our lives. I'd saved for this trip for almost 2 years, picking up extra shifts at the hospital where I worked as a nurse, squirreling away every overtime dollar into a jar labeled New Beginnings. We boarded the ship in Miami on a humid Saturday morning in July 2018, and I remember thinking how massive the vessel looked from the dock. 12 decks of gleaming white metal and glass, with pools and restaurants and enough activities to keep Noah entertained for our 7-day Caribbean adventure. The other passengers seemed like typical cruise folks, families with kids, elderly couples celebrating anniversaries, honeymooners taking selfies against the railings. Noah was practically vibrating with excitement, clutching his little backpack with his Nintendo DS, and asking me every 5 minutes when we could go to the water slides. The first day was perfect, exactly what I'd imagined when I booked this trip. We explored the ship from top to bottom, Noah's eyes going wide at the rock-climbing wall, the mini golf course, the ice cream parlor that stayed open until midnight. We ate dinner at the buffet where he piled his plate high with mac and cheese and chocolate cake. And I didn't even scold him about vegetables because we were on vacation, damn it. And he deserved to just be a kid after everything he'd witnessed during the divorce proceedings. That night, after tucking him into the bottom bunk in our tiny interior cabin, I stood in our bathroom the size of a closet and looked at myself in the mirror. My brown hair was already getting lighter from just one day in the sun, and for the first time in forever, the bags under my eyes didn't look quite so dark. I actually felt hopeful. The ship's gentle rocking was soothing, and the hum of the engines created white noise that made Noah sleep deeper than he had in months. I fell asleep thinking about the snorkeling excursion we'd booked for Grand Cayman, imagining Noah's face when he saw tropical fish for the first time. Everything shifted on day 2. It started with something small, an announcement over the ship's PA system during breakfast. "Attention passengers, would young Sofia Martinez please report to guest services on deck 4? Sofia Martinez to guest services." Noah was busy drowning his pancakes in syrup while I sipped my coffee, watching the ocean through the dining room's massive windows. 10 minutes later, another announcement. "Christopher Johnson, please report to guest services." Christopher Johnson, 8 years old, wearing a blue Captain America shirt. That detail stuck with me. Why would they describe what the kid was wearing? I figured maybe the child was lost and they were helping the parents locate them. But then 20 minutes passed and another name was called. Isabella Thompson, 7 years old, last seen near the splash zone on deck 11. The woman at the table next to us, traveling with her 3 kids, caught my eye and shrugged. "Busy morning for lost kids," she said with a nervous laugh. I nodded, but something was gnawing at me. In my 12 years working pediatric nursing, I'd developed a 6th sense for when things weren't right with children. By lunchtime, they'd called 6 more names, always children between ages 5 and 9, always with those specific details, what they were wearing, where they were last seen. But here's what made my pulse quicken. I never saw any of these kids being reunited with their families. Not once did I witness a relieved parent hugging their lost child near guest services. I started paying attention, really watching. The pool deck was packed with families, kids running around with soft-serve cones dripping down their arms, parents lounging on deck chairs slathered in sunscreen. But I began noticing other things too. There were staff members who didn't quite fit, men in cruise uniforms who weren't serving drinks or cleaning or leading activities. They were just watching. One guy in particular, tall and thin with acne scars across his cheeks, kept walking the same route around the main pool, his eyes scanning the crowd. He wore a legitimate crew badge, but something about how he moved set off every alarm in my head. When Noah asked if he could go down the water slide alone, it was just a short walk from where I was sitting. I heard myself saying no, even though normally I would have let him. "But Mom, I'm not a baby," he whined. I pulled him closer and told him we'd go together in a few minutes. That afternoon, we were at the kids' club entrance on deck 7. Noah wanted to join the treasure hunt activity, and I figured it would be safe. It was a supervised program in an enclosed space with security check-in. While I was filling out the permission form, a man approached us. He was maybe 40, clean-shaven, wearing the cruise line's bright yellow kids' club staff shirt with a name tag that read Kevin. But his shirt was too new, still had the fold creases from the package, and his name tag was slightly crooked. "Hey there, buddy," he said to Noah, completely ignoring me at first. "You here for the treasure hunt? Actually, we moved it to the arcade on deck 12. Way cooler prizes up there. Want me to take you?" Noah's face lit up. He'd been begging to go to the arcade since we boarded. He took a step toward the man, and that's when my body reacted before my brain. I grabbed Noah's shoulder, probably harder than necessary. "We'll go together," I said, my voice coming out sharp. The man's friendly expression flickered for just a second, a flash of irritation, maybe anger, before the smile returned. "Oh, parents aren't allowed in this special event. Insurance reasons. But I promise he'll have a blast." The Real Kids Club supervisor, a young woman with a Brazilian accent, looked up from her desk. "Kevin? I don't know any Kevin. And the treasure hunt is right here, ma'am, in our main room." The man didn't run. That's what chilled me the most. He just walked away, casually, like nothing had happened. The supervisor called security, but by the time they arrived, he'd vanished into the maze of corridors and decks. Security took my statement, said they'd look into it, but their tone suggested this was just another paranoid parent overreacting. Noah was upset that we left without doing the treasure hunt, but I couldn't get my heart rate back to normal. I kept replaying the moment. How quickly Noah had been ready to go with this stranger. How the man knew exactly what would appeal to my son. We went back to our cabin, and I locked the door, putting the chain on, even though I knew it was probably useless. I let Noah play his DS while I sat on my bunk, trying to process what had almost happened. The announcements continued over the PA system. "Madison Walker, 9 years old. Please report to guest services." Every time I held Noah a little tighter. I started a list in my phone, writing down every name they called, the times, the descriptions. By dinner time, I had 14 names. 14 children whose names echoed through the ship's speakers, but who never seemed to materialize anywhere. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the ship, every footstep in the hallway outside made me sit up in the dark. Noah was out cold, but I kept checking on him, making sure he was still there in his bunk. Around 3 a.m. I heard voices in the corridor, hushed but urgent. I pressed my ear against the door and caught fragments. "Cozumel tomorrow. Easier at the port. The Mexican contact." Then footsteps moving away. I wanted to open the door, see who it was, but I couldn't risk leaving Noah alone, not even for a second. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor between his bunk and the door, my phone in one hand and the cabin phone in the other, ready to call security at the slightest sound. The next morning I was exhausted but wired on adrenaline. At breakfast I started talking to other parents, casually at first. "Hey, did you hear all those announcements yesterday? So many lost kids." Most hadn't really noticed. They were on vacation, drinks flowing, kids in various programs. But one mother, a pediatrician from Dallas named Jennifer, had noticed. She pulled me aside near the omelet station. "My daughter's friend from the teen club said she saw security footage being reviewed yesterday. 3 kids who were called over the PA were seen leaving the ship at Nassau Port with adults who weren't their parents. The staff told her it was a custody dispute thing, but..." She glanced around nervously. "Those kids' families never reported them missing." I asked at guest services. I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. These weren't just announcements. They were shopping lists. Someone was using the PA system to mark targets, maybe to signal accomplices. The more I thought about it, the more it made horrible sense. International waters meant murky jurisdiction, ports in developing countries where documentation might be lax. A ship with thousands of passengers where kids naturally wandered off from parents. It was a perfect hunting ground. Jennifer and I exchanged numbers, promised to watch each other's kids, but I knew that wasn't enough. We were heading to Cozumel that day. The words I'd heard in the hallway suddenly taking on new meaning. I made a decision. We weren't leaving the cabin. I told Noah I wasn't feeling well, and miracle of miracles, he didn't argue much. Maybe he sensed my fear. We stayed locked in that tiny room, eating room service, watching movies on my laptop. But the announcements continued. Timothy Brooks, 6 years old, blue swimsuit, last seen near the mini golf course. Each name felt like a countdown to something terrible. The breaking point came on day 4. We'd stayed holed up through the Cozumel port day, but Noah was getting restless, crying about missing everything fun. Against my better judgment, I agreed to take him to the breakfast buffet early when it would be less crowded. We were there at 6:30 a.m., the dining room mostly empty except for a few elderly early risers. Noah was eating cereal when I noticed him, the acne-scarred man from the pool deck, now wearing a server's uniform, standing by the juice station, but not actually working. He was watching us. When our eyes met, he didn't look away. Instead, he smiled and started walking toward our table. I stood up so fast I knocked over my coffee cup. "Noah, we're leaving. Now." But when I turned, another man was behind us. Younger, muscular, wearing a maintenance uniform. "Your son dropped this," he said, holding out a toy that wasn't Noah's. It was a distraction technique. I knew it instantly. The scarred man was now only 3 tables away. I grabbed Noah's hand and basically dragged him toward the nearest exit, but a third man appeared in the doorway. The fake Kevin from the kids' club. They were coordinating, boxing us in. That's when I did something I'm not proud of. I screamed. Not a help me scream, but a completely unhinged, "My child is having a seizure," scream that made everyone in the dining room turn. Noah looked at me in shock, but I pushed him to the floor and held his head, shouting for people to call medical. The elderly passengers rushed over, creating a crowd, and in the chaos, the 3 men melted away. They couldn't grab us with 20 witnesses surrounding us. Ship medical arrived with a wheelchair, and I kept up the act, saying Noah had childhood epilepsy, that I was a nurse, that we needed to get to the medical center immediately. Once we were in the medical bay with actual security present, I broke down and told them everything. The doctor, an older British woman named Dr. Whitmore, listened to my story while checking Noah over. She exchanged looks with the security chief, then quietly said, "You're not the first parent to report this. We've had 3 families leave the cruise early at previous ports after similar incidents." She pulled up something on her computer, then turned the screen away from us. "I'm going to recommend immediate disembarkation for medical reasons. There's a flight from Cozumel to Miami this afternoon. Security will escort you to pack and get off the ship." Her eyes were deadly serious. "Don't stop anywhere. Don't talk to anyone. Just pack and go." 2 security officers walked us to our cabin. Real security. With radios and serious expressions, not like the dismissive ones from before. While I threw our belongings into suitcases, one of them stood inside our room while the other guarded the hallway. Noah kept asking what was happening, why we were leaving, and I had to lie. "Mommy's really sick, baby. We need to go home." My hands shook as I zipped up the bags, remembering all those children's names called over the speakers. How many had actually made it home? The security officers took us down a service elevator I didn't even know existed, through corridors that passengers never see. Bare metal walls, exposed pipes, the underbelly of the floating city. We emerged at a crew exit on Deck 2, where a van was already waiting. The younger security officer, a Filipino man who'd been silent the whole time, suddenly grabbed my arm as we were about to get in the van. "Ma'am," he whispered, "delete any photos from the ship. Don't post about this online. These people, they have connections everywhere. Just go home and forget this cruise happened." His fear was so genuine it made my knees weak. During the ride to the airport, I held Noah so tight he complained he couldn't breathe. But I couldn't let go. I kept thinking about that fake Kevin, how he'd known exactly what my son wanted, how prepared they all were. We made it home to Ohio that night. The cruise line refunded our entire trip without me even asking, which told me everything I needed to know about how much they wanted this buried. For weeks after, I had nightmares about those announcements, about children's names echoing through speakers while their parents searched frantically. I called the FBI, filed a report, but the agent who took my statement seemed unsurprised, tired even. "International waters," he said, like that explained everything. "We're aware of the situation. Thank you for your report." That was it. No follow-up, no investigation that I ever heard about. Jennifer, the pediatrician from Dallas, texted me once to say they'd made it home safely too. Then her number was disconnected. I never found out what happened to the children whose names were called. Sometimes I Google them. Sophia Martinez missing. Christopher Johnson disappeared. But nothing ever comes up. It's like they never existed. Noah doesn't remember much about the cruise now, thank God. He just knows we came home early because Mom got sick. But I remember everything. The way those men moved through the ship like they belonged there. The casual efficiency of their hunting. the perfect cover of thousands of distracted tourists. Sometimes, when I'm at a crowded mall or amusement park and hear a child's name called over the loudspeaker, my whole body goes cold, and I find myself scanning the crowd, looking for men who are watching too closely, smiling too widely, wearing uniforms that don't quite fit. The Atlantic was rougher than usual that September, and most passengers had already retreated to their cabins by the time everything went sideways. I'd been on the ship for 3 days, one of those mid-sized vessels that runs the New York to Southampton route. Nothing glamorous but comfortable enough. My cabin was on the 7th floor, just a small room with a porthole that stayed fogged up from the temperature difference between the ocean air and the ship's heating system. After 8 years with Boston PD and another 2 running my own security consulting firm, I'd gotten pretty good at reading people, noticing patterns that didn't belong. My sister had practically forced this trip on me after my divorce papers came through, told me 7 days at sea would help me reset, stop obsessing over surveillance footage and threat assessments for corporate clients who paid too much for peace of mind. She wasn't wrong. The first couple days had been exactly the kind of mindless relaxation I needed. Mediocre food at the buffet, a comedy show that made me laugh exactly once, and long hours sitting on the deck watching the horizon bob up and down. Everything changed on night 3, right around 11:30 in the main lounge. I'd been sitting at the bar with a glass of bourbon, watching the bartender, a Romanian kid named Anton who couldn't have been older than 25, juggle drink orders from increasingly drunk passengers. That's when the shouting started near the casino entrance. 2 men, both in their 40s, expensive clothing but wearing it wrong, like they'd bought it specifically for this trip. The bigger one had shoulders that stretched his navy blazer to its limits, and when he shoved the smaller guy, it wasn't just anger. It was calculated, theatrical even. The smaller man crashed into a table where 4 women were playing cards, sending chips and drinks flying everywhere. Then I noticed something that made every instinct from my police days light up. 3 other men, scattered throughout the lounge, all stood up at exactly the same moment. They weren't rushing to help or gawking like everyone else. They were moving with purpose, converging on the scene like they'd rehearsed it. The next 60 seconds turned the lounge into complete chaos. While everyone was focused on the 2 men fighting, the 3 others who'd stood up pulled out knives. Not kitchen knives or pocket knives, but ceramic blades, the kind that don't set off metal detectors. One of them, a wiry guy with a shaved head and a scar that ran from his left ear to his jaw, went straight for the purses and jewelry the card-playing women had left on their table. Another moved behind the bar where Anton stood frozen, and the third positioned himself at the main exit. The big guy who'd started the fight suddenly had a knife too, pressing it against the smaller man's throat while rifling through his pockets. That's when I realized the smaller man wasn't random. He was wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth at least 40 grand, and his wedding ring had a diamond that caught the light like a disco ball. The attackers had marked him earlier, probably watched him winning big at the casino or flashing cash at dinner. Nobody was screaming yet. It happened too fast for anyone to process what they were seeing. I'd left my service weapon at home, obviously. You can't bring guns on cruise ships. But I still had my tactical pen clipped to my pocket, a habit from the job. Without thinking it through, which was probably stupid, I stood up and moved toward the guy threatening Anton. He had the bartender's tip jar in one hand, and his blade in the other, sweeping it back and forth to keep Anton pressed against the wall of bottles. I grabbed a heavy glass ashtray from the bar, they still had them even though nobody could smoke inside, and brought it down hard on the attacker's wrist. The crack was audible even over the growing panic in the room. His knife clattered across the floor, and Anton, bless him, didn't hesitate. He grabbed a bottle of vodka and smashed it over the guy's head, dropping him instantly. But that's when I made a mistake. I bent down to grab the ceramic knife, and when I stood back up, the scarred one was already moving toward me. His blade held low and professional, like someone who'd done this before. The lounge had erupted into full panic now. Passengers scrambling for exits, tables overturning, glass breaking everywhere. The scarred man lunged at me with a boxer's footwork, quick jabs with the blade that forced me backward toward the windows overlooking the dark ocean. I managed to parry twice with the knife I'd picked up, but this guy knew what he was doing. He feinted left, then slashed right, catching my forearm and opening a gash that immediately soaked my sleeve with blood. The pain was sharp and hot, but adrenaline kept me moving. Behind him, I could see the big guy dragging the rich passenger toward a service door, still pressing the blade to his throat while his partner stuffed jewelry and wallets into a canvas bag. They were working fast, methodical, like they'd done this exact thing before. I kicked a chair into the scarred man's path, buying myself 2 seconds to grab a champagne bottle from an abandoned table. When he came at me again, I swung it like a baseball bat, connecting with his shoulder and spinning him sideways into the piano. That's when ship security finally showed up. 2 officers in white uniforms who looked like they'd never dealt with anything worse than a drunk passenger falling in the pool. They had batons but no guns, and they hesitated at the entrance, trying to make sense of the scene. The attackers didn't hesitate at all. The one at the exit whistled, sharp and loud like calling a dog, and suddenly they were all moving, abandoning their victims and loot, heading for different exits with practiced efficiency. The scarred one rolled away from the piano, clutching his shoulder but still mobile, and disappeared through a door marked crew only. The big guy shoved his hostage to the floor and vanished through the service entrance he'd been heading toward. Within 15 seconds, they were all gone, leaving behind a lounge that looked like a hurricane had hit it. Blood on the carpet, broken glass everywhere, passengers huddled behind overturned furniture, and me standing there with a slashed arm and a bloody champagne bottle, trying to explain to security that this wasn't just a bar fight gone wrong. The ship's medical center was on deck 3, and the doctor, a Hungarian woman named Dr. Kovac with gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, stitched my arm while I tried to convince the head of security that we had a serious problem. Captain Morrison, finally someone who seemed competent, showed up 20 minutes later, still buttoning his uniform jacket. I laid it out for him. The ceramic weapons, the coordinated movements, the crew-only door escape routes, the fact that they'd targeted specific wealthy passengers. These weren't opportunistic thieves or drunk troublemakers. They'd studied the ship's layout, identified marks, and planned their exits. The captain's face went pale when I mentioned the ceramic knives. "Those don't show up on our scanners," he said quietly, more to himself than to me. Dr. Kovac paused mid-stitch when I described how they'd moved through the lounge, each man knowing exactly where to go. "How many passengers boarded in New York?" I asked. Morrison pulled out a tablet, scrolled through some files. 837, he said. "But we don't photograph passengers, only check passports against the manifest." I convinced Morrison to pull the security footage from embarkation day, and we spent the next 3 hours in a cramped office behind the bridge, watching grainy video on monitors that looked like they hadn't been upgraded since the 90s. Anton, who'd insisted on helping after his shift ended, turned out to have a photographer's eye for faces. He spotted them first, 5 men who'd boarded separately but all within the same 30-minute window, each carrying similar black duffel bags, each walking with that same controlled gait I'd noticed in the lounge. They'd spread out immediately after boarding, no acknowledgement of each other, but the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. We tracked them through the ship's cameras over the next 2 days. They ate at different restaurants, used different pools, never appeared together in public. But Anton noticed something I'd missed. They all had cabins on deck 2, the cheapest interior rooms, all in the same corridor. "Who books 5 separate interior cabins on a transatlantic crossing?" Anton asked, and that's when it clicked. I asked Morrison to check the booking records. All 5 reservations had been made on the same day, 6 weeks ago, all paid with prepaid credit cards, all using different travel agencies, but with sequential booking reference numbers. Morrison wanted to search their cabins immediately, but I stopped him. "They know we're onto them now," I said. "If we spook them, they might do something desperate. We're in the middle of the Atlantic, nowhere to run, but that also means nowhere for passengers to escape to either. Instead, I suggested we monitor them, figure out their next move." The captain agreed, assigning his 2 best security officers to shadow the corridors near their cabins. But these guys were smart. For the next 18 hours, none of them left their rooms. No room service orders, no bathroom breaks that we could detect, nothing. It was like they'd vanished inside those cabins. Then Anton, who'd been checking the dining records on his own initiative, found something interesting. Over the past 2 days, someone had been ordering massive amounts of food from the midnight buffet, enough for 15 people, and charging it to a cabin belonging to an elderly couple from Vermont, the Andersons, who'd been eating in the main dining room every night. When we checked the security footage from the buffet, we saw one of our suspects, the big guy from the fight, loading up multiple plates at 2 in the morning, then disappearing toward the service elevator. The pieces started coming together when Morrison pulled up the ship's blueprints. The service elevator from the buffet area connected to a maintenance corridor that ran along Deck 2, right behind the row of cabins where our 5 suspects were staying. But here's what made my spine tingle. That same corridor led directly to the ship's storage hold, where passenger valuables were kept in safety deposit boxes. The cruise line marketed it as a secure service for travelers carrying expensive jewelry or large amounts of cash. Morrison's face went white when he realized what I was suggesting. "There's probably $3 million worth of items in that hold," he whispered. The attack in the lounge hadn't been the real crime. It was a distraction, a test run to see how security would respond, how long it would take, what kind of resistance they'd meet. They were planning something much bigger, and we were already on day 4 of a 7-day crossing. The next port was Southampton, but we had a brief stop in the Azores in 36 hours to refuel. If they were planning to rob the storage hold, they'd do it right before the Azores, then disappear into the Portuguese islands before anyone realized what had happened. We had less than 36 hours to stop them, and Morrison was already talking about alerting the Coast Guard, requesting a military escort, all the official procedures that would take too long and probably alert our suspects that we were onto them. I proposed something different. "Let them think they're invisible," I said, but we set a trap. The plan was risky but simple. We'd move all the real valuables out of the storage hold that night, replace them with fake jewelry and empty boxes, then wait for them to make their move. Morrison hesitated. The liability issues alone could end his career. But he knew we didn't have many options. That night, while most passengers were at the captain's formal dinner, Morrison, Anton, 2 trusted security officers, and I quietly emptied the storage hold. We packed everything into the captain's personal safe and 3 secured crew lockers, photographing each item for insurance purposes. Anton had a cousin who worked in the ship's theater, and we borrowed costume jewelry, spray-painted rocks to look like gold bars, even filled some boxes with poker chips from the casino. By 4 in the morning, the storage hold looked exactly the same, but contained nothing worth more than a few $100s. The waiting was the worst part. 28 hours passed with no movement from their cabins. I started to doubt myself, wondering if maybe I'd misread the whole situation. Then, at exactly 3:15 a.m. on our last night before the Azores, the ship's fire alarm went off in the kitchen, a grease fire that required all available crew to respond. Except I'd been watching the kitchen cameras, and there was no fire. Someone had triggered the alarm manually. Morrison and I stayed hidden in a maintenance closet near the storage hold, while chaos erupted above us. Through the door's vent, we heard footsteps, multiple sets, moving fast, but quiet. They had a key card that shouldn't have existed, opening the hold like they owned the place. We waited until all 5 were inside. Then Morrison hit the emergency lockdown he'd rigged earlier. The magnetic locks engaged with a solid thunk, trapping them inside with their worthless haul. When security opened the door 20 minutes later, the 5 men were standing among scattered costume jewelry and spray-painted rocks, their canvas bags half filled with fake gold bars. The scarred one actually laughed when he realized what had happened, shaking his head like he appreciated the play. Portuguese police were waiting when we docked in the Azores 6 hours later, and the FBI met us in Southampton with a warrant for the whole crew. Turns out these guys were part of a Romanian crime ring that had hit 3 other cruise lines in the past 2 years. Always with the same method: board with fake identities, create a distraction, then clean out the ship's valuables before vanishing at port. The FBI agent told me they'd stolen over $12 million total, always picking transatlantic routes where security was lighter and passengers carried more cash and jewelry. The ceramic knives were custom-made in Prague, designed specifically to beat ship security. What really got me was finding out about the inside help. A crew member in reservations had been feeding them information about wealthy passengers and cabin assignments for a cut of the profits. They caught him trying to board a flight to Bucharest the day after we docked. Morrison offered me a job as the cruise line's new head of security, but I turned it down. The ocean's beautiful and all, but I'll stick to land where criminals can't trap you in a metal box for 7 days. Anton ended up testifying at the trial and used the reward money to open his own bar in Boston. He named it the Ceramic Knife, which I told him was terrible marketing, but he didn't care. Sometimes I stop by for a drink and we talk about that night, how close those guys came to pulling off the perfect heist. My arm healed up fine, just left a thin white scar that aches when it rains. Every time I see a cruise ship advertisement now, I wonder how many people realize they're basically volunteering to be locked in a floating city with complete strangers, hoping everyone's exactly who they claim to be. The afternoon sun was beating down on the pool deck when everything changed. I was 38 then, managing a hardware store in Phoenix, and we'd saved for 2 years to take this cruise. Me, my wife Lisa, our teenage daughter Madison, and my dad Walter. He'd just turned 65 and retired from his job at the post office after 40 years. The man never took vacations, always said he'd travel when he retired, so we surprised him with this trip for his birthday. We were somewhere between Florida and Jamaica, second day at sea on a 7-day cruise that was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Dad was actually enjoying himself for once, laughing at Madison's attempts to teach him how to play shuffleboard, his face red from the sun despite the SPF 50 Lisa kept slathering on him. I remember the exact moment because Madison had just scored her first point and was doing this ridiculous victory dance when Dad's shuffleboard stick clattered onto the deck. His right hand was clutching his chest, fingers digging into his Hawaiian shirt, the ridiculous one with the parrots that Madison had bought him specifically for this trip. His face went from sunburn red to this awful grayish color in seconds. He tried to say something, but all that came out was this strangled gasp before his knees buckled. I caught him before he hit the deck, and his weight nearly took me down with him. His eyes were wide, terrified, and he kept grabbing at his chest like he was trying to tear something out. Lisa started screaming for help, while Madison stood there frozen, still holding her shuffleboard stick like she didn't understand what was happening. A crew member in a white uniform appeared within maybe 30 seconds, felt like hours, and immediately called for medical on his radio. They brought a wheelchair, but Dad couldn't even sit up properly. He kept slumping forward, his breathing coming in these horrible wheezes. We ended up carrying him, me under his arms, the crew member taking his legs, while Lisa ran ahead, clearing the path through the crowds of sunbathers who were all staring now. The medical center was down on deck 2, tucked behind the photo gallery where they try to sell you overpriced pictures of yourself boarding the ship. The smell hit me first, not the antiseptic hospital smell you'd expect, but this weird mixture of mildew and air freshener, like they were trying to cover up something. The waiting area had 3 plastic chairs and a water cooler that was empty, just the blue bottle sitting there collecting dust. The doctor, though I'm still not sure he was actually a doctor, introduced himself as Dr. Petrov, speaking with a thick Eastern European accent. He was maybe 28, 30 at most, with acne scars on his cheeks and medical scrubs that looked like they'd been washed too many times, all faded and thin. The nurse with him, a woman named Carla from the Philippines, at least seemed to know what she was doing. She got Dad onto the examination table, which was really just a padded bench bolted to the wall, and started checking his vitals. Dr. Petrov listened to Dad's chest with a stethoscope that looked older than me, then turned to us with this expression that made my stomach clench. "Is probable cardiac event," he said, like he was telling us Dad had a cold. We give aspirin, monitor. Next port is 10, maybe 12 hours. He's stable enough. But Dad didn't look stable. His lips had this bluish tinge, and he kept clutching at his chest, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Lisa lost it then, and I'd never seen my wife like that in 16 years of marriage. She grabbed Dr. Petrov by his faded scrubs, actually grabbed him, and started shouting about helicopters, about calling the Coast Guard, about doing something real instead of just watching her father-in-law die. The doctor just stood there, blinking rapidly, while Carla gently pried Lisa's hands away. "Ma'am, please understand," Carla said quietly, her voice steady but her eyes showing she knew exactly how bad this was. "The helicopter evacuation costs minimum $50,000. Insurance usually no cover, and we need approval from corporate office first. Can take 4 or 5 hours just for paperwork." She showed us the medical supply cabinet then, probably trying to reassure us they had equipment, but it was pathetic. Some bandages, basic medications in bottles with labels so faded you could barely read them, an oxygen tank that looked like it belonged in a museum, and an EKG machine with a cracked screen held together with medical tape. Dad started vomiting then, this violent heaving that had him crying out in pain with each spasm. "Dr. Wah." Petrov seemed genuinely surprised, like this wasn't in whatever manual he'd memorized. He fumbled with the oxygen tank, trying to get the mask on Dad's face, but the elastic strap snapped the moment he stretched it. He had to hold it manually while Carla searched for tape. I asked about nitroglycerin, about clot-busting drugs, about anything I'd heard of from medical shows, and Petrov just shook his head. "We don't stock such things. Too expensive, expire too fast, corporate policy." That's when I noticed the defibrillator in the corner, covered in dust with a note taped to it that said, "Out of order, awaiting parts." Madison was sobbing in the corner, calling her grandfather's name, while Dad's breathing got more labored, each breath sounding like he was drowning in his own lungs. The next 3 hours were the longest of my life. We took turns holding that oxygen mask to Dad's face because they only had one roll of medical tape, and it wasn't strong enough to hold the weight. Carla kept checking his pulse manually because the heart monitor's battery was dead, and the replacement was on order from corporate. Dr. Petrov disappeared for an hour, and when he came back, he smelled like cigarettes and wouldn't meet our eyes. Around hour 2, Dad started having what Carla quietly called episodes. His whole body would go rigid, eyes rolling back, lasting maybe 20 or 30 seconds each time. After the third one, even Petrov looked scared. He finally admitted he'd only been working cruise ships for 3 months, that he'd been a general practitioner in Romania for just 2 years before this, mostly dealing with colds and stomach bugs. The cruise line had hired him because he'd work for a third of what American doctors wanted. I'll never forget the conversation with the cruise director who showed up around hour 4. Gregory something or other, this spray-tanned guy in his 40s with veneers so white they hurt to look at, wearing a uniform with more fake gold than a costume shop. He walked in while Dad was mid-episode, waited for it to pass like it was just an inconvenience, then launched into this rehearsed speech about liability and international maritime law. "Your father signed a waiver when he boarded," he said, pulling out his phone to show me the terms and conditions nobody ever reads. Section 47B clearly states that medical facilities are limited and guests travel at their own risk. When Lisa started crying harder, he offered us a 20% discount on our next cruise and free drink packages for the rest of this trip. I wanted to throw him through the porthole, but I couldn't leave Dad's side. His skin had gone from gray to almost translucent, and I could see the veins in his temples pulsing irregularly, sometimes racing, sometimes barely moving at all. By hour 6, other passengers had started gathering outside the medical center. Word had gotten around the ship, and people were recording with their phones through the small window in the door. Some woman from Kansas City actually knocked and asked if we could keep it down because they were trying to enjoy the comedy show next door. That's when I snapped. I stormed out into the hallway and told everyone exactly what was happening, how the defibrillator was broken, how they wouldn't call for evacuation, how the doctor admitted he wasn't qualified, everything. People started posting it on social media immediately. Within an hour, Gregory was back, this time with the captain, a Norwegian man named Eriksson who at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. They offered to call for evacuation now, but only if we signed papers absolving the cruise line of all responsibility, and agreed to pay all costs up front. They had a credit card machine right there, ready to charge us the $50,000 deposit. Madison was the one who thought of calling the news. While Lisa and I argued with the captain about the evacuation, she used the ship's Wi-Fi, $15 for 30 minutes, because even in an emergency they were nickel and diming us, to email every news station she could find. She sent them videos of the broken equipment, recordings of Gregory's speech about liability, pictures of the out-of-order defibrillator. CNN actually called back within 20 minutes, and suddenly Captain Eriksson's phone started ringing non-stop. The cruise line's corporate office was in full panic mode. They approved the helicopter evacuation, but by then we'd been in that moldy medical center for 7.5 hours. Dad had stopped having episodes, which Carla said wasn't necessarily good news. He was barely responsive, his pulse so weak she had to check it at his neck because she couldn't find it at his wrist anymore. The helicopter arrived at hour 9, and getting Dad up to the landing pad was a nightmare I still dream about. The ship's elevator to the upper deck was undergoing maintenance, so 6 crew members had to carry him up 4 flights of stairs on a stretcher that was held together with duct tape on one corner. One of the handles actually broke midway, and this kid who couldn't have been older than 19 had to bear Dad's weight on his shoulder. The wind on the top deck was brutal, the helicopter hovering but unable to land because the cruise ship's landing pad hadn't been certified in 3 years, another cost-cutting measure. They had to lower a rescue basket, and watching them load my unconscious father into it, his body limp as a rag doll while the basket swayed in the wind 30 feet above the deck, was the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. Lisa couldn't watch, and Madison filmed everything, later telling me she did it because she wanted evidence if something went wrong. Dad survived, barely. The doctors at the hospital in Fort Lauderdale said another hour, and he would have been gone. He'd had a massive heart attack, and the lack of proper treatment for those 9 hours had caused additional damage. His heart function was down to 30%. He spent 3 weeks in the ICU, had to have triple bypass surgery, and now, 2 years later, he still can't walk up a flight of stairs without stopping to rest. The medical bills hit $400,000, and the cruise line fought us on every penny, claiming we'd refused their initial treatment plan and created the delay ourselves by involving the media. We're still in litigation, but at least Dad is alive. The cruise line never admitted fault, just quietly settled the CNN story with a statement about reviewing their medical preparedness protocols. Dr. Petrov still works for them, just on a different ship. I know because Madison found him on social media, posting pictures from the crew deck, smiling like nothing ever happened. They did fix the defibrillator, though. That made it into their press release about their commitment to passenger safety. "22 years old, and I'd never been on anything bigger than my uncle's fishing boat back in Colorado. But there I was, standing on deck 7 of this massive ship, watching the Mexican coastline fade into darkness, while 4,000 other passengers partied around me. I'd saved for 2 years waiting tables at a greasy diner in Denver, pulling double shifts every weekend, telling myself it would all be worth it once I finally got on that ship. My roommate Ashley thought I was crazy to go alone, kept saying I should wait until we could go together after she saved up. But I needed this trip. I needed to prove to myself that I could do something big without anyone holding my hand. The first 2 days had been incredible, snorkeling at our port stop, meeting other solo travelers at the poolside mixers, eating more shrimp at the buffet than any human probably should. That third night, I decided to splurge on the steakhouse, the one where you had to make reservations and pay an extra $70 just to walk through the door. The dining room had these floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, candle-lit tables with actual cloth napkins, and servers who remembered your name after hearing it once. My waiter, this guy named Dominic with a thick Italian accent, recommended the ribeye with herb butter, said it was the best cut they'd gotten in weeks. When that plate arrived, I'm not gonna lie, I took like 5 photos before even picking up my fork. The steak was thick as a dictionary, charred black on the edges but bleeding pink inside, swimming in this green butter that had chunks of garlic and rosemary. First bite tasted a little metallic, kind of sharp on my tongue, but Dominic assured me that was just the dry aging process, something about enzymes breaking down the proteins. The couple next to me, the Brennans from Wisconsin, were celebrating their 40th anniversary, and Mr. Brennan kept joking that his steak was so good he might leave his wife for the chef. We laughed, shared travel stories, and I cleaned my entire plate, even sopping up the leftover butter with the complimentary bread. Around midnight, I woke up to my stomach doing these weird flips, like when you miss a step going downstairs and your whole body lurches. The room was pitch black except for this thin strip of moonlight coming through the balcony door, and the ship was rocking more than usual, making everything worse. I tried to ignore it, told myself I'd just eaten too much too fast, maybe mixed too many foods at once. But then came this sharp twisting pain right below my ribs, like someone was wringing out my intestines like a wet towel. I barely made it to the tiny bathroom before everything came up. The steak, the potatoes, the 3 mojitos I'd had at the pool bar earlier. All of it burning my throat on the way back up. The vomiting wouldn't stop. These violent waves that left me hugging the toilet, my whole body shaking and covered in cold sweat. Between episodes, I noticed something that made my chest tighten with panic. The vomit had this dark, almost coffee ground texture to it, and there were these red streaks that definitely weren't from anything I'd eaten. I tried calling guest services from the phone next to the bed, but the line just rang and rang. No answer. My roommate for the cruise, this girl named Bethany from Oregon who I'd been matched with through the solo traveler program, wasn't in her bed, probably still at the nightclub on deck 12. I grabbed my room key, shoved my feet into flip-flops, and stumbled out into the hallway. One hand pressed against my stomach, the other trailing along the wall for support. The corridors were empty, just these endless stretches of identical doors and that weird cruise ship carpet, with the swirling patterns that made my nausea worse. Every few steps, I had to stop and lean against the wall, breathing through my nose, trying not to throw up again. The infirmary was on deck 2, according to the map I'd studied on the first day, which meant taking the elevator down 5 floors. While waiting for it to arrive, I heard someone else retching behind a nearby door, then another door further down, these horrible gagging sounds echoing through the hallway. The elevator took forever, and when it finally opened, there were already 3 people inside, all of them looking as rough as I felt. This middle-aged man in a Disney cruise shirt was bent over, gripping the handrail, his face this greenish-gray color I'd never seen on human skin before. A woman, maybe in her 30s, was sitting on the floor in the corner, holding a plastic ice bucket that reeked of bile. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. A teenage boy was slumped against the back wall, his legs shaking so bad his knees kept knocking together. Nobody said anything. We just stood there in our misery as the elevator crawled down, stopping at every single floor to pick up more sick passengers. By deck 4, we were packed in like sardines, 12 or 13 of us, the air thick with the smell of sweat and vomit and fear. This elderly woman next to me kept whispering, "This isn't right, this isn't right," over and over, clutching a rosary in her trembling fingers. When the elevator doors opened on deck 2, I thought I was hallucinating. The hallway leading to the infirmary was packed with people, a line stretching all the way back to the crew quarters. There must have been 60, maybe 70 passengers, all in various states of distress. Some were sitting on the floor with their backs against the walls, heads between their knees. Others were standing but swaying, using the walls or their companions for support. I saw Mrs. Brennan from dinner, the sweet lady from Wisconsin, throwing up into a trash bag while her husband rubbed her back, his own face pale and sweaty. There were parents carrying limp children, a pregnant woman crying while her partner fanned her with a cruise brochure, and near the front of the line, a man had actually passed out, lying flat on that ugly carpet while his wife screamed for help. The smell hit me like a physical force, human waste, vomit, and underneath it all, this metallic scent that reminded me of the steak from dinner, making my stomach clench all over again. I took my place at the end of the line, sliding down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my knees pulled up to my chest. The woman next to me, still wearing her evening dress from whatever fancy event she'd attended, told me she'd been waiting for 2 hours already. 2 hours. She said the infirmary only had 1 doctor and 2 nurses for the entire ship, and they were completely overwhelmed. People who'd made it inside were coming back out saying the doctor was just giving everyone the same medicine, some generic anti-nausea pills, and sending them back to their rooms. No IV fluids for dehydration, no real examination, just pills and a pat on the back. The woman's husband had gone to find water somewhere, she said, because the crew had stopped responding to room service calls, and the nearest working water fountain was 3 decks up. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, and when she tried to stand up to adjust her position, her legs gave out completely, sending her crashing back to the floor. After another hour of waiting, barely moving forward in line, I watched a crew member in a white uniform push through the crowd, heading for the infirmary doors. People were grabbing at him, begging for help, for water, for information, but he just kept his head down and pushed forward. When he reached the doors, I heard him speaking rapidly into his radio, in what sounded like Filipino, and I caught a few words in English: containment, corporate, and media blackout. The doors opened just long enough for him to slip inside, and in that brief moment, I glimpsed the chaos within: gurneys lining the walls with people hooked up to IVs, a nurse running between patients, and the doctor, this exhausted-looking Indian man, arguing with someone in a suit who was definitely not medical staff. The suit was waving papers around, pointing at the sick passengers, shaking his head violently. Then the doors closed again, and we were left in the hallway with our suffering, the line not moving at all anymore. My dehydration was getting dangerous. I could feel it in the way my vision kept going dark at the edges, how my tongue felt like sandpaper against the roof of my mouth. The woman in the evening dress had stopped responding when people talked to her, just staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes. I knew I needed fluids desperately, but when I tried to stand up to go search for water, the hallway tilted sideways and I crashed into the wall, my legs like jelly. That's when this crew member, a young Filipino guy who couldn't have been older than 19, knelt down next to me. He looked around nervously, then pressed a half-empty water bottle into my hands, whispering in accented English that I needed to get back to my room immediately. He said the restaurant on deck 7, the fancy one where I'd eaten. Their freezer had broken 2 days ago, but management made them serve the meat anyway. Over 300 people had eaten there in the last 48 hours. He said corporate was flying in their own doctors tomorrow morning, but tonight, they were under strict orders to minimize treatment, to avoid creating a paper trail that could lead to lawsuits. Before I could ask him anything else, his supervisor appeared, barking at him in Tagalog, and he scrambled away. But his words kept spinning in my head as I sipped the precious water. Broken freezer, 300 sick people, minimizing treatment. I started noticing things I'd missed before in my misery. The crew members weren't drinking the ship's water. They all had sealed bottles from some external supplier. The security guards at the end of the hallway were wearing medical masks, something I'd never seen on a cruise before. And most telling of all, I spotted 2 passengers from first class, the ones who'd been at the captain's table that first night, being escorted through a side door directly into the infirmary, bypassing the entire line. The woman next to me saw it too and started crying, not from pain but from rage, realizing that even here, even in this nightmare, money determined who got saved first. She tried to scream about it, to alert the others, but her voice came out as barely a whisper, her throat too damaged from hours of vomiting. Around 5 in the morning, after I'd been in that hallway for nearly 5 hours, something shifted. The man in the suit came out of the infirmary with 2 security officers, and they started moving through the crowd, checking room numbers on people's key cards. When they got to me, the suit looked at his tablet, frowned, and told the security guards to escort me back to my room. I tried to protest, told him I needed medical attention, that I could barely stand, but he just smiled this cold corporate smile and said the doctor had determined I was well enough to recover in my cabin. The security guards lifted me up by my arms, and I was too weak to fight them. As they half-carried, half-dragged me toward the elevator, I heard the suit telling others the same thing, clearing out the hallway by force. The pregnant woman was sobbing, begging for help, but they just kept moving people out. The man who'd been unconscious on the floor was being loaded onto a luggage cart, his wife stumbling along behind, and nobody was even pretending to provide medical care anymore. They dumped me in my room and told me to stay there until further notice. That room service would bring me electrolyte drinks and crackers within the hour. Of course, nothing came. Bethany, my roommate, was in her bed, curled up in a ball, her sheets soaked with sweat. She'd been sick too, had tried to get help around 3 in the morning but never even made it to the infirmary, collapsing in the elevator. Another passenger had dragged her back to our room and left her there. We spent the next 18 hours taking turns in the bathroom, sharing the last of our bottled water, listening to the chaos in the hallway as more and more people got sick. I found out later when we finally docked in Mexico that 43 passengers had to be hospitalized immediately, 7 ended up in intensive care, and 2 elderly passengers actually died during that nightmare night at sea. The cruise line offered us a 25% discount on a future cruise as compensation, made us sign papers saying we wouldn't talk to the media, wouldn't post on social media, wouldn't sue. Most people signed just to get off that floating petri dish. I didn't sign anything, which is why I can tell you this story now, why I'm naming the cruise line Royal Atlantic Ventures, ship designation Paradise Queen, sailing out of Galveston on March 15, 2022. I spent 22 years fighting fires in Chicago, but nothing in all that time prepared me for what happened last April aboard the Celestial Dream. My daughter Megan had convinced me to take that Mediterranean cruise about 6 months after I retired, kept saying I deserved it after all those years of service, that I needed to finally relax and see the world beyond smoke and sirens. She'd found this deal online, 10 days through the Mediterranean, and basically wouldn't take no for an answer. Even drove me to the airport herself to make sure I actually went. The ship was massive, one of those floating cities with 8 restaurants, 3 pools, and enough activities to keep 2,000 passengers busy for weeks. We'd been at sea for 4 days, had just left Barcelona that morning heading toward Nice, and I was actually starting to enjoy myself, learning to play shuffleboard with a group of retirees from Michigan who'd adopted me into their morning coffee club. The weather had been perfect the entire trip. That kind of Mediterranean sunshine you see in travel magazines, calm seas that barely made you remember you were floating on thousands of feet of water. That afternoon started like any other. I'd just finished lunch at the buffet on Deck 7, grilled salmon with those fancy little potatoes they served every day, and was heading down to my cabin for a quick nap before the evening's entertainment. The first sign something was wrong came around 3:30 when I noticed the horizon through my porthole window had this strange dark purple color, like a fresh bruise spreading across the sky. Then came the announcement from the captain, very calm, very professional, telling us we might experience some rough seas and suggesting passengers secure any loose items in their cabins. I remember thinking it was odd how the crew members I passed in the hallway were moving with this urgent efficiency, not quite running, but definitely not strolling, their faces tight with something I recognized from my firefighting days, that controlled concern professionals get when they know something civilians don't yet understand. Within 20 minutes, the ship started this slow, unnatural rocking that made my coffee mug slide across the desk in my cabin. I went out to the balcony, and what I saw made every instinct from 2 decades of emergency response kick in. Waves that looked like moving buildings, white foam spraying up higher than our deck, and that purple sky had turned into something biblical, clouds so black and low you could almost touch them. Other passengers were still walking around, some taking photos, completely oblivious to what was coming. But I started gathering my important stuff, passport, wallet, medications, and put them in a waterproof bag I always travel with, old habits from the job. I tried calling Megan, but the satellite connection was already getting spotty, Managed to send her a quick text saying we hit rough weather, but everything was fine. Didn't want to worry her. By 4 o'clock, they'd closed all the outdoor decks and the captain came back on. This time his voice had lost that casual tone, telling everyone to return to their cabins immediately and wait for further instructions. I couldn't stay in my cabin though, not with what I was seeing through that porthole. Waves that would disappear the entire view, then drop away to show nothing but angry gray water in every direction. I made my way up to deck 5 where the main dining hall was, figuring if things went bad, I wanted to be somewhere with multiple exits, not trapped in a metal box 7 floors down. The dining hall was this massive space with floor-to-ceiling windows, crystal chandeliers. Must have had seating for 500 people easy, and right now it had maybe 30 confused passengers sitting at tables, trying to eat dinner while plates slid around despite the staff's attempts to steady them. That's when the first big wave hit. Not just rough seas anymore, but something that made the entire ship lurch sideways so hard that a grand piano on the stage broke free from its restraints and slid across the floor like it weighed nothing, crashing into the wall with a sound I'll never forget. Everything changed in seconds. Tables flipped, glass shattered everywhere, and people went tumbling across the floor mixed with food, broken dishes, and furniture that had become deadly projectiles. An elderly woman near me got thrown from her chair and slid 15 feet before hitting a pillar, her husband crawling after her while the ship tilted at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The emergency alarm started blaring, this piercing electronic shriek that mixed with human screams and the sound of everything that wasn't bolted down, crashing from one side of the room to the other. I managed to grab onto a support column, helped pull a young couple behind it just as another wave hit from the opposite side, and this time I heard something structural give way, a deep groaning of metal that you feel in your bones more than hear. The lights flickered and went to emergency power, casting everything in this sick yellow glow, and through the windows all you could see was water, not sky and horizon like normal, just solid walls of black water rushing past like we were underwater. A crew member, this Filipino kid who couldn't have been older than 25, came stumbling through the chaos with blood running down his forehead, screaming for everyone to put on life jackets, pointing toward an emergency station near the entrance. Half the passengers couldn't even stand up with the ship rolling like it was, and I watched in horror as another massive wave visible through the window seemed to pause at the glass for a moment before smashing through, sending freezing seawater flooding across the dining hall floor. People were sliding in the water now, tables floating, and I heard someone yelling that water was coming up from the lower decks through the stairwells. The ship would tilt so far to one side that you were basically standing on the wall, then slam back the other way, and each time it happened, you could hear things breaking deep in the ship's belly. Expensive things, important things, maybe vital things. I managed to reach the life jacket station, started throwing the orange vests to anyone I could reach while trying to keep my footing on the floor that had become a river of seawater mixed with broken glass and debris. There was this family from somewhere in the Midwest, parents with 2 teenage kids, all 4 of them huddled together behind an overturned table, the father's arm bent at an unnatural angle, the mother holding a cloth napkin against a gash on her daughter's leg. I helped them into their life jackets, showed them how to pull the straps tight, and that's when the captain's voice came over the speakers again, except this time he was shouting the words nobody wants to hear on a ship. This is not a drill. All passengers and crew to muster stations immediately. Repeat, this is not a drill. The way he said it, you could hear the fear underneath the training, and that scared me more than the waves or the tilting or even the water rushing in. We tried to move as a group toward the muster station, but another wave hit, and suddenly the lights went out completely for about 10 seconds that felt like hours. Just total darkness, with invisible water sloshing around your legs, and people screaming from every direction. When the emergency lights kicked back on, I saw that the water in the dining hall was now waist-deep and rising fast, and through what was left of the windows, these waves that had to be 40, maybe 50 feet high, just mountains of water with white peaks that would lift the entire ship up like a toy before dropping it into the next valley. An older man next to me was having a panic attack, couldn't breathe. Kept saying his wife was still in their cabin on deck 3, and I had to physically hold him back from trying to go down there because we could all hear it now. The sound of water rushing through the lower parts of the ship, doors banging open and closed, the deep creaking of a massive structure being pushed beyond what it was designed to handle. Getting to the muster station became like something out of a nightmare, where you're trying to run but can't move fast enough. We were basically climbing along the walls when the ship tilted, then sliding back down when it righted itself, all while fighting through water that was getting deeper by the minute. I saw a woman get swept away from her husband's grip, carried by the water toward the shattered windows, and 3 of us formed a human chain to pull her back, her face white with terror, coughing up seawater. The crew members who were supposed to be managing the evacuation looked just as terrified as the passengers. These young people who'd probably only ever done this in calm water drills, now faced with a ship that felt minutes away from rolling over completely. One of them, a girl with a thick Eastern European accent, was crying while she tried to do a head count. Her clipboard dissolved into wet pulp, mascara running down her cheeks as she kept repeating the evacuation protocols like a prayer. By the time we reached the muster station on deck 4, the situation had gone from dangerous to apocalyptic. The lifeboat area was chaos, with crew members trying to lower boats while the ship pitched so violently that the boats would swing out over the water, then come crashing back into the side of the ship. I watched one lifeboat get crushed like an aluminum can against the hull, just destroyed in seconds, and realized with this cold certainty that we might not have enough functional boats left, even if we could launch them. People were fighting to get closer to the remaining boats, families getting separated, and I saw a man push an elderly woman down to get ahead, the veneer of civilization disappearing as fast as our chances of survival. The wind was howling so loud you had to scream to be heard, rain coming sideways like bullets, and every few seconds another wave would sweep across the deck, taking anyone who wasn't holding on to something and washing them toward the railings or worse. That's when I heard it, the sound that made even the crew members stop what they were doing. This tremendous metallic shriek from somewhere below, followed by a shudder that ran through the entire ship like it had been punched by God himself. The floor beneath us suddenly tilted past 45 degrees and stayed there, people sliding down the deck in a tangle of bodies and life jackets, some going straight over the rail into the black churning ocean below. I managed to wrap my arms around a support pole, holding on while my feet dangled in the air, watching in absolute terror as the horizon through the rain seemed to be rotating, the ship beginning what felt like a slow-motion roll that would flip us completely. Water was pouring in from everywhere now, not just waves but from inside the ship itself, geysers shooting up through drain grates, cascading downstairs, and I could hear the engines making sounds they should never make, like dying animals trapped in the engine room. For 30 seconds, that lasted a lifetime. We hung there on the edge of capsizing, 2,000 people holding their breath, prayers in a dozen languages mixing with the storm's roar, waiting to see if we'd complete that roll into the Mediterranean. Then, impossibly, the ship started to right itself, fighting back against the storm with whatever was left of its stabilizers and the captain's desperate maneuvering, the deck slowly becoming horizontal again, though nothing felt stable or safe. A crew member with a radio was yelling that the Greek Coast Guard was 8 miles out, helicopters already in the air, and rescue ships pushing through the storm toward our position, but 8 miles in seas like this might as well have been 800. We spent the next 3 hours in pure survival mode, helping injured passengers, forming human barriers to keep people from getting washed overboard, bailing water with anything we could find while the ship limped along, lower in the water with each passing hour but somehow still floating. When the first helicopter appeared through the rain, its searchlight cutting through the darkness like salvation itself, people started crying, collapsing with relief, though we all knew it would take dozens of trips to evacuate everyone, and the ship was still taking on water faster than the pumps could handle. They evacuated the injured and elderly first, winching them up into helicopters that danced in the wind like leaves, and I stayed until almost the end, helping load people into rescue baskets, keeping panicked passengers calm while water lapped at our feet on what used to be the upper deck. It took 14 hours to get everyone off the Celestial Dream, and I was in one of the last groups to leave, watching from the rescue ship as our cruise liner, lit up by emergency floodlights from the Greek vessels, finally gave up its fight and slipped beneath the surface just after dawn. Nobody died that night, which the news kept calling a miracle, though 43 people ended up hospitalized and hundreds more with injuries that didn't make the statistics. They flew us to Athens, put us up in hotels, and cruise line representatives with practiced sympathy and liability waivers came around offering compensation and free future cruises that nobody in that room would ever take. I got home to Chicago 2 days later, Megan meeting me at O'Hare with tears streaming down her face, holding me like I might disappear if she let go. She'd seen the news coverage, those helicopter videos of the ship tilting at impossible angles, passengers clinging to railings while waves swept the decks, and she kept apologizing for pushing me to take the trip, which broke my heart because none of it was her fault. The official investigation blamed it on a rare meteorological phenomenon, a sudden pressure drop that created hurricane-force conditions in minutes, something that happens maybe once a decade in the Mediterranean. But knowing the science behind it doesn't stop the nightmares where I'm back on that tilting deck, watching people slide toward the rails, hearing that metal shriek that meant we were seconds from becoming another maritime disaster documentary. I still can't watch cruise ship commercials, and when friends talk about their vacation plans, I just nod and change the subject. Because how do you explain that 22 years of running into burning buildings didn't scare you half as much as one afternoon when nature decided to remind 2,000 tourists that the ocean doesn't care about your shuffleboard schedule or dinner reservations? "5 months ago, I was just another burned-out ICU nurse desperately needing a break from 12-hour shifts and the constant beeping of monitors. After watching 3 patients code in a single week at the hospital in Houston where I worked, I finally cashed in 2 years' worth of savings and booked myself on a 7-day cruise through the Eastern Caribbean. The Ocean Jewel was one of those massive ships you see in commercials. 16 decks of pure escapism with pools, restaurants, and enough activities to make you forget that the real world even existed. I remember standing at the port in Port Canaveral, staring up at this floating city and thinking that for once in my life, I was going to completely disconnect and just let myself breathe. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. Morning yoga on the upper deck, afternoon margaritas by the pool, and dinner at restaurants where I didn't have to eat standing up between patient rounds. Everything changed on the 3rd night, somewhere between the Bahamas and our next port. I'd gone to bed early after too much wine at the captain's dinner, one of those fancy affairs where they parade the officers around and everyone pretends they're not already sunburned and exhausted. My cabin was on deck 7, nothing special but comfortable enough, with a tiny balcony where I could sit and watch the dark ocean roll by. Around 2:47 a.m., I know the exact time because I'd developed that nurse habit of always checking the clock when something wakes me. I heard what sounded like someone running full speed down the corridor outside my door. Then came the screaming, not just one voice but several, the kind of raw, terrified sounds that make your whole body go rigid. In the ICU, you learn to differentiate between types of screams, and these weren't drunk party guests having too much fun. These were people in genuine distress, and before I could even think about it, my feet were on the floor and I was pulling on the jeans I'd thrown over the chair. The corridor was chaos when I cracked open my door. 3 cabins down, a middle-aged couple stood in their doorway, the woman clutching a torn nightgown to her chest while her husband had blood running from a gash above his eyebrow. Their cabin door hung at an odd angle, the lock mechanism completely destroyed like someone had taken a crowbar to it. Further down, I could see at least 2 more cabin doors standing wide open, and there was this weird chemical smell in the air, sharp and medicinal, that reminded me of the chloroform we'd studied in nursing school but haven't used in decades. A younger woman, maybe early 20s, was sitting on the floor against the wall, her wrists marked with deep red lines where zip ties had clearly been, and she kept repeating the same thing over and over. They had master keys. They had master keys. The emergency lighting had kicked on, casting these harsh shadows that made everything look even more nightmarish than it already was. What really made my gut twist was seeing the crew members who responded. 2 security officers showed up after what felt like forever, but was probably only 4 or 5 minutes. And instead of immediately calling for backup or starting to document the scene, they began ushering people back into their cabins, almost aggressively insistent that everyone needed to return to their rooms for their own safety. One of them, a tall guy with a Baltic accent and a name tag that read Dimitri, kept telling us there had been a minor disturbance and that everything was under control. But I could see into the Hamiltons' cabin. I'd met them at the pool bar the day before. A retired couple from Arizona celebrating their 40th anniversary, and their entire room had been ransacked. The safe had been pried open, clothes were everywhere, and Mrs. Hamilton was sitting on the bed with her hands still bound behind her back with those white zip ties that left deep marks in her skin. The security officer actually tried to block my view when he saw me looking, physically stepping between me and their doorway while insisting I needed to go back to my cabin immediately. Against every instinct screaming at me to help, I let them push me back toward my room, but not before I caught sight of something that made everything click into place. Near the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, there was a maintenance cart, one of those gray rolling things the housekeeping staff use, except this one had what looked like electronic equipment piled on top, the kind of signal jammers I'd seen demonstrated at a hospital security conference about protecting patient data. The cart was partially covered with a standard cleaning tarp, but I could see the corner of what was definitely a commercial-grade lock-picking gun, the expensive type that can open most hotel-style card readers in seconds. When Dimitri noticed me staring, he actually grabbed my upper arm, not hard enough to bruise but firm enough to make his point, and walked me back to my cabin personally. His partner, a shorter woman whose badge I couldn't read in the dim light, was already on her radio speaking in rapid Portuguese, and I distinctly heard her say something about damage control in English before switching back. I spent the next hour sitting on my bed with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle, listening to the sounds outside gradually die down. My phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual in the middle of the ocean, but the ship's Wi-Fi was mysteriously undergoing maintenance when I tried to connect. Around 4 a.m., an announcement came over the PA system from someone claiming to be the hotel director, explaining that there had been an unfortunate incident involving a disturbed passenger who had been apprehended and confined. And they assured everyone that the situation was completely under control and that counseling would be available in the morning for anyone affected. But here's what that announcement didn't explain: why I could hear at least 5 different cabins reporting thefts when I pressed my ear to the door, or why the couple from cabin 7043 was describing 3 attackers, not 1. It definitely didn't explain why I heard that same security officer, Dimitri, telling someone on his radio to make sure the service elevator cameras stay off until we're done cleaning up. The next morning, the main dining hall was eerily normal, like someone had hit a reset button on the entire ship. Waiters smiled and poured coffee. The breakfast buffet gleamed under warming lights, and that same cheerful cruise director who'd been leading poolside games was making announcements about the day's activities in St. Thomas. But at least a third of the tables were empty, and those of us who did show up kept exchanging these knowing looks, like survivors of something we weren't supposed to talk about. I found the Hamiltons sitting in a corner booth, Mrs. Hamilton wearing long sleeves despite the warming morning sun, probably to hide the marks on her wrists. When I approached them, Mr. Hamilton immediately tensed up, but his wife grabbed his hand and nodded for me to sit. She leaned in close and whispered that they'd lost everything: passports, cash, her grandmother's wedding ring, about $12,000 worth of jewelry they'd brought for their anniversary. The security team had taken their statement at 5 a.m., she said, making air quotes with her fingers, and told them they'd be compensated through insurance if they signed some papers and agreed not to discuss the incident with other passengers to prevent panic. That's when things got really interesting. A man at the next table, close enough to overhear, turned around and introduced himself as Paul, a cybersecurity consultant from Seattle. He pulled out his phone and showed me something he'd managed to capture before the ship's Wi-Fi went down. A crew member's Facebook post from 2 days earlier, written in Tagalog but which he'd translated, joking about easy targets and big score coming. The crew member worked in guest services, had access to the passenger manifest, and knew exactly which cabins had elderly couples traveling with valuables. Paul had also noticed something I'd missed. 3 crew members had suddenly fallen ill that morning and been confined to quarters, including one from the security team. He'd overheard the staff captain telling another officer that they needed to contain this before we dock, and that corporate would handle it internally. Paul had been trying to reach the FBI through a satellite phone he'd borrowed from another passenger, but mysteriously, all outside communications were being blocked, supposedly due to technical difficulties. By noon, our little group of aware passengers had grown to about 15 people, all comparing notes in hushed conversations around the ship. A woman named Janet from cabin 7039 revealed that she'd actually seen her cabin steward, a guy she'd been tipping generously all week, standing in her doorway at 2:30 a.m. with 2 other men she didn't recognize. When she screamed, they'd run. But not before she noticed one of them carrying what looked like a master key card on a lanyard marked security override. Another passenger, a retired cop from Philadelphia named Frank, had done some investigating of his own and discovered that the cameras on Deck 7 had been undergoing maintenance for exactly the window when the attacks occurred, from 2:30 to 4 a.m. He'd also noticed that several of the crew members who'd been most friendly and chatty during the first 2 days were suddenly nowhere to be found, and when he'd asked about one particular room steward, he was told the man had been transferred to another deck just that morning. The pattern was becoming undeniable. This wasn't some random crime of opportunity, but a coordinated operation that required inside knowledge, master keys, and the ability to manipulate the ship's security systems. The breaking point came when we reached St. Thomas that afternoon. As the ship prepared to dock, Paul and I watched from the upper deck as 3 crew members were quietly escorted off through a service gangway, not the main passenger exit. They were wearing civilian clothes and carrying duffel bags, trying to blend in with the dock workers, but I recognized one of them. It was the woman who'd been with Dimitri the night before, the one speaking Portuguese on the radio. When a group of us tried to disembark to file a police report with local authorities, we were told that due to administrative issues, passengers from Deck 7 were temporarily restricted from leaving the ship. The hotel director himself came down to explain that this was for our protection while they worked with proper channels to investigate. But Janet had managed to slip out through a crew exit and made it to the police station, only to be told that the cruise line had already contacted them about a minor theft that was being handled internally, and that maritime law meant they had no jurisdiction unless we could prove physical assault had occurred on U.S. territory. The officers seemed strangely uninterested in taking her statement, and she overheard one of them mention something about not wanting to disrupt tourism relations with the cruise company that brought millions of dollars to their port. That evening, as we sailed away from St. Thomas, Frank organized what he called a documentation party in his suite. About 20 of us gathered with whatever evidence we'd collected: photos of damaged doors, recordings of suspicious radio chatter that some passengers had captured on their phones, screenshots of crew social media posts, and written accounts of everything we'd witnessed. A woman named Dorothy, who worked as a paralegal back in Indiana, helped everyone write detailed statements with times, dates, and specific descriptions. We used Frank's military-grade satellite phone, which he'd hidden in a locked Pelican case, to upload everything to a cloud server and email copies to the FBI, Coast Guard, and several news outlets. The ship's administration must have figured out what we were doing because suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the hotel director appeared with 4 security officers, including Dimitri, claiming they'd received a noise complaint and that gatherings of more than 10 passengers in a single cabin were against safety regulations. They tried to confiscate our phones and cameras, saying they needed them as evidence for their internal investigation, but Frank stood his ground, reminding them that they had no legal authority to seize personal property without a warrant, and that any attempt to do so would be considered theft. Ironic considering the circumstances. For the remaining 3 days of the cruise, it was basically a standoff. They couldn't throw us off the ship without creating an even bigger incident, and we couldn't force them to properly investigate their own crime ring. But here's what ended up happening. When we finally docked back in Port Canaveral, there were 2 FBI agents and a Coast Guard investigator waiting at the gangway, thanks to Frank's connections and the evidence we'd transmitted. 17 passengers from Deck 7 filed official complaints, and the local news picked up the story after Paul leaked it to a tech journalist friend who had a huge Twitter following. The cruise line initially tried to spin it as an isolated incident involving a single rogue employee. But when the FBI found over $200,000 in stolen goods in a crew storage area and detected that the security system had been deliberately sabotaged using admin access codes, they had to open a full investigation. 3 months later, I got a call from a federal prosecutor telling me that 11 crew members had been arrested, including 2 security supervisors and a guest services manager who'd been running this racket on multiple cruise lines for years, specifically targeting elderly passengers with valuable anniversary or retirement gifts. The cruise line quietly settled with all the victims out of court, paying way more than what was stolen just to keep us from talking to more media outlets. Though obviously that ship has sailed, pun intended, since I'm sharing this story now. I was fresh out of high school when my closest friends and I decided to book a cruise as a graduation trip. There were 5 of us: Ethan, Claire, Jordan, Emily, and me. And we figured a week at sea would be the perfect way to mark the end of one chapter and the start of another. My life back then was simple: part-time job at a grocery store, college applications hanging over my head, and that restless energy of wanting something bigger. The cruise was supposed to be our escape, one last stretch of freedom before responsibility caught up with us. The ship itself felt like a floating city: bright casinos, all-night buffets, pools stacked on different decks. We spent the first couple of days bouncing from one activity to another, barely sleeping, drunk on the novelty of it all. But the vibe shifted late one night when Claire and I wandered past a staff corridor near the lower decks. We weren't supposed to be there, but the door to a service stairwell had been left propped open. That's where we heard 2 crew members talking in hushed voices. Their accents were different, but one phrase cut through clear: "The morgue compartments are already too full." At first, I thought I'd misheard. A morgue on a cruise ship wasn't something I'd ever considered. Claire grabbed my arm, eyes wide, and whispered, "Did you hear that?" We stood frozen in place, listening. One of the men sighed and said, "We'll have to mark the rest as medical incidents. No space left." They moved farther down the hallway before we could catch more. Claire wanted to bolt back upstairs immediately, but I convinced her to act normal. We told the others what we heard, and Ethan laughed it off, saying every ship had a morgue for emergencies. Jordan, though, looked unsettled and muttered, "Too full? That doesn't make sense." The strangeness turned into something darker a couple of nights later. Emily got into a heated argument with a bartender after she accused him of shortchanging her. She wasn't drunk, just stubborn and loud when she felt wronged. A supervisor stepped in, a tall man with slicked back hair and an expression that stayed unreadable no matter what Emily said. The fight fizzled out eventually, but not without her muttering she'd report him to guest services. That was the last time we saw her. The next morning, her bed was empty, her phone left charging by the nightstand, and none of her belongings looked disturbed. We reported Emily missing right away, but the response from the staff felt rehearsed. The supervisor she argued with claimed she'd been seen leaving a lounge with new friends around midnight, even though none of us remembered her saying anything about meeting anyone. The ship's security assured us they'd make announcements and check surveillance, but no announcement ever came. When we pressed again, they insisted she must have disembarked during a port stop, something that didn't add up, since all of her things were still in the cabin. It felt like we were being pacified instead of helped. That night, Ethan suggested we split up and quietly look around the restricted areas. He was half joking, But the longer we sat in that tiny cabin staring at Emily's untouched shoes by the door, the less like a joke it felt. Jordan managed to charm a cleaning lady into pointing out where the crew's access elevators went. Claire and I took one of them down, timing it between staff runs. The air grew colder the deeper we went, the carpet giving way to plain steel floors. When the doors opened, the smell hit us first. Industrial cleaner mixed with something metallic and sour, faint but undeniable. We didn't get far. A man in uniform rounded the corner, eyes narrowing the second he saw us. He asked what we were doing there, his voice calm but with an edge that made it clear we weren't welcome. Claire blurted something about being lost, and he walked us back up without another word. The silence on that elevator ride was suffocating. He didn't scold us, didn't threaten us, just stared straight ahead like we didn't exist. When we returned to the cabin, Ethan and Jordan were waiting, pale-faced. They claimed they'd overheard two crewmen talking by the loading bay about moving another one before morning. By the following day, rumors started circulating among passengers. Someone said a young woman had fallen overboard. Another insisted it was a medical evacuation. None of it matched what we knew. When we asked security again about Emily, they repeated the same vague line about her choosing to leave. Jordan lost his temper and shouted at them, only to be threatened with confinement for disrupting order. That's when it clicked for all of us. Emily wasn't coming back, and whatever was happening below deck was being carefully hidden behind official-sounding excuses. Ethan insisted we had to get proof, even if it meant risking being caught again. That night, we waited until the hallways were quiet and slipped back toward the service elevators. Jordan had swiped a room key left unattended on a cart, which surprisingly worked on the lower levels. We kept our phones ready, flashlights off, hearts pounding so hard I could feel mine in my ears. The air down there wasn't just cold, it felt heavy, the kind of atmosphere where every sound echoes too loudly. Behind one locked door, faint humming of machinery mixed with what sounded like refrigeration units. When we reached the end of a narrow corridor, we saw a metal door slightly ajar. Ethan nudged it open just enough for us to peek inside. Stainless steel drawers lined the walls, and in the dim light we caught the unmistakable sight of toe tags. There were more than I could count in those few seconds. Claire let out a gasp that she couldn't stifle, and the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the frame. A shadow moved in the reflection of the steel. Someone had been inside. Without saying a word, we bolted back to the elevator, praying the stolen key still worked. It did, but just barely. The next morning, security knocked on our cabin door. They claimed an incident report had been filed against us for trespassing in restricted areas. We played dumb, insisting we'd been in the casino all night, but the officer's eyes lingered on each of us long enough to make it clear we were being watched. The rest of the cruise blurred into paranoia. We stuck together constantly, avoided staff, and barely spoke above a whisper in case someone was listening. Emily's name never appeared in the daily bulletins. It was as if she'd been erased. When the ship finally docked, we packed up and walked off without looking back. No one contacted us, no investigation followed, and her disappearance was eventually dismissed as a runaway case. Even now, years later, the sound of those crew members whispering about compartments too full hasn't left me. I can still see Emily's phone, screen glowing with a half-written message she never sent. We told her parents everything, but without proof, it sounded like wild paranoia. And maybe that's what the ship counts on, that people like us go home, too scared and powerless to fight back. I booked that cruise because it was the cheapest way to see a bit of the world during my college break. The ship wasn't fancy by any means. Paint chipped in a few places, corridors narrow enough that two people had to shuffle sideways to pass each other. But I figured it didn't matter. My cabin was small, with a single bed pressed against the wall, a desk with a loose drawer that squeaked when I opened it, and a porthole that looked out onto nothing but endless gray water. It wasn't glamorous, but for someone traveling alone on a tight budget, it felt like enough. I spent the first day exploring, eating at the buffet, and reminding myself this was supposed to be relaxing. On the second night, I returned to my cabin after dinner and noticed a small folded piece of paper lying just inside the door. At first, I thought maybe housekeeping had left a note about towels or something trivial. But when I unfolded it, the words were handwritten in shaky block letters. "Don't trust the crew." That was it. No signature, no explanation, nothing else. I remember staring at it for several minutes, trying to decide whether this was some stupid prank, or if it was even meant for me. The handwriting looked rushed, like whoever wrote it was in a hurry. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I slipped the note into my backpack and tried to brush it off, but the thought of it followed me around the ship. Every time a crew member smiled and asked how my day was, I wondered if they knew something I didn't. I tried to act normal, but I found myself scanning faces, watching body language, noticing details I would never usually notice. A man polishing glasses at the bar who never once looked up. A steward in the hallway who seemed to hover outside certain cabins for longer than necessary. It felt like I'd been pulled into some secret I wasn't supposed to know. By the next morning, another note appeared under my door. This one said, "They'll deny everything. Stay quiet." That rattled me more than I want to admit. I finally worked up the nerve to take both notes to the purser's desk, thinking someone would take it seriously. Instead, the woman behind the counter gave me a polite laugh, said passengers sometimes imagined things at sea, and told me not to worry. She slid the notes back toward me as if she didn't even want to hold them. Walking away, I felt embarrassed, like I'd been dismissed as paranoid, but a part of me couldn't shake the warning. After that encounter, I tried convincing myself it was just someone's idea of a joke, but things started to feel different around the ship. During breakfast, I noticed a guy I'd chatted with the day before, a student from another state traveling solo too, wasn't at his usual spot. I figured he overslept, but then at lunch he wasn't there either. By dinner, his chair remained empty, and no one mentioned him. No announcement, no casual. He disembarked early. He was just gone. The next day, it happened again with a woman I'd seen frequently reading by the pool. She always wore this wide-brimmed hat, easy to spot in a crowd. Suddenly, she wasn't there anymore. Her lounge chair stayed empty, her towel never picked up. I remember walking the deck in circles, half expecting to catch sight of her somewhere else, but she had vanished just as completely as the first guy. At that point, I started paying closer attention to who was traveling alone. A few of them simply stopped appearing. That night, I returned to my cabin and found a third note pushed under the door. My chest tightened the moment I picked it up. This one read, "You're not next, yet. Stay alert." That word, "yet," sat in my head like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. I barely slept, and every time I heard footsteps outside my door, I stared at the crack of light under it, waiting to see if another shadow paused there too long. The hum of the engines that once felt comforting now sounded like a warning, constant and heavy. I tried reporting it again, this time to a different officer at the reception desk, but he just brushed it off as seasickness messing with my head. "People get restless out here," he said, practically ushering me away. I walked off, clutching the notes, feeling both foolish and terrified. If the crew wouldn't believe me, who was I supposed to trust? The ship felt huge, but suddenly it was shrinking around me. Every hallway another place someone could be waiting. Every closed door a reminder of those passengers I never saw again. By the fifth day, I stopped trying to convince myself I was imagining things. The dining hall felt emptier, though no one else seemed to acknowledge it. Families laughed, couples posed for photos, and the crew kept smiling like nothing unusual was happening. I kept scanning for familiar solo travelers and coming up short. The absence was deafening. My own meals turned mechanical. I barely tasted the food, too focused on counting who was still around. Late that evening, I caught sight of two crew members guiding a young man I'd noticed traveling alone toward a stairwell at the far end of a corridor. He didn't look drunk, but his steps were unsteady, like he was reluctant to follow. When he glanced back, his face carried something I'll never forget, like he wanted to call out, but knew it wouldn't matter. Before I could react, the crew ushered him around the corner and out of sight. That was the moment I knew the notes weren't just warnings. They were facts. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my cabin, dragging the desk and even the chair against the door. Every creak in the hallway made me hold my breath. No new note appeared, but that almost made it worse. The silence pressed down harder than the scribbled threats ever had. I didn't sleep until the sun filtered faintly through the porthole, turning the ocean pale blue. The ship docked 2 days later, and I walked off with nothing but my backpack, barely stopping to breathe until I was on solid ground again. To this day, I don't know what happened to those missing passengers. No official report, no news stories, nothing I could find afterward. It's like they were erased. I still have the 3 notes tucked inside a notebook at home, the handwriting uneven and smudged where my fingers clutched them too tightly. Sometimes I wonder why whoever wrote them chose to warn me at all. Maybe I was just lucky. Or maybe I was one step away from being the next name nobody ever mentioned again. I signed up for that cruise because it was the cheapest option my friends and I could find. And honestly, it felt like the kind of spontaneous trip college kids are supposed to take. We weren't chasing luxury, just a chance to be out on the water, sharing a cramped cabin, splitting costs and pretending we were adults on vacation. I remember the ship looking older than I expected when we boarded. The paint dull, the metal railings already showing patches of rust, but we laughed it off. At that point, the only thing on my mind was how surreal it felt to be out at sea with my friends, away from assignments and campus noise. The first 2 days were uneventful, just sun, crowded buffets, and awkward conversations with strangers at shared tables. I spent most of that time with my roommate for the trip, Leah, who had this restless energy, always darting off to explore different decks, always dragging me along to see the view from up here, or what's happening down there. She kept saying it felt like something was brewing, pointing out how the sky never seemed fully clear, even when everyone else was sunbathing. I shrugged it off, assuming she was just overthinking. We were young and convinced nothing serious could touch us out there. Everything shifted on the 3rd night. Dinner had just ended when an announcement crackled over the speakers, cutting through the usual chatter. The captain's voice was steady but clipped, telling us that a storm had taken an unexpected turn. It wasn't supposed to be anywhere near our path, but now it was heading straight for us. People laughed nervously at first, but when the crew started handing out instructions with tight expressions, the tension spread fast. Leah gave me this sharp look like she'd been right all along, and for the first time, I felt the air in the ship thicken with dread. By midnight, the ship was no longer gliding, it was groaning. Each swell hit us like a giant hand shoving the entire vessel sideways. Hallways tilted, plates shattered somewhere below us, and every wall seemed to rattle in protest. The lights flickered on and off until eventually they cut out completely. Imagine hundreds of passengers stumbling in total darkness, the sound of water rushing where it shouldn't be, and the metal around you straining with every wave. I clutched the railing outside our cabin door so hard that my knuckles went numb, convinced the next crash would split the ship in half. Leah and I tried to make our way toward the stairwell, but the floor pitched so violently that we slid into the wall more than once. People were shouting in the dark, voices echoing off the narrow corridors, some calling for family members, others just screaming with each jolt. A crew member passed us with a flashlight, barking instructions that were lost under the crash of water slamming against the hull. For a moment, I could smell the seawater before I felt it. Cold, rushing under the cabin doors, spreading fast across the carpeted hallway. We finally reached a railing near one of the main decks, clutching it alongside dozens of strangers who all wore the same expression of raw fear. The ship tilted so far that the horizon outside looked vertical, a wall of water looming higher than anything I thought possible. Every impact made the metal under our feet shriek, like the vessel itself was crying out. I remember gripping Leah's arm so tight that she yelped, but neither of us dared let go. It felt like the only thing keeping us tethered to reality was that railing. The blackout stretched on, broken only by the weak glow of emergency lights that flickered sporadically, never enough to see clearly. Somewhere deeper inside, alarms wailed in uneven bursts, then cut out abruptly. I kept thinking about how no one had prepared us for this. Cruises had safety drills, sure, but nothing about standing in darkness while waves tossed the ship like a toy. Each second felt like it might be the last before something gave way, before we were all swallowed whole. Hours blurred together in that chaos. Time didn't move normally. It stretched and warped with every groan of the ship's frame. At some point, Leah whispered, "We're not making it out of this." And I couldn't bring myself to argue. I just pressed my forehead against the cold metal railing and listened to the water slam and recede, over and over like the countdown to something final. I thought about my parents, about the ridiculous decision to save money on this trip, about how no one on land even knew what we were going through in that exact moment. When the storm finally eased, it wasn't a gradual calm. It was like the sea suddenly exhaled. The violent shudders became dull tremors. The crashing turned into uneasy lapping, and for the first time in hours, silence spread across the decks. Emergency lights flicked back on, revealing pale faces and soaked clothes. People clung to each other like survivors of a shipwreck, even though we were technically still afloat. I remember releasing the railing and being surprised my arms still worked, every muscle stiff from holding on. The crew eventually guided us back toward the interior, though most of the hallways were ankle-deep in water. Cabin doors hung crooked on their frames, and belongings floated past like debris in a flooded basement. Leah and I stumbled into our room to find our beds overturned, the ceiling tiles sagging from leaks. The air smelled like salt and diesel, sharp and heavy, sticking to my lungs with each breath. I don't think I slept at all that night. I just sat upright, waiting for the ship to start shaking again. The next morning, we learned that the storm had changed course so suddenly that the captain had no choice but to ride it out. Some people called him reckless, others called him a hero, but none of that mattered to me. What mattered was that the ship had held barely, and that I had stared at the ocean in its most violent form, and lived to tell about it. I remember watching the sunrise from the deck, the horizon calm and golden, as if the nightmare hours before had been a hallucination. But the warped metal railings and shattered windows were proof it had been real. Even now, years later, I can still feel that night whenever I hear strong winds outside my apartment, or when I walk past a building creaking in bad weather. It's not just the memory of fear, it's the helplessness, the realization that you're at the mercy of forces far bigger than yourself. That trip was supposed to be carefree and cheap, just another story from college. Instead, it left me with a memory I can't shake, of clinging to cold metal in the dark, waiting for the sea to decide whether I would live or not.